friends, and welcome to another episode of Freedom's Fringe, the open forum special where we prove learning is fun. And without further ado, we're going to get right into it today, starting off with something a little bit of a light fare for us. 15 mysterious places. Let's check it out.
You know, it's our natural instinct to try to understand how everything around us works. And throughout history, it's this curiosity that's allowed us to make the best use of our environment and become as technologically advanced as we have. There are, though, still plenty of mysteries and strange phenomena that defy explanation. From puzzling geological formations to mysterious archaeological sites, these places continue to puzzle scientists around the world. So for today's video, we're going to explore 15 mysterious places that scientists really can't explain. Number 15. Lake Maracaibo, Venezuela. Lake Maracaibo in Venezuela has long been relied upon by local communities for its water and fishing, of course, but there's a strange phenomenon that takes place there, and it's done for hundreds of years. It's called Catatumbo lightning, and it's known as the everlasting storm. It's a place where it's actually more likely to have a thunderstorm each night than not. These storms can produce as many as 1 million lightning bolts per year and last for up to 10 hours a night for 140 to 160 nights a year. The lightning is usually visible for miles around and creates an almost otherworldly feel while it's taking place. To make things even stranger, despite the continual study, there still isn't agreement about why exactly this phenomenon takes place in the precise location. It's believed to be the result of a unique combination of factors that are specific to the Lake Maracaibo region, with warm and moist air from the Caribbean Sea colliding with the cool air descending from the Andes Mountains, along with the lake's topography. Whether this is enough to create the perfect conditions for the storms isn't fully clear though, and some researchers think it's also due with the oil reserves and the presence of other minerals beneath the lake itself. Regardless of the cause though, the Catatumbo lightning has become an important part of Venezuelan folklore and traditions, and it's even found its way into literature, art, and music. It has, too, saved countless lives over the years, as it's been so reliable throughout history that it was used by sailors and navigators as a natural lighthouse, guiding them safely through the treacherous waters of Lake Maracaibo and the nearby Gulf of Venezuela. Number 14. The Chocolate Hills, Philippines. The Chocolate Hills, located on the island of Bohol in the Philippines, create a stunning natural landscape, and with as many as 1,776 of them, have become one of the most famous landmarks in the country. They get their name from their appearance during the dry season when the grass covering the hills turns brown and begins to resemble a mound of chocolate. It is an incredible transformation that takes place, and one that attracts people from around the world. The origin of the Chocolate Hills, though, is subject of a scientific interest and a local legend, and scientifically there are still some missing pieces to the explanation of how they were formed. Geological studies have shown that they're the result of limestone weathering, erosion, and the uplift of coral deposits from an ancient seafloor, and over millions of years they've created these cone-shaped hills. Their precise shape, the large number of them, and why they aren't themselves eroding away isn't entirely clear, and it's still subject of investigation. There is, of course, an explanation beyond science, and there's a more romantic story from local folklore. Legend has it that a giant named Orojo fell in love with a mortal woman named Aloya. When she died, Orojo was heartbroken and couldn't stop crying, and it was his tears that formed the Chocolate Hills as they dried and solidified under the sun. The Chocolate Hills have become a popular tourist attraction in the Philippines, drawing visitors from far and wide. And now there's a viewing deck called the Chocolate Hills Complex that gives unparalleled panoramic views of the wonders. It's there that visitors can climb to the top and take in the breathtaking sight of the rolling, chocolate-colored hills that stretch into the distance as far as the eye can see. Number 13. The Zone of Silence, Mexico. There are a number of places around the world where strange electronic phenomena take place, but there's perhaps none as peculiar and legendary as the Mapimi Silent Zone in the state of Durango in Mexico. Also simply known as the Zone of Silence, or La Zona del Silencio in Spanish. It's a remote area of the Chihuahuan Desert of Mexico. Covering an area approximately 1,500 square miles or 3,800 square kilometers, it's sparsely populated, arid landscape that's covered with unique rock formations and desert flora and fauna. It's just as you'd expect from a stretch of desert, but what makes this one different is the number of accounts of electromagnetic disturbances and inexplicable occurrences over the years. Probably the most famous of the peculiar effects within the Zone of Silence is its ability to disrupt radio signals and communication equipment. Many have reported experiencing a complete loss of radio contact when traveling through the area, but no one's entirely sure why. Some theories have suggested these disruptions are the result of high levels of magnetic and mineral deposits in the region, but there have also been claims of paranormal or extraterrestrial activity too. Only adding to the more out-of-this-world solutions is that there have also been reports of strange, luminous objects in the sky over the region too, and while these events are far less common than the electrical interference, they too are yet to be satisfactorily explained. As such a remote region, there have been extended investigations into what's causing these strange events, but it's hoped that one day it could be a sign that it's geologically and environmentally a special place, and that one could become very important in the future when we fully understand it. Number 12. The Dancing Forest, Russia. Positioned on the Curonian Spit, which is a sandbank that reaches out into the Baltic Sea in Russia, there's an unusual formation that's baffled scientists and captured the imaginations of visitors. Known as the Dancing Forest, or Lesnoy Tanets in Russian. It's a large group of trees that have grown in strange and completely unexpected ways. They are all pine trees, which should normally grow tall and straight, but in this place they take on bizarre and often whimsical shapes. Their trunks can spiral like corkscrews, and their branches seem to contort in odd and almost surreal ways. Some appear as though they're bowing or dancing, and the forest floor is covered with their mysterious shadows, which create a hauntingly beautiful ambiance. This isn't the only forest in the world where trees are known to grow in peculiar ways, but most others have been simple to explain. In this dancing forest, though, the exact cause continues to elude researchers, but there are a few theories that have been put forward to explain it. The most popular is that these deformities have been caused by the strong and persistent coastal winds that sweep across the Curonian Spit, shaping the trees over time. The sandy soil and unique microclimate of the region may also play a role in how this interacts with trees, but this would normally be expected to cause each of the trees to grow in a similar way. Those in the dancing forest are different from one another, so there must be another factor that's influencing their behavior at work. Number 11. The Devil's Kettle, Minnesota. The Judge C.R. Magny State Park in Minnesota is a beautiful region of protected natural beauty, but while it's popular with locals for the hiking trails and camping, it's most famous for a large waterfall called the Devil's Kettle. Not just because it itself is a stunning feature, but because there's an enduring mystery surrounding the water that passes over it. It's on the Brule River that flows through the park, but just before it reaches the waterfall, around half of the water volume cascades into a deep, massive hole referred to as the kettle. The remaining half continues to flow over the waterfall and continue as a river beneath. The mystery then is what actually happens to the water that falls into the kettle. There have, over the years, been countless attempts to figure this out, including conducting dye tests, dropping GPS trackers into it, and even throwing objects like logs and ping pong balls into the kettle, with the hope that they'll re-emerge somewhere else. To their dismay, though, all of these objects vanish without a trace, something that's led to rumors and legends of a series of vast underground tunnel network and hidden caves. What makes things even stranger is that just a bit further down, the river flow significantly increases, which suggests that virtually all of the missing water does eventually return. But none of the objects, dyes, or trackers are known to have re-emerged, so it must be taking a convoluted route to get there, one that with current technology we're unable to fully chart or understand. Number 10. Al-Nazla, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is home to some of the most pristine and stunning desert environments in the world. But while we now fully understand how most of these structures form, there is one place that continues to mystify. Around 31 miles or 50 kilometers to the south of the Tema Oasis is what's known as the Al-Nazla Rock, which, made of sandstone and around 20 feet high and 30 feet wide, stands perfectly upright despite weighing several tons. This would be unusual at the best of times, but to make things even stranger, the massive stone is split in two with such precision that it is nearly symmetrical gap down the center. The accuracy of this split has led some to suggest that it must be the result of human intervention or advanced ancient technology. But no definitive evidence of human involvement has been found, and the exact cause of this impressive formation remains a subject of debate. Geologists generally believe that Al-Nazla's unique split is the result of natural processes, primarily the stress-induced fracture of sandstone. Over millions of years, forces such as tectonic activity, erosion, and weathering have acted upon the sandstone, causing it to crack along its natural fault lines. The precise split is simply a fluke from the combination of unique properties of the rock and the slow, patient action of natural forces. Still, it's hard to believe that this is purely natural, and not everyone is convinced. Al-Nasla has become a destination for explorers, geologists, and curious travelers wanting to see this firsthand, and it looks as if it could fall over at any moment, despite having remained upright for centuries. Being in a region that's so rich in history too, with archaeological sites that date back thousands of years, such as ancient rock carvings and inscriptions, it's also likely that the split stone played a role in ancient rituals or ceremonies, but this is also still to be proven. Number 9. Tabby Star. Recent advances in technology have allowed us to look out to the stars in ways that have never been possible before. But the more we do so, the more we discover places in the universe that defy conventional understanding. One way that's used to determine whether there are planets orbiting distant stars is to measure the amount of light that's being emitted, and if there are moments when it dims, it could be a sign there's an object temporarily blocking it. Using this technique on our sun would see its light dim by a few percent when the largest planet, Jupiter, moves in front of it. But researchers have discovered a star where the light differential is far greater than this, raising the question of what could possibly be big enough to have such an effect. Tabby's star, which is officially known as KIC 846-2852, is in the constellation Cygnus and around 1,400 light-years away from Earth. It was first observed as part of NASA's Kepler Space Telescope mission, which monitored thousands of stars in search of exoplanets by measuring their light curves or brightness variations. But while some stars exhibit slight dips in brightness caused by transiting planets, Tabby's star showed dips of up to 20% or more, which is a significant change. The unusual and erratic nature of the dimming led to various theories and captured the imagination of scientists and the public. Some of the potential explanations for this dimming include massive comet swarms, asteroid belts, and even alien megastructures known as Dyson spheres, which could be constructed by advanced civilizations to harness a star's energy. The idea of alien megastructures, however exciting, was met with skepticism from the scientific community though, and astronomers and astrophysicists worked to try to understand the phenomenon. Further observations with ground-based telescopes have now led to the likely answer being that the dimming of Tabby's star is most likely caused by a cloud of dust and debris, but still the exact origin and nature of this material remain uncertain. Number 8. The Richat Structure, Mauritania. The Richat Structure, which is often referred to as the Eye of the Sahara, is a huge geological formation that's deep within the remote desert of Mauritania in West Africa. When seen from above, the structure appears as a massive circular depression measuring around 25 miles or 40 kilometers in diameter. The formation consists of concentric rings of alternating sedimentary rock layers, with the innermost ring layer containing older rocks and the outer ring comprised of younger deposits. From the ground level, it's so large that it's almost impossible to even realize that you're within a structure at all, and the only clues you'll see are occasional shifts in color or types of rock. At first, this was assumed to be an impact crater from a meteorite that had struck the Earth from space, but scientists have proven that it is instead an example of a geological feature known as a dome or an anticline. The structure was therefore formed by the slow, uplifting movement of the Earth's crust over millions of years, which caused the rocks to bend and fold into this distinctive circular shape that we see. There is a problem with this explanation though, and that's the bullseye. The central depression has puzzled scientists and geologists for years, as it was originally thought to be the result of erosion, with the action of the wind and water gradually wearing away the rock layers. Recent research, though, has shown that this isn't enough to account for its shape and its size, and that the central eye may instead have formed as the result of volcanic and hydrothermal activity, followed by subsequent collapse and erosion. This is all yet to be proven though, so far more work is needed to fully understand what is arguably one of the most impressive natural formations on the planet, and one that's so otherworldly that it's been proposed as a potential site for testing Mars rovers due to its resemblance to the Martian landscape. Moving on to number 7, the Sargasso Sea, Atlantic Ocean. There is much that we still have to learn about the oceans around the world, with research showing that while we once may have believed to be giant masses of swirling and mixing water, are actually distinctly separate formations with vastly different temperatures, salinity levels, and oxygen levels. As an example of one of these is the Sargasso Sea, a place that, despite being known about for centuries, is still somewhat of a mystery. Located in the North Atlantic Ocean, it's known for its cobalt blue waters and vast expanses of golden brown floating seaweed known as sargassum. Covering an estimated area of 1.4 million square miles, or over 4 million square kilometers, the Sargasso Sea is unlike typical seas and oceans in that it lacks any defined coastlines and is instead surrounded by 4 powerful ocean currents, the North Atlantic Current to the north, the Canary Current to the east, the North Equatorial Current to the south, and the Antilles Current to the west. These currents form a nearby stationary vortex known as the North Atlantic Subtropical Gyre, which traps floating debris and seaweed within its boundaries. The most visible feature of the sea is the sargassum seaweed, which forms dense floating mats on the sea surface. These growths provide a vital habitat for a wide range of marine life, including fish, turtles, and various species of invertebrates, with the sargassum seaweed itself being adapted to this unique environment, with gas-filled bladders that help it stay buoyant. This sea is also known for its role as a breeding ground for several species of migratory marine animals, such as the Atlantic eel. European and American eels all, as a part of their life cycles, spawn in the Sargasso Sea, with their larvae drifting along ocean currents before eventually making their way back to the continental coastlines, and then returning to the sea once they've matured to repeat the process all over. With so much life within it, the Sargasso Sea is hugely important to the world's ecosystem, from oxygen production to the lives of countless species. But it's our lack of scientific understanding of it that's becoming a problem, because it's not exactly clear how it formed, how it continues to exist, or which structures are vital to its survival. It's making it more difficult to understand the impact that human activity is having on it, and how to further prevent damage. It, for example, contains the North Atlantic Garbage Patch and has troubling levels of plastic pollution within it, as well as being a place where plastic-eating microbes have been discovered. Further knowledge will help limit the buildup of this pollution, but could also, it's hoped, help develop ways to tackle similar issues elsewhere in the world. Number 6. The Voltovara Mountain, Russia. Deep within the remote Karelia region of Russia is the mysterious Voltovara Mountain. It's the highest point in the region, reaching 1,369 feet or 417 meters above sea level, and far away from everywhere, with the nearest settlement being 12.5 miles away to the northwest. But that hasn't stopped it from being known as one of the most mysterious places in the country. That's because this mountain is covered in a series of strange rock formations known as Voltovara stone mushrooms. They are large, mushroom-shaped rocks, some reaching up to 30 feet or 9 meters in height, and are balanced precariously on thin stems. It was originally assumed that these were man-made and had been created by various communities who lived in the regions hundreds or thousands of years ago, but recent research has begun to suggest that they're the result of natural processes, although the method by which this happens remains a mystery. The main theory is that they were formed by glacial activity during the last ice age, where as glaciers advanced and retreated, they exerted tremendous pressure on the underlying bedrock, causing it to fracture and erode. Over thousands of years, the softer rock around the fractures eroded away, leaving behind the mushroom-shaped structures. Another theory suggests that the rocks may have been shaped by more recent events, such as seismic activity or the influence of underground rivers. Local Karelian and Sami people, though, have long regarded the mountain as a sacred place and believe there's a spiritual significance to the stone mushrooms and the mountain itself. According to folklore, the stone mushrooms are the work of giants who once roamed the land, and they're said to have magical properties. Number 5. The Hessdalen Lights, Norway. There are plenty of places around the world where people report seeing strange lights in the sky, but often these sightings can't be proven in the first place, let alone what might be causing them. There is, though, a place where weird orbs definitely do occur, but even though they've been documented for decades, we're still no closer to understanding them. Known as the Hessdalen Lights, because they're a phenomenon in the remote Hessdalen Valley in Norway. They manifest as glowing orbs or elongated flashes of light, hovering and darting about the night sky. It's the world's most significant and well-documented case of unexplained aerial phenomenon, and often linked with UFO sightings. The first confirmed sightings of the Hessdalen Lights dates back to the early 1980s, although some reports suggest they were seen as early as the 1930s. And rather than being an occasional event, they happen on a regular basis, with some witnesses reporting nightly occurrences. In response, scientists and researchers have developed a range of equipment to study them, including cameras, spectrographs, magnetometers, and radar. And even though they've been caught on camera, the exact nature and cause of these lights remains uncertain. Several suggestions have been put forward, such as they could be the result of ionized gas or plasma created by geological activity in the region. The valley does have large deposits of metallic minerals, which could potentially contribute to the generation of such phenomena, but this is yet to be proven for sure. Another possibility is that they're related to piezoelectricity, a phenomenon in which a mechanical stress generates an electric charge in certain minerals. The valley's geological characteristics and shifting bedrock could create the conditions needed to produce piezoelectric discharges. For now, though, without explanation, the area has become a popular site for UFO enthusiasts, and the tourist industry in the valley is thriving because of those wanting to see the lights for themselves. And even if the mystery is finally solved, it will likely remain as a destination for anyone interested in bizarre phenomena like this. Number 4. The Devil's Sea, Pacific Ocean. Now, everyone knows the legend of the Bermuda Triangle, where strange lights and events have supposedly affected ships and aircraft for centuries. And while the region has now been thoroughly studied and explanations have been put forward for why this might be the case, it's not the only place the world's oceans like this is linked with such mysterious events. There's another called the Devil's Sea, or the Dragon's Triangle, and it's in the Pacific Ocean between the Japanese coast, the island of Guam, and the Bonin Islands. Like the Bermuda Triangle, it's been the source of countless legends and stories, often involving the disappearance of ships and aircraft. One of the most famous stories in the area is that of the USS Cyclops, a massive United States Navy cargo ship that disappeared without a trace in 1918. The ship and its 309 crew members vanished without sending a distress signal, leaving behind one of the greatest maritime mysteries in history. To this date, the fate of the USS Cyclops remains unknown. As well as disappearances, there have been numerous reports of other strange things, such as unusual magnetic anomalies, erratic compass readings, electronic equipment malfunctions, and strange lights in the sky. These accounts have further fueled speculation about the existence of supernatural forces, underwater volcanoes, and even alien activity in the region. Scientific explanations of what's happening here are varied and often depend on the specific incidents being investigated. Some experts connect the ship and aircraft disappearances to the region's unpredictable weather, including sudden and violent storms, typhoons, and waterspouts, while the magnetic anomalies may be related to geological features such as underwater volcanoes or fault lines. In a further twist, the Devil's Sea sits quite close to the volcanic Mariana Trench, one of the deepest places on the planet, and it's known for its own mysteries, including uncharted underwater caves and geothermal vents. These factors, combined with the region's challenging weather conditions, could contribute to what's happening on the surface. Number 3. Saturn's Hexagonal Storm. As the second largest planet in our solar system, and the one with the most defined rings around it, Saturn is of great interest to researchers, particularly those wanting to understand how it formed and what it's actually like. The more we study it, the more unusual it seems to be, and there's something at its north pole that so far has completely stumped the world of science. First discovered by the Voyager spacecraft as it passed in the early 1980s, and subsequently seen by other craft in the following decades, there's what seems to be a persistent storm, and unusually, it's almost perfectly hexagonal in shape. At around 20,000 miles, or 32 kilometers in diameter, which is roughly 2.5 times the Earth's diameter, the shape is thought to be formed by the planet's powerful jet streams, where winds can reach speeds of up to 200 miles or 320 kph. These jet streams create a six-sided pattern that rotates synchronously with Saturn's interior, taking about 10 hours and 39 minutes to complete a full rotation. This, though, is just the leading theory and hasn't yet been proven, with another being that it's the result of interactions between Saturn's atmospheric layers and its rotation. As the planet rotates at different speeds, it creates a complex and stable wave pattern that results in the hexagonal shape. Another idea is that the storm's formation may be the result of the Coriolis effect, which is caused by the planet's rotation and the movement of the atmosphere. This can produce polygonal shapes in rotating fluids, and it might be responsible for the hexagonal pattern observed in the atmosphere. The Cassini-Huygens spacecraft, which orbited Saturn from 2004 to 2017, provided scientists with a wealth of data and images of this hexagonal storm, amongst many other things, and helped researchers gain a deeper understanding of Saturn's atmosphere and the dynamics of its weather. Many questions remain, though, including why the storm exhibits a range of colors in its cloud bands, from deep blue to gold and beige. There's clearly so much more to learn about our solar system itself while we continue to look further afield, and hopefully the next mission to the planet will finally help find some answers. Number 2. The Taos Hum, New Mexico. The town of Taos in New Mexico is like any other to most people that visit, but for some people there's a strange sound that echoes, which is known as the Taos Hum, typically described as being a low-pitched sound resembling a distant diesel engine idling or the hum of a subwoofer. People who hear it often report feeling vibrations and a sense of unease. Strangely, not everyone can hear it, and those who do are often unable to pinpoint its source. Reports of this phenomenon date back to the early 1990s, when a group of residents in Taos began complaining about an incessant low-frequency noise. And over the years, the phenomenon gained media attention and sparked curiosity. Various scientific and investigative techniques have been used to try to work out what it is, including noise measurements, acoustic studies, and even investigations by government agencies. But despite these efforts, no definitive source or explanation has been found. Several theories have been put forward to account for it, with some suggesting it may be the result of industrial machinery, mining operations, or military activities in the region. However, investigations have failed to link the phenomenon to any specific human-made source, leading to further investigations it could be related to natural processes such as seismic activity or the movement of underground fluids. There's also no certainty that the hum even exists, with psychological factors also being looked at in case it's a form of mass hysteria. But again, no proof can be found. The biggest problem is that for those that hear it, the hum can be seriously impactful on their lives, preventing them from being able to sleep or experiencing higher levels of stress. Until an answer is found, the best they can do is move elsewhere and completely avoid it. Number 1. The Nazca Lines, Peru. Ancient civilizations around the world were known to create huge geoglyphs in the landscape, but there's perhaps none as strange and mysterious as the Nazca Lines in Peru, made up of hundreds of intricate and colossal designs that range from simple geometric shapes to complex depictions of animals, plants, and humanoid figures. They cover an area of 174 square miles and were created by the Nazca people, who thrived in the region between 200 BCE and 600 CE. To make them, they removed the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated pebbles that covered the Nazca Desert to reveal the light-colored earth underneath, and have remained remarkably preserved for over 1,000 years due to the area's extremely dry and stable climate. Among the most famous Nazca Line figures are the hummingbird, the spider, the monkey, and the condor, and the largest of the geoglyphs, known as the astronaut or the spaceman, has sparked intrigue due to its resemblance to a figure in a spacesuit. Quite what the purpose of them, though, remains a debate among scholars, with some believing that the lines and figures had ceremonial, religious, or astronomical significance for the Nazca people. They may have served as a part of a ritual, irrigation system, or markers for underground water sources, while others suggest that they were used as an astronomical calendar or as a way to communicate with deities in the sky. What is particularly strange, though, is that they're undoubtedly best seen from the air, but people at the time they were made had no way to see them from this elevation. Quite how they were able to conceive, plan, and carry out the works to create the geoglyphs purely from the ground level isn't entirely clear, and makes you wonder whether the Nazca people had access to technology that has been long lost to history. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you to our channel members.
And up next, we got 20 greatest historical mysteries
Across the
still
world and
unsolved.
across the
This one's a
ages,
little bit longer,
we've
so
pieced
get
together
settled in,
humanity's
friends.
story from fragments, ruins, relics, written records, and oral traditions. Much of it makes sense. The timelines line up, the artifacts match the accounts, and the puzzle fits neatly together. But scattered through history are pieces that don't quite click. Mysteries built on hard evidence that still defy complete explanation. These aren't just myths or legends repeated around a campfire. They're real cases with physical remains, detailed accounts, or tangible artifacts that resist easy answers. Burials with origins that don't match their location. Maps that seem to show lands no one was supposed to have reached. Objects crafted with skills far ahead of their time. Disappearances, events, and records that leave us with more questions than facts. In this journey, we'll travel across continents and through centuries, from prehistory to the early 20th century, exploring 20 such mysteries. Each one comes with its own set of clues, its own historical context, and at least one detail so unusual it has kept historians, archaeologists, and researchers debating for decades. We'll look at the who, what, and where of each case. We'll place them in the broader history of their time, highlight the details that set them apart, and trace the unanswered questions that have kept them alive in the public imagination. And as always with our videos, the visuals are here to add context, but they aren't necessary to follow along. So whether you're watching closely or just listening in, settle in and let the outside world fade for a while. Our first stop takes us to the deserts of western China, where the sands preserve some of the best kept ancient remains ever found, with faces no one expected to see there. The Tarim Basin in China's Xinjiang region is one of the most unforgiving places on Earth. A vast depression ringed by mountains and dominated by the Taklamakan Desert, it's a landscape of scorching summers, freezing winters, and winds that whip the sand into blinding storms. For most of history, it's been a place people pass through, not a place to settle. Yet buried beneath its dunes lay a secret that would astonish archaeologists and challenge long-held ideas about the movement of ancient peoples. The first hint came in the 1930s, when Chinese and Western teams exploring remote burial sites began unearthing human remains that seemed to have been frozen in time. The dry, alkaline sands had preserved not just bones, but skin, hair, and clothing, as if the dead had simply lain down to sleep thousands of years ago. At a glance, it was clear these individuals didn't match the image of ancient populations in Western China. Many were tall, with long noses, deep-set eyes, and light brown or reddish hair that still clung to their scalps. In some cases, braids and individual strands were perfectly intact. Work in the region halted for decades, but when Chinese archaeologists returned in the 1970s and 1980s with improved excavation methods, the picture became even stranger. Dozens of mummies emerged from the sand, each buried with care, each dressed in garments that spoke of an advanced textile tradition. There were long-sleeved robes made from wool woven in twill and plaid patterns, the kind of designs archaeologists usually associate with Bronze Age Europe. There were cloaks, trousers, leather boots lined with fur, and felt caps. The tailoring was precise, seams reinforced, the fabrics dyed in warm earth tones. These were not rough frontier clothes, they were expertly made for both practicality and style. One of the most famous burials, known as the Beauty of Lulan, dates to around 1800 BC. She lies in her grave with her hair, fine, light brown and braided, fanned around her head. Her eyelashes are still visible, her expression serene. She wears a warm woolen cloak, a felt hat, and soft leather boots. In her coffin are simple but telling items: a woven basket, a wooden comb, and a small amount of grain, likely an offering for the afterlife. Across other burial sites, archaeologists found baskets made of reeds, wooden bowls, and food that had been placed alongside the dead. Wheat and millet were common, a combination that's striking because wheat originated in the Near East, while millet was domesticated in East Asia. The presence of both in one community suggests a meeting point of cultures and possibly trade or migration routes stretching across thousands of kilometers. Pottery fragments and dairy residues hint at a mixed lifestyle of farming and herding, and in some graves, lumps of what appeared to be ancient cheese were still intact after 3.5 millennia. How did people with such apparent Western Eurasian features, wearing clothes and weaving fabrics in styles known from Europe, end up in this remote desert? One theory links them to the Tocharians, an Indo-European-speaking people recorded in Chinese sources over 1,000 years after the Lulan beauty was buried. Linguistic evidence from much later Tocharian texts shows clear connections to languages as far away as Celtic and Germanic, a clue that their ancestors may have traveled eastward across the Eurasian steppe in prehistoric times. The Tarim Basin would later become a crucial corridor on the Silk Road, but these mummies predate that famous trade network by more than 1,000 years. This suggests that far earlier than historians once believed, there were already long-distance contacts across Eurasia, people, goods, and ideas moving between West and East in ways we're only beginning to understand. The wheat in their graves may have come from the far West, the millet from the East. Their woolworking skills suggest they either brought textile traditions with them or adopted them through close contact with other advanced cultures. Equally remarkable is how perfectly the desert preserved them. The Tarim Basin's climate, dry, cold, and alkaline, acted like a natural tomb. No elaborate embalming was needed. The environment did the work. Sandstorms quickly covered the graves, sealing them off from decay. In some cases, archaeologists lifting the lids of coffins were met with the faint smell of ancient leather or wool, as if the burial had happened only years ago. And yet, for all the physical evidence, there is no written record from these people. No inscriptions, no surviving documents to tell us their language, their beliefs, or how they saw themselves. We have their bodies, their clothes, their tools, but not their voices. Were they settlers who made this desert their home? Traders passing through and choosing, or being forced to stay? Or the remnants of a much larger migration that left few other traces? The mystery deepens when you consider how isolated they must have been. Surrounded by desert and mountains, any connection to the wider world would have been hard-won. Yet their material culture shows they were anything but cut off. Their weaving techniques, their foods, and even their burial customs suggest a blending of influences from far-flung places. The Tarim Basin may have been remote, but for these people, it was not disconnected. Over the decades, more mummies have been found, some as old as 2000 BC, others dating to the 1st centuries CE. They vary in age, clothing style, and burial practice. But the overall picture remains the same, a population that does not fit neatly into the conventional narrative of ancient China. Modern DNA studies have confirmed what the eyes already suspected. These people had genetic links to Western Eurasian populations, and yet their story in this part of the world is still largely untold. Standing in the desert, looking at a face that has lain there for nearly 4,000 years, you can't help but wonder what they saw in this land of sand and wind. Was it a place of opportunity, a gateway between worlds, or a last refuge at the end of a long migration? Without their words, we may never know. But the evidence they left behind refuses to be ignored. Perhaps the most intriguing question is the simplest. How early did East and West truly meet? The Antung mummies suggest it was far earlier than the official histories claim. If that's the case, then our picture of the ancient world, with its neat lines and separate spheres, might be far too simple. Could these desert burials be the proof of contact between distant cultures long before the Silk Road ever opened? And if so, how much more of that early story is still buried beneath the sands? Coming off the mystery of the Antung mummies, with their silent stares across the sands of the Tarim Basin, we jump from the dry deserts of China to the lush volcanic highlands of Central America. It's here, in what is now Western El Salvador, that archaeologists uncovered a scene frozen in time, not a serene burial ground or ceremonial center, but the remains of a battle unlike almost anything else known from Mesoamerica. Moving from the silent sands of the Tarim Basin, our path now takes us far south, into the verdant highlands of western El Salvador, to a place where beauty and violence have shared the same ground for over 1,000 years. The Chalchuapa Archaeological Zone is a mosaic of ancient ceremonial centers, pyramidal platforms, and earthworks, spread across an area that once formed a cultural crossroads between the Maya to the north and the Lenca to the east. In the middle of this region lies a story unlike most in Mesoamerican archaeology, a story of an intense battle whose traces linger in the soil, but whose memory has been erased from the written and oral record. Chalchuapa's ancient heart was a cluster of sites including Tazumal, Casablanca, and El Trapiche. This was not some isolated village. It was a thriving hub linked to trade and cultural exchange routes. As early as the pre-classic period, monumental architecture rose here. Platforms faced with cut stone, plazas for ritual gatherings, and pyramid temples that would have dominated the skyline. The artistic styles and artifacts show influences from the great Olmec centers in the Gulf Coast, later blending with Maya iconography as the centuries passed. For much of its history, Chalchuapa seems to have been a ceremonial and political center, not a fortress. But around the 6th or 7th century AD, something changed. Beneath the layers of ritual deposits, archaeologists began to find unmistakable signs of conflict. In certain areas, the soil yielded dense concentrations of obsidian projectile points and chert blades, lethal tools of war in the Mesoamerican world. The points were not scattered as if lost during a hunt, but clustered in ways that suggested volleys of missiles or intense close combat. Even more telling were the human remains. Excavations revealed skeletons showing clear evidence of violent death, fractured skulls, cut marks on bones, and positions suggesting hurried burial. In one particularly haunting case, over 30 male skeletons were found together, interred during the construction of a ceremonial mound. Whether they were defeated defenders, executed captives, or something else entirely remains uncertain. But their placement suggests their deaths were entwined with the political and ritual fabric of the city. The fortifications uncovered here stand out sharply in the context of Mesoamerican archaeology. While warfare certainly existed, it was often ritualized, with conflicts between city-states serving to capture enemies for sacrifice, or settle disputes without prolonged sieges. Defensive walls, especially ones meant to withstand sustained assault, were not the norm in many lowland Maya or peripheral centers. At Chalchuapa, however, earthen and stone embankments appear to have been thrown up, some of them showing signs of rapid repair. It's the kind of work you do when you believe the enemy will be back. The most intriguing detail may lie in the obsidian itself. Chemical sourcing has shown that these artifacts were made from stone originating in multiple regions, some perhaps from highland Guatemala, others from sources in central or western El Salvador. This raises the possibility that more than two sides were involved, or that alliances brought in warriors from far afield. If the defenders were Maya-affiliated, were they facing a Lenca coalition? Or was this an internal Maya dispute that pulled in outside support? No contemporary inscriptions mention the battle. No surviving Lenca oral tradition recalls a great fight here. It is as if the event was deliberately left out of history. What could have sparked such a clash? The 6th and 7th centuries were a time of upheaval in parts of Mesoamerica. Major Maya centers like Tikal and Calakmul were locked in cycles of war, alliances, and betrayals. Trade routes shifted, and smaller centers sometimes found themselves caught between the ambitions of greater powers. Chalchuapa's location along routes linking the Maya lowlands to Pacific trade networks may have made it both wealthy and vulnerable. Salt from the coast, obsidian from the highlands, cacao, jade, all could have been flowing through here. Control of such a hub would be a tempting prize. The archaeological record provides tantalizing hints. In some areas, the fortifications seem to have been repaired in haste, stones and earth piled without the care seen in earlier construction phases. In others, there is evidence of burned structures, perhaps the result of a siege or a punitive raid. Yet, after this burst of violence, the trail goes cold. There is no layer of rebuilding that suggests a long recovery. Instead, it's as if the place simply diminished in importance. The plazas and pyramids remained, but their political weight may have shifted elsewhere. One eerie detail is the apparent expectation of renewed attack that never came. The defenders patched their walls, shored up embankments, and prepared, yet the enemy did not return. Was the first assault so decisive that the victors no longer saw a need? Or did some greater conflict draw attention away, leaving Chalchuapa to wither quietly? The mystery deepens when we consider the absence of direct commemoration. In the Maya world, rulers loved to boast of their victories, carving elaborate stelae to record battles and captives. Here, nothing. No monument declares the names of leaders, no glyphs record the fallen. This could be because Chalchuapa's political culture was different from the Maya city-states farther north, or it could be that the victors didn't want the story told at all. Archaeologists continued to study the zone, piecing together timelines from ceramics, radiocarbon dates, and stratigraphy. Yet the exact sequence of events remains elusive. Without written records, every interpretation must be drawn from the positioning of bones, the scattering of weapons, and the layers of earth. Each find adds a piece to the puzzle, but the full picture may never emerge. Even so, the Battle of Los Naranjos, if that's what we choose to call it, stands as one of the more captivating glimpses into a side of Mesoamerican life we rarely see so starkly. It's not the grand, ritualized warfare of painted codices or stone-carved stelae. It's something messier, more desperate, a real fight for survival, waged in the shadow of sacred pyramids, remembered only in the silent testimony of fortifications and unmarked graves. And perhaps that's the most haunting part. We can stand today on the grassy mounds, look out over the valley, and imagine the chaos. The shouts of warriors, the hiss of arrows, the crash of obsidian-tipped spears against wooden shields. We can picture the survivors patching their walls under a wary sky. But we cannot name them. We cannot say who they fought or why. All we have are the bones, the stones, and the unanswerable questions they leave behind. From this silent battlefield in El Salvador, we now travel far north and thousands of years back in time to a very different kind of mystery, one buried in an oak coffin beneath the peat of Denmark, where the Bronze Age Egtved girl waits to tell her story. From the chaos of battle in El Salvador, we move to something altogether different, a scene of stillness, precision, and quiet reverence preserved in the damp earth of Northern Europe. Here, in the small Danish village of Egtved, archaeologists opened an oak coffin in 1921 and came face to face with one of the most intriguing Bronze Age burials ever found. The coffin was found in a peat bog, the kind of environment famous for preserving organic material for thousands of years. Oxygen poor, acidic, and wet, the bog creates a natural time capsule. When the oak lid was lifted, the body itself had long since decomposed, leaving only bones and fragments. But remarkably, her clothing, hair, and several personal items lay almost exactly as they had been placed some 3,400 years earlier. The young woman became known simply as the Egtved girl. She was about 16 to 18 years old at the time of her death, during the Nordic Bronze Age around 1370 BC. What struck archaeologists first was the craftsmanship of her clothing, a short-sleeved blouse of finely woven wool and a distinctive corded skirt made of multiple strands that hung just above the knee. Around her waist was a bronze belt plate, intricately decorated with spirals and geometric designs, a masterwork of metalwork for the time. She wore bronze arm rings and a small comb made of bone. At her feet, wrapped in animal skin, lay the cremated remains of a child. The details were unusual. Bronze Age burials in Scandinavia often contained elaborate goods, weapons, tools, ornaments. But here, the focus seemed to be on the quality of the clothing and the belt plate. The bronze itself was not local. The metal would have been imported from hundreds of kilometers away, a sign of far-reaching trade connections. The wool in her garments was of exceptional quality, dyed in subtle shades and woven with great skill, suggesting she came from a family of considerable status. For decades, the Egtved girl's life remained a blank slate. Then, in the 2010s, scientists carried out isotope analysis on her hair and teeth. The results completely reshaped her story. Her teeth showed she had been born far from Egtved, likely in what is now southern Germany. Her hair, which grows about a centimeter per month, preserved a chemical record of her final 23 months of life. It revealed that she had traveled repeatedly between Denmark and her homeland in southern Germany during that period. The analysis suggested at least 2 or 3 long journeys, each spanning hundreds of kilometers, and not leisurely wanderings. These were purposeful trips, moving between 2 specific regions over and over again. Her final return to Denmark occurred only weeks before her death. This level of mobility in the Bronze Age is extraordinary, It implies organized networks capable of supporting long-distance travel and the exchange of goods, ideas, or people. But why was a teenage girl making these trips? The theories are many. She may have been part of an elite marriage alliance, strengthening political or trade ties between powerful families or tribes in different regions. She could have been a religious figure, traveling as part of ceremonial obligations or seasonal rites, moving between sacred sites. Some suggest she may have been connected to trade caravans, acting as a representative or escort in an exchange system that carried metals, amber, and textiles across Europe. The cremated child buried with her adds another layer of mystery. Was it her child, a younger sibling, or someone unrelated but ritually significant? The cremation itself is noteworthy. In Bronze Age Denmark, inhumation was more common, especially in such carefully prepared burials. The child's inclusion hints at a personal or symbolic connection that was important enough to mark in death. There is also the question of her death itself. No signs of trauma were found on the surviving remains. There are no obvious markers of disease. It's possible she died from an illness that left no trace in bone, or perhaps from complications of travel. The timing of her final journey, ending just before her death, raises the possibility that her travels and her fate were linked. Archaeologists have noted that the Egtved girl's burial shows both local and foreign elements. The oak coffin and bog setting are consistent with high-status Nordic Bronze Age burials, but her clothing style and the origin of her belts metal point south, toward the tumulus culture of Central Europe. This blend suggests she may have embodied a connection between these two regions, a living link between distant peoples. The precision of her burial is striking. Her skirt was arranged neatly, her belt plate centered, her hair in place. This was not a hurried interment. Whoever buried her took care to present her as if in life, youthful, adorned, and significant. And yet, the grave goods are sparse. There are no weapons, no additional ornaments beyond the essentials. Perhaps the absence was intentional, marking her identity not through quantity of goods, but through the distinctiveness of her attire and the symbolic power of the bronze plate. Today, the Egtved girl is displayed in the National Museum of Denmark, her clothing, belt, and hair preserved in climate-controlled cases. Visitors are often surprised at how modern her skirt appears, with its layered cords swaying freely. Her belt plate remains one of the most intricate Bronze Age artifacts found in Northern Europe. But beyond the craftsmanship, the most compelling thing about her is the unanswered questions her grave poses. We know where she came from. We know she traveled immense distances at a time when most people rarely left their home region. We know she returned to Denmark shortly before her death, and that someone cared enough to give her a burial of dignity and precision. What we don't know, and may never know, is why she lived this way. Was she a figure of political importance, moving as part of a network that kept peace and trade flowing between regions? Was she a spiritual traveler, part of a cycle of ritual journeys that connected far-flung communities? Or was her mobility tied to something more personal? Family, love, obligation, now lost to time. The evidence leaves no clear answer, only the outline of an extraordinary life cut short. A young woman whose footsteps traced a route across Bronze Age Europe, now lying still in the quiet earth of a Danish bog. Leaving the quiet peatlands of Denmark behind, we cross into dry country. Basalt plateaus, dusted steppe, and long horizons where the wind has been erasing footprints for thousands of years. From the ground, you might walk past them without a second glance, low, broken lines of stone, knee-high at best. But climb a ridge, or better yet, look from the air, and they resolve into vast geometric funnels. 2 or more walls sweep inward for hundreds of meters, even kilometers, narrowing to a head made of pens or a cliff edge. Early pilots thought they looked like children's toys laid across the desert and dubbed them desert kites. The name stuck. These kites spread across a broad belt of the Middle East, eastern Jordan's black basalt Hera, the steppe west of Palmyra in Syria, the lava fields and oases of northern Arabia, notably around Khaybar and Al-Ula, out into the Sinai and Negev, with cousins or close analogs reported further afield in parts of Armenia and the Caucasus. Aerial surveys and satellite imagery have mapped thousands of them. Some regions are dense with overlapping examples, old lines cut by newer ones, heads rebuilt, driving walls extended, evidence not of a single project, but of a tradition revisited and modified over centuries. Pinning down their ages is tricky. Many kites are pure stonework with no preserved wood or bone in the walls themselves. Where dating is possible, it tends to come from associated finds, hearths and camps abutting the heads, scatters of chipped stone along the driving lines, or animal bone deposits inside the pens. In a handful of sites, optically stimulated luminescence OSL on sediments and radiocarbon on nearby organic material push some examples deep into prehistory, into the late Neolithic, while others appear to have remained in use or been refurbished into the Bronze Age and even later. In short, it wasn't a single cultural moment. The kite concept seems to have had a long life. The dominant explanation is straightforward and compelling: mass hunting. Imagine a wide, shallow V opening onto steppe, or wadi, what researchers call driving lines. On a chosen day, dozens or hundreds of people spread out across the plain, forming a human net. Shouting, waving, and advancing, they drive a moving front of gazelle, onager, or oryx toward the widening mouth. The panicked herd enters the funnel. The walls squeeze their options as people close in behind. At the tip, animals are trapped in a lattice of small cells, stone pens inside the head, or are pushed over a natural drop where a cliff or steep ravine finishes the job. In some heads, narrow cells interlock like honeycomb, efficient for separating and dispatching animals. There's good support for this. Rock art panels in and around kite landscapes depict lines of animals being driven by stick figures toward enclosures. In a few heads, archaeologists have documented concentrated piles of gazelle bones, more than a family camp would need, consistent with mass kills. Along driving walls, repeated foot traffic, chipped stone debris, and occasional hearths hint at staging points and coordination hubs. The low height of walls is not necessarily a problem. In practice, even a knee-high stone line can steer herd behavior when paired with brush fencing or people stationed along it. Ethnographic parallels show similar drives using minimal barriers when the human line and terrain do the real work. But several things complicate the picture and keep the mystery alive. First, the sheer scale. Some kites run for miles, even allowing for perishable fencing that's long gone. These are major public works, moving tens of thousands of stones, aligning walls across uneven ground, and keeping bearings over distance implies surveying skill and leadership able to mobilize labor from multiple communities. These weren't weekend projects. They look communal, planned, and socially binding, something closer to a seasonal infrastructure for whole valleys than a simple hunting trick. Second, placement. Many kites sit where you'd expect, on game routes, at the lip of escarpments, across natural bottlenecks. Others are perched out on open flats, or their driving lines face areas where, today at least, large herds seem unlikely to have traveled. Some point across bare lava fields. That could mean past ecologies were richer, steppe supporting more fauna than the modern desert does. It could also imply secondary functions. Territory markers, boundary monuments, or structures with seasonal visibility, working in certain winds, along certain water courses, or in specific migration windows. Third, evidence gaps. For every kite head with bones, many more are sterile. No obvious butchery deposits, no tools, no ash. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Bones break down, heads get reused or robbed, but the pattern leaves room for alternative readings. In a handful of regions, long axes of kites loosely echo cardinal directions or seasonal solar paths, not with the laser precision of an observatory, more like a tendency than a rule, but enough to keep debate alive. Were some kites also calendrical or ceremonial landscapes, activated in certain times, with processions and gatherings that reinforced alliances. Construction details speak to an iterative technology. Driving walls are typically made of local fieldstone, basalt in the Hara, limestone on chalk plains, stacked in single or double courses. Heads vary. Some are simple enclosures, others are complex, with cells and inner chambers that force tight turns, useful when managing a panicked animal's sightline. In a few cases, later people have nest built into older structures. Pastoralists reusing cells as livestock pens, small cairns added on wall lines, or burial monuments, pendants, mustatils, or tumuli intruding into kite plans. That palimpsest complicates interpretation. Which stones belong to the hunting system, and which are later edits to the landscape? There's also the question of organization. A single successful drive might produce meat far beyond immediate needs. That implies storage, drying, or large-scale feasting, activities that knit together communities and anchor seasonal calendars. Archaeologists have proposed that kite hunts may have coincided with ritual gatherings, harvest equivalents for hunter-pastoral societies, where marriages were arranged, disputes settled, and alliances renewed. If so, the kites were more than tools, they were social theaters. On the flip side, not every kite needs share a function. In some districts, overlapping funnels point to different heads, as if communities claimed lines across the same grazing front at different times. In others, long, straight driving walls kink around older cairns or natural obstacles, hinting at compromises with sacred spots or earlier land use. The pattern reads like centuries of negotiation between practical needs and inherited ritual geographies. Dating highlights sharpen the range. In the basalt deserts of eastern Jordan, a cluster of kites with adjacent camps has produced Neolithic radiocarbon dates suggesting early use, deep prehistory. In northern Arabia, imagery reveals kite fields embedded among other ancient features, rectangular mustatils and pendant-style tomb chains, implying a continuing tradition of monumental low-wall building from the 6th millennium BC onward, with changing functions across eras. Later, in the Bronze and Iron Ages, when herding lifeways expanded, some kites may have been adapted into corrals, their hunting origins fading into memory. One persistent observation: visibility. Kites make the most sense from above, from a hilltop, a ridge, or a pilot's cockpit. That doesn't mean ancient builders needed a bird's view. Surveyors on the ground can set alignments over long distances with reference points and sighting poles. But the way the forms click into legibility from height gives them an uncanny, almost geoglyphic character. They are both machines and marks, functional works that also stamp a cultural signature onto the land. What about animals? Faunal remains where they survive point mainly to gazelle, especially Dorcas and goitered gazelle. Species once abundant on these steppes. In a few cases, equids, onagers, and caprids show up too. Rock art occasionally depicts dogs alongside human lines, suggesting canids were part of the drive. The logistics are plausible. A coordinated human front, aided by dogs and low walls, can steer a herd across open country as long as the escape options stay psychologically limited. Taken together, the kites feel like the world's largest hunting architecture, regional in scale, multi-community in labor, seasonal in activation. And yet, the outliers, sterile heads, odd placements, broad alignments, leave a crack in that door. Were some kites ceremonial corridors where people moved rather than animals? Were certain heads designed less as traps and more as arrival courts for festivals tied to migration or stars? Or are we simply missing the perishable fraction, brush fences, wooden palisades, and organic debris that would settle the matter if it had survived? What's not in doubt is the ambition. Across thousands of square kilometers, generations of builders turned stone and open steppe into land-scale instruments, harnessing animal behavior, topography, and group coordination. Whether for meat, meaning, or both, the result is a patterned desert that only fully reveals itself from a vantage point ancient users rarely had, but clearly understood. So what are we looking at? The greatest hunting traps ever devised, or vast geoglyphs whose practical use was only part of their story? The answer may lie somewhere in the overlap, landscapes that fed people and bound them together, recording routes and seasons in lines of stone. From the stone-built hunting lines of the Middle East, we head east into the cradle of civilization itself, Mesopotamia. Between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, cities rose from the floodplains. Writing was pressed into clay for the first time, and kingship itself was described as a gift from the gods. Among the thousands of tablets unearthed from these ancient ruins, one stands apart for its audacity and mystery, the Sumerian king list. The most complete version we know was compiled around 1800 BC, during the Isin dynasty, though fragments of similar lists have been found at multiple sites. On the surface, it looks like a straightforward historical record, tracing the succession of rulers and cities that held power over Sumer. But this list does something remarkable. It doesn't just reach back a few centuries. It reaches into a shadowy past before the flood. The Great Flood is the dividing line in the narrative, described as an event that wiped away all earlier dynasties. After this cataclysm, kingship was said to be lowered from heaven again, beginning a new era. It's when you look at the details that the strangeness begins. Post-flood kings often match what we know from archaeology. Their names appear on monuments, in administrative tablets, in the ruins of cities like Uruk and Ur. But the pre-flood kings are another matter entirely. Their reigns are given in the thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. One king of Larak is said to have ruled for 28,800 years. Another, from Shuruppak, for 18,600. These figures are clearly beyond human lifespans, yet they are presented as matter-of-fact history. Why would anyone record such impossible reign lengths? Some scholars think the numbers are symbolic, meant to show divine favor, or to mark the antediluvian kings as belonging to a different, more godlike age. Others suggest they might reflect a different way of counting time, such as lunar months instead of solar years. Though even then, the reigns remain extraordinarily long. There is also the idea that these could be mythologized memories of real leaders whose deeds were magnified over centuries of storytelling. The flood itself is another point of intrigue. It mirrors the story told in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the hero meets Utnapishtim, a survivor of a divine deluge sent to cleanse the earth. It appears again in the Atrahasis epic. And of course, it has uncanny similarities to the biblical story of Noah, as well as flood legends from India, Greece, and even the Americas. Were these just common human myths, or do they preserve some shared memory of a real event? Archaeological evidence shows that around 2900 BC, several Mesopotamian cities, including Shuruppak and Kish, were struck by massive floods, leaving thick layers of river silt. But these were local, not global, disasters. The king list may have served political purposes as well. The sequence of cities often mirrors the historical dominance of those cities, conveniently ending with the dynasty of the king who commissioned the tablet. It could be propaganda, asserting an unbroken divine mandate for the current ruler. Omissions may also have been deliberate. Rival cities and usurpers simply left out to erase them from memory. Yet the text has also proven unexpectedly accurate in some respects. Cities once thought mythical, like Larak and Shuruppak, were later found by archaeologists. This gives weight to the possibility that, even if the details are wrapped in myth, the list preserves genuine memories of very early urban centers. Multiple copies of the king list survive, each with small but telling differences. Some alter reign lengths, others omit or add dynasties. This suggests the list was updated and reinterpreted over time, adapted to fit the needs and political landscapes of different periods. The core story, kingship from heaven, the flood, and the transfer of power between cities, remains consistent. For post-flood rulers, archaeological evidence offers a clearer picture. Kings like Enmebaragesi of Kish, Mesanapada of Ur, and even Gilgamesh of Uruk have been tied to real inscriptions and building projects. Their reigns fit within what we know of early dynastic Mesopotamia. But for the pre-flood era, there is nothing tangible beyond the king list itself. The cities are real, but the impossibly long reigns remain unsupported by material finds. Comparisons with other ancient cultures reveal similar blends of myth and history. Egyptian king lists sometimes begin with gods and demigods ruling for vast stretches of time. In later Babylonian chronicles, history was also rewritten to suit current rulers. But the Sumerian version, with its rigid pre- and post-flood division, is unique in its clarity and in the scale of the reigns it records. This leads to the central question. Is the Sumerian king list simply a work of political myth-making, using the grandeur of an imagined past to legitimize the present? Or does it contain a coded record of real events from a time so far back that it now sits beyond the reach of archaeology? Could the pre-flood kings be the dimly remembered rulers of an older, lost civilization wiped away by disaster? Until more evidence emerges, an older version of the list, or archaeological finds that can be firmly linked to the antediluvian rulers, the text will remain suspended between history and legend. It is one of the oldest surviving attempts to write a definitive human history. Yet it may be telling us as much about how ancient people shaped the past as about the past itself. And from these ancient records pressed into clay, our story moves forward in time to the 20th century, to a different kind of priceless record, one that might have answered fundamental questions about human evolution had it not vanished without a trace. The missing fossils of Peking man. Imagine this, the most complete collection of early human fossils ever found in East Asia, carefully excavated over more than a decade, meticulously cataloged, packed into crates for safe passage overseas, and then gone. Not misplaced in a drawer or mislabeled in a museum basement, but vanished without a trace somewhere between Beijing and the other side of the Pacific during one of the most chaotic moments of the 20th century. This is the enduring mystery of the Peking man bones. The story begins in the 1920s, when a Canadian anatomist named Davidson Black joined a multinational team exploring the Zhoukoudian cave system, about 30 miles southwest of Beijing. Local quarrymen had long known the site contained unusual bones and stone tools, but scientific excavation revealed something remarkable. Fossilized remains of Homo erectus pekinensis, a direct ancestor of modern humans, dating back roughly 750,000 years. Over the next decade, under the direction of Black and later Chinese paleontologist Pei Wenzhong, hundreds of fossil pieces were recovered. Skull caps, jaws, teeth, and limb bones from at least 40 individuals. These finds were revolutionary. They offered concrete evidence that human ancestors had lived in northern China for hundreds of thousands of years, adapting to Ice Age climates and developing tool use long before Homo sapiens emerged. Alongside the bones were thousands of stone tools and evidence of fire use, ash layers, charred bones, and burnt stone, pushing back the timeline for controlled use of fire in human history. For paleoanthropology, Peking man was a treasure trove. By the late 1930s, tensions in China had escalated into the Second Sino-Japanese War, part of the broader global conflict that became World War II. As Japanese forces approached Beijing, the scientists at the Peking Union Medical College and the Cenozoic Research Laboratory feared for the safety of their irreplaceable fossils. Plans were made to ship them to the United States for safekeeping until the war ended. The fossils were carefully packed into 2 wooden crates, cushioned with materials to protect them on the long journey, and entrusted to the U.S. Marine Corps for transport to the port of Qinhuangdao. From there, they were meant to be loaded onto a ship bound for the American Museum of Natural History in New York. Somewhere in that handover, the trail goes cold. The Marines transporting the crates were captured by Japanese forces in December 1941, just as war broke out between Japan and the United States. From that point onward, the fate of the Peking man fossils becomes a haze of rumor, conflicting testimonies, and dead ends. One theory is the simplest. The crates never left China. They may have been seized by the Japanese military, either destroyed in the chaos of war, or spirited away to Japan, where they could still be hidden in a private collection or institutional archive. Another theory holds that the crates did make it to the coast, but were loaded onto a vessel that was sunk by enemy action. The exact ship often identified as the SS President Harrison, which ran aground and was captured in the early days of the Pacific War. Some believe the fossils went down with it. Then there are the stranger claims. In the post-war years, rumors circulated that the crates had been buried somewhere in Beijing, possibly in the grounds of the US Embassy, or under what is now a parking lot. Others suggest they were hidden by well-meaning Chinese officials or locals to protect them, but the knowledge of their location was lost when those individuals died. In the 1970s and 80s, renewed searches were conducted. One even involved ground-penetrating radar at rumored burial sites, but nothing was found. The loss was, and still is, a devastating blow to science. Detailed casts of many of the bones had been made before the war, and these remain invaluable for study, but they can't reveal everything the originals could have. Modern techniques like CT scanning, isotopic analysis, and DNA extraction might have yielded insights into Homo erectus, diet, migration, and genetic relationships to other early humans. The chance to apply these methods to such a large and well-preserved sample has been lost for over 80 years. Some researchers have pointed out the eerie parallels to other cases where priceless artifacts vanished in wartime. The Amber Room of Tsarskoye Selo, looted by the Nazis, has never been found. Entire libraries and museum collections disappeared in bombings and looting sprees, their contents scattered across the globe. Could the Peking Man bones simply be another casualty of this cultural devastation, sitting unrecognized in a forgotten box in some archive? Even today, the story refuses to die. Every so often, a new lead emerges. A diary entry from a soldier, an offhand comment by a veteran, a hint from someone claiming family knowledge of the crates. None have panned out. The Chinese government has periodically renewed its appeal for information, framing the fossils as a national treasure of both scientific and cultural importance. International paleoanthropologists agree, if the bones still exist, they belong to all of humanity's story. The Peking Man site itself, at Zhoukoudian, remains active. Excavations resumed after the war and continue to this day, uncovering more tools, animal bones, and environmental evidence that add to our understanding of the world Homo erectus inhabited. But the original bones, the ones that could connect all those dots with unparalleled clarity, remain stubbornly absent. This absence fuels speculation. Were they deliberately destroyed to prevent them falling into enemy hands? Sold on the black market, where they might now sit in the vault of a private collector who doesn't grasp their significance? Or are they still buried, somewhere mundane and overlooked, waiting for an accident or a lucky tip to bring them to light again? For now, the crates that left Beijing in 1941 are like a ghost ship in the historical record, fully provisioned, their course plotted, but never arriving at their destination. Their loss is a reminder of how fragile even the most important discoveries can be, and how easily the tangible evidence of our deep past can slip beyond our reach. We turn to a mystery of a completely different kind, not one of missing fossils, but of a living language whose origins are just as elusive, the unique and ancient speech of the Basque people. In the rugged hills and green valleys straddling the Western Pyrenees, on the border of Spain and France, people speak a language unlike any other in Europe. It isn't related to Spanish, French, or any of the hundreds of Indo-European languages that dominate the continent. In fact, it isn't related to anything at all. This is Euskara, the language of the Basques, and it stands alone as one of the world's great linguistic enigmas. Euskara is what linguists call a language isolate. It has no proven relatives, no clear ancestor, no branch on the family tree of languages. Every other modern European language, from Icelandic to Russian, can ultimately be traced back to a common ancestor in the Indo-European family. But Euskara exists completely apart from that lineage, making it a living fossil of speech, one that seems to predate the linguistic waves that reshaped the rest of the continent. Its survival is extraordinary. The Basque country lies in a region long fought over by powerful empires. The Romans marched through, building roads and cities. The Visigoths ruled from the collapse of Rome until the Muslim conquest. The Moors advanced into the Iberian Peninsula, and later, the Spanish and French crowns absorbed the territory. Each of these brought dominant languages and cultures, yet Euskara persisted, spoken in homes, markets, and gatherings for millennia. What we know about its origins is surprisingly little. The earliest written examples of Euskara appear not in ancient stone inscriptions, but in medieval texts from around the 10th century, often embedded as single words or phrases in Latin documents. This is remarkably late for a language of its age, and it means we have no ancient records to trace its earlier form. Some scholars believe Euskara is the last remnant of the languages spoken in Western Europe before the spread of Indo-European tongues thousands of years ago, possibly even as far back as the Paleolithic, when hunter-gatherers roamed the region. Hints of this deep antiquity survive in place names. Across the Basque country and beyond, there are geographic names with roots that appear to be pre-Indo-European, suggesting that Euskara's ancestral form once covered a much larger area. Certain river names, mountain names, and ancient local terms don't fit into any Indo-European pattern, reinforcing the idea that the language, or its close relatives, may have once been widespread across parts of Europe. And yet, despite decades of study, linguists have not been able to tie Euskara definitively to any other known language. Over the years, theories have linked it to everything from the Berber languages of North Africa to distant Caucasian tongues like Georgian. Some of these ideas are based on superficial similarities in vocabulary or grammar, but none have held up under rigorous linguistic analysis. Each time a connection seems promising, the evidence turns out to be coincidental or too thin to be convincing. The mystery deepens when you consider how Euskara avoided extinction. Language isolates are often fragile, easily swept away by the dominance of larger language families. But the Basque people's geography worked in their favor. The mountains and valleys provided natural barriers, limiting the spread of outsiders' languages in rural areas. Even when surrounding regions adopted Latin during the Roman era, Euskara held on in the countryside. Later, under both Spanish and French rule, Basque communities maintained their linguistic identity through tight-knit social structures, oral traditions, and a strong sense of cultural pride. There are also tantalizing clues in archaeology and genetics. Studies of ancient DNA from the region show a degree of continuity between the populations of the late Neolithic and those living there today, suggesting that the Basques may be direct descendants of some of Europe's earliest farmers, or even of the last hunter-gatherers to adopt farming. If true, it would make sense that their language could be a holdover from a time before Indo-European expansion. However, language and genetics don't always align perfectly. People can adopt new languages without changing much genetically, and vice versa. Another eerie detail is how insulated Euskara seems to have been from linguistic borrowing, given its long history of contact with other languages. While it has absorbed words from Latin, Spanish, and French over the centuries, its core structure and vocabulary remain stubbornly independent. Its grammar is famously complex, featuring an ergative absolutive system that marks subjects and objects differently than most European languages, and a verb system with elaborate agreement markers. It's a structure that would feel completely foreign to speakers of English, French, or German, and it's one reason Euskara has been so resistant to classification. Without ancient inscriptions, we are left with speculation about how old the language truly is and how far back its roots go. Was Euskara already spoken in its current homeland when the first megaliths were raised in Europe? Was it the tongue of early farmers who spread from the Near East into the Atlantic fringe? Or does it stretch even further back, to the Ice Age refuges where small populations clung to survival along the coasts? We also don't know whether Euskara once had relatives that died out. It's possible that other pre-Indo-European languages once dotted the map of Western Europe, each eventually giving way to Latin or Celtic tongues, leaving Euskara as the last survivor. In that sense, it might not be truly unique in its origin, only in its persistence. For the Basque people themselves, the language is more than a puzzle for linguists. It's a living thread of identity. It carries oral traditions, songs, and cultural concepts that don't translate neatly into other languages. Its survival into the 21st century, despite centuries of political pressure and, at times, outright suppression, is a testament to the resilience of its speakers. And yet, for all this resilience, the riddle remains. Where did Euskara come from? Without older written records or a breakthrough in comparative linguistics, the answer may remain hidden in the deep past. Perhaps it is, as some have called it, Europe's linguistic fossil. A voice from a time before the rest of the continent spoke anything we'd recognize today. From a language that seems to have slipped through the cracks of history, we'll move next to a legend from the American Southwest, one that blends oral tradition, myth, and hints of ancient survival in ways that raise questions of their own. The story of the Hopi Ant people. In the high desert of the American Southwest, among mesas, canyons, and stretches of sun-baked earth, the Hopi people have carried their traditions forward for countless generations. Their oral history is vast, rich, and layered, full of ceremonial knowledge, clan stories, and explanations for how the world came to be as it is. Among these traditions, one stands out for its vivid imagery and uncanny parallels to other ancient global myths, the legend of the Ant people. According to Hopi tradition, humanity has lived through multiple worlds, each destroyed by some kind of cataclysm. The people of the first world perished in fire, sometimes interpreted as volcanic activity, sometimes as a celestial event. The second ended in ice, with glaciers or extreme winters covering the land. The third, the one most often recounted in connection with the Ant people, was brought down by a great flood. In each disaster, a few survivors were spared, and in the case of both the first and second cataclysms, these survivors owed their lives to the Ant people, who took them deep underground and sheltered them until it was safe to return to the surface. The descriptions of the Ant people are intriguing. In Hopi, they are called Anu Sinam, ant people, a name that immediately suggests physical or behavioral similarities to ants. Some versions of the story describe them as having lean, strong bodies and large heads, with eyes that shone in the dim light of their subterranean dwellings. Like real ants, they are said to have been industrious, cooperative, and capable of storing large supplies of food. In fact, one detail in the legend mentions that during the refuge period, the Ant people taught humans how to sprout seeds and preserve food in ways that would sustain them for long stretches underground. The underground element of the story connects in fascinating ways to the archaeological record of the Southwest. Across ancient Hopi settlements and other Puebloan cultures, we find kivas, ceremonial chambers built partly or entirely below ground. In Hopi cosmology, kivas are symbolic of the Sipapu, the place of emergence from the previous world to the current one. While kivas are used for ritual today, some researchers have speculated that the memory of emerging from underground after a disaster could have helped inspire their design. Then there are the cliff dwellings, like those at Mesa Verde or Cañón de Chelly. While archaeologists attribute these to later ancestral Puebloan adaptations for defense and resource control, the image of people sheltering in enclosed spaces carved into stone has an evocative echo of the Ant people's underground refuge. Whether intentional or coincidental, the parallels invite comparison. What makes the Ant people story especially captivating is its potential connection to global catastrophe myths. In the Hopi version, the third world was destroyed by a flood, and the survivors were those who had either taken shelter with the ant people or otherwise escaped to high ground. This mirrors the flood narratives told by cultures thousands of miles apart. The Mesopotamian flood of the Epic of Gilgamesh, the biblical Noah story, ancient Chinese deluge legends, and Aboriginal Australian accounts of rising seas. Could these be distant cultural memories of the same event, refracted through different traditions? If the flood element has some basis in real geological history, such as the rapid sea level rise after the last ice age or more localized catastrophic floods, then the ant people legend might encode details of how certain communities survived. The ant people themselves could be a symbolic stand-in for another group of humans who already lived in caves or subterranean spaces, perhaps due to climate or cultural practices, and who took in refugees during a crisis. Alternatively, they could represent the idea of cooperating with nature, adopting the ants' method of storing food and retreating underground when danger looms. Of course, in the absence of written records from the deep past, these interpretations remain speculative. Hopi oral history isn't just about recording literal events. It also conveys spiritual truths, moral lessons, and instructions for living in harmony with the world. In that sense, the ant people can also be understood as models of selflessness, discipline, and preparedness, traits that the Hopi view as essential for survival. Yet there are details that keep the literalist possibilities alive. Some versions of the legend note that the underground dwellings of the ant people were lit by an unknown source of light, allowing crops to be grown even beneath the surface. To modern ears, this sounds fantastical, but in storytelling traditions, such descriptions often point to something unusual enough in real life to inspire wonder. Was this simply a poetic way to describe the warmth and dim glow of firelight in enclosed spaces? Or is it a remnant of an old tale about meeting people who had technologies or techniques unfamiliar to the Hopi ancestors? The mystery deepens when you consider that the Hopi aren't the only Native American group with stories about beings who live underground and help humanity. The Zuni, another Puebloan people, have tales of emerging from an underworld to inhabit the present one. Navajo traditions also speak of earlier worlds and beings that guided humans during transitions. While the specifics differ, the recurrence of the underground refuge motif suggests a shared or parallel heritage of ideas. Adding yet another layer, some researchers outside mainstream archaeology have speculated about connections between the ant people legend and ancient migrations, even proposing that it preserves a memory of contact with peoples from distant lands. These theories are controversial, often lacking direct evidence, but they illustrate the allure of the mystery. If a group with unique cultural practices had indeed arrived in the Southwest millennia ago, could they have influenced the stories passed down to the Hopi? Still, the ant people remain elusive in the physical record. No archaeological discovery has definitively linked to their existence as described in Hopi lore. Instead, the traces we see, the kivas, the cliff dwellings, the subterranean storage pits, are interpreted through the lens of known cultures and their survival strategies in a challenging environment. The Hopi themselves, however, continue to tell the story as part of their living tradition, one that blends history, spirituality, and identity. It is this blending that makes the legend so compelling. It sits at the crossroads of myth and possible memory, of symbolic teaching and literal survival account. It challenges us to think about how knowledge is preserved when there are no written words, how stories can carry the essence of events across hundreds or thousands of years. Whether the ant people were supernatural helpers, human allies, or entirely allegorical, they endure in the Hopi worldview as keepers of an ancient pact to protect and guide humanity through its darkest times. And so the question lingers. Could there once have been a real people whose generosity and unique way of life were so vital in a time of crisis that their memory became immortalized as the ant people? Or are they an eternal reminder, built into Hopi tradition, that survival depends on cooperation, foresight, and harmony with the natural world? Our journey takes us far from the mesas of Arizona to the windswept coast of New England, where a single coin, out of place and out of time, raises its own set of questions about the reach of ancient travelers and the stories they left behind. In the quiet coastal town of Brooklyn, Maine, in 1957, an amateur archaeologist named Guy Melgren made a discovery that would become one of the most debated finds in North American archaeology. Melgren had been excavating at what was known as the Goddard Site, an old Native American settlement on a tidal peninsula, when he unearthed an unfamiliar silver coin among fragments of pottery, tools, and other artifacts. The site itself dated to around the 12th century, long before Europeans were thought to have ventured this far south along the Atlantic coast. When experts examined the coin, the surprise was immediate. It was Norwegian, struck during the reign of King Olaf Kyrre, between 1067 and 1093 AD. This placed it firmly in the Viking Age, the same period as the confirmed Norse settlement at L'Anse aux Meadows in Newfoundland. But Brooklyn, Maine is nearly 1,000 kilometers south of that site, far beyond any documented Norse exploration. Even more perplexing, it had been found in a context surrounded entirely by indigenous artifacts, with no sign of a Norse camp or settlement nearby. The Goddard site itself had been a seasonal encampment for Native Americans for centuries, used for fishing and gathering shellfish. Archaeologists determined that the coin was likely deposited there sometime around 1180 to 1235 AD, at least 80 years after it was minted. This suggested that, whatever its origin, it had already been in circulation for decades before arriving in Maine. How it made that journey remains one of the great mysteries. One theory is that the coin arrived through direct Norse contact. We know the Norse sailed from Greenland to Newfoundland, and possibly beyond, in small exploratory voyages. It's conceivable that a Norse trader or explorer could have reached the Gulf of Maine, bartered with local tribes, and left the coin behind. However, no physical evidence, no Norse tools, structures, or other artifacts has ever been found in the region to support such a visit. Another possibility is that the coin traveled hand to hand through a vast indigenous trade network. Archaeological evidence shows that pre-Columbian North America had far-reaching exchange systems, moving goods like obsidian, copper, and shells across thousands of miles. If the Norse traded with tribes in Newfoundland or Labrador, the coin might have slowly made its way south via trade, eventually ending up in Maine. Yet, even this scenario raises questions. Why is there only one Old World artifact of this kind ever found in the entire United States outside of Norse settlements in Greenland and Newfoundland? The uniqueness of the Maine penny is part of its allure. Unlike disputed artifacts, such as the Kensington runestone or the Vinland map, the coin itself is unquestionably authentic and properly dated. The mystery lies entirely in how it ended up where it did. Some have speculated about lost Norse expeditions, shipwrecks along the New England coast, or even long-forgotten mixed communities of Norse and native peoples. The circumstances of its discovery have also fueled debate. Melgren did not immediately recognize the significance of the coin, and it sat in his collection for years before being formally identified. While some critics have suggested it could have been a modern plant, most experts agree the archaeological context was genuine. The Maine State Museum, which houses the coin today, maintains that it was found exactly as reported, in situ with other indigenous materials from the Goddard site. Adding to the intrigue, similar medieval European coins have turned up in unexpected places elsewhere in North America, though most of those cases have been traced to modern losses or hoaxes. The Maine penny stands apart because of its secure archaeological provenance and its fit within the timeline of Norse exploration. Still, it's the only piece of hard evidence suggesting a connection between the Norse and the indigenous peoples of what is now the northeastern United States. Some scholars have tried to tie the penny to Norse sagas describing voyages to Vinland and beyond. These texts mention regions with plentiful resources, warmer climates, and interactions, sometimes hostile, with native peoples. If the Norse did sail as far as Maine, the environment would have matched the saga's descriptions better than the harsher conditions of Newfoundland. But the sagas are not precise maps, and their blending of fact and myth makes them difficult to use as hard evidence. There's also the matter of King Olaf Kyrre's reign itself. Olaf was known for a relatively peaceful period in Norway's history, focusing on trade and internal development, rather than large-scale raiding. Coins minted during his time were not common in Greenland. The Norse colony there relied more on barter than coinage. This raises another puzzle. Was the main penny brought over directly from Norway on a rare voyage, or had it already been moving among Norse communities for years before crossing the Atlantic? Decades of searching have turned up no second coin, no accompanying Norse artifacts, no ship remains, and no other definitive proof of direct contact. And yet, that single silver disc continues to quietly suggest a link, however tenuous, between two worlds we rarely imagine meeting so far south, before Columbus. It's that singularity that keeps the main penny in the spotlight of historical mystery. A lone 11th century Norwegian coin, resting for centuries in the soil of a Native American fishing camp, stands as either a tantalizing clue to a forgotten voyage or a testament to the extraordinary reach of indigenous trade networks. Without more evidence, we may never know which is true. And as we leave the windswept coast of Maine behind, our next mystery takes us halfway across the world, to the ruins of one of the world's earliest great urban civilizations, where a small bronze statue still dances in defiance of 4,500 years of silence. When archaeologists first uncovered the tiny bronze figure now known as the Dancing Girl in 1926, it was in the midst of the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro, one of the great urban centers of the Indus Valley civilization. This city, thriving around 2500 BC, was already rewriting history with its precise urban planning, standardized weights and measures, and complex drainage systems. Yet, amidst the bricks, pottery, and seals, this 10.5 centimeter statue stood out immediately. She wasn't a generic religious idol or a simple decorative trinket. She had attitude. The figure shows a young woman, naked except for a profusion of bangles climbing nearly to her shoulder, a necklace, and a small pigtail resting on her shoulder. One hand rests on her hip. The other hangs loosely at her side. Her head tilts slightly upward, and her stance, weight on one leg, hip pushed out, is self-assured, almost defiant. It's a posture that feels shockingly modern for a piece cast over 4,000 years ago. The craftsmanship was no accident. She was made using the lost wax casting technique, a method that involves creating a wax model, covering it in clay, firing it so the wax melts away, and then pouring molten metal into the cavity. This was advanced technology for the time, especially for such a small but detailed object. The Indus Valley people clearly had skilled metalworkers, and this piece proves they could produce art as sophisticated as any Bronze Age culture. Her jewelry also tells a story. The abundance of bangles, probably made from different materials in real life, hints at social or cultural significance. Bangles in South Asia have long been associated with femininity, status, and sometimes even marital status. The necklace and hair detail add to the sense that this figure was meant to be specific, not generic. But who was she? Was this a portrait of a real woman? Perhaps a performer, a high-status individual, or someone important to the artist? Or was she a symbolic representation of dance, youth, or vitality? The Indus Valley civilization left behind no deciphered written records to explain their art. Their script, found on seals and tablets, remains unreadable, so we have no contemporary explanation for the figure's purpose. Her confident pose raises further questions. Ancient depictions of women often followed rigid artistic conventions. Modest, symmetrical, formal. The dancing girl breaks those rules. She's informal, asymmetrical, and dynamic. That has led some scholars to see her as evidence of a culture that valued performance arts or had social spaces where such expressions were appreciated. Others think she may have had a religious role, perhaps connected to fertility or ritual dance. One of the more intriguing aspects is how little else like her has been found. Mohenjo-daro and Harappa have yielded plenty of figurines, but most are terracotta, not metal, and few carry this same sense of personality. The style doesn't seem to continue into later South Asian art traditions either, which suggests she may represent a unique artistic moment or even a single artisan's vision, lost when the civilization declined. The context of her discovery also matters. She was found in a house, not a temple or public space, suggesting she might have been a personal possession rather than a communal or religious object. This could mean she was a cherished ornament, perhaps even a toy, though her fine craftsmanship argues against something meant for children. The mystery deepens when we consider what else was happening in the world in 2500 BC. Egypt was building pyramids, Mesopotamia was refining its cuneiform writing, and yet here, in the Indus Valley, people were producing art that seems almost out of step with the more rigid iconography of other civilizations. Could the dancing girl be evidence that the Indus people had different cultural priorities, perhaps more egalitarian or expressive in certain spheres? Some researchers have tried to connect her to later Indian dance traditions like Bharatanatyam or Odissi, noting similarities in posture. But the gap of millennia and the collapse of the Indus cities make this link speculative. Without a written tradition to bridge that time, any direct connection is uncertain. Her very survival is also remarkable. Bronze is valuable and easily melted down for reuse, especially in ancient times when metal was scarce. The fact that this figure remained intact and was ultimately buried, perhaps deliberately, means someone valued it enough to keep it whole. Adding to the mystery is the absence of clear parallels in neighboring cultures. Mesopotamian bronzes of the era tend to be more formal and less individualized. Egyptian art of the time is highly stylized. The dancing girl's realism and attitude put her in a category of her own. We also can't ignore the broader mystery of the Indus Valley civilization itself. Despite being one of the world's great ancient cultures, we know astonishingly little about their political structures, religion, or daily life. Their cities show signs of sophisticated governance, but their collapse around 1900 BC is still debated. Climate change, shifting rivers, or outside invasions have all been suggested. If the civilization had continued, perhaps the artistic tradition she represents would have flourished, and we'd have more examples to study. Instead, she stands alone, a bronze survivor from a vanished world, raising more questions than she answers. Was she meant to inspire, to commemorate? Or is she simply the work of an artisan capturing a fleeting image from life? Whatever her origin, she bridges an immense gap of time, showing us that individuality and artistic confidence are not modern inventions. And as we move from the crowded streets of Mohenjo-daro to our next mystery, we'll leave behind this single self-assured figure, still frozen mid-pose after 4,500 years, and travel to a different ancient landscape, where graves carved into salt-rich hills reveal a civilization whose wealth and connections stretched across Europe. High in the Austrian Alps, the serene lakeside village of Hallstatt hides one of the richest archaeological sites in all of Europe, a vast Iron Age cemetery tied to an ancient culture whose name it now bears. Between roughly 800 and 500 BC, more than 1,000 men, women, and children were laid to rest here, many with grave goods so diverse and valuable that they map a web of trade stretching from the Mediterranean to the Baltic. Yet for all their wealth and craftsmanship, the people of Hallstatt left behind no written record, and their political structure, cultural identity, and even the extent of their influence remain shrouded in mystery. The reason Hallstatt existed at all, in such an unlikely mountain location, was salt. Just above the village lies one of the oldest continually worked salt mines in the world. To ancient peoples, salt was as valuable as gold, essential for preserving food, a key to survival through harsh winters, and a trade commodity prized by distant cultures. Control of these mines gave the Hallstatt elite both the means and the leverage to become a powerful center in the European Iron Age. The cemetery reflects this. Burials include ornate bronze and iron weapons, imported pottery, amber from the Baltic coast, coral from the Mediterranean, and even glass beads that may have traveled from as far as the Near East. Some graves are so richly furnished that archaeologists can identify them as belonging to high-status individuals, perhaps chieftains, traders, or clan leaders. The presence of fine Greek and Etruscan ceramics among the grave goods is particularly striking, as it shows that Hallstatt's connections reached well into the classical world centuries before Rome's rise. This was not a remote, isolated mountain community. It was a node in a vast and dynamic network of commerce, ideas, and influence. Yet the sheer scale of Hallstatt's wealth raises questions. How did a settlement in such a rugged location exert influence over regions hundreds of miles away? Did they control the trade routes directly, sending caravans along alpine passes, or did they work through a chain of intermediary cultures? And how centralized was this power? Was there a ruling dynasty controlling the salt mines, or a looser coalition of powerful families bound together by mutual interests? The burials themselves offer tantalizing clues, but no definitive answers. In some, warriors are interred with finely crafted swords and helmets, suggesting a martial elite. In others, women are buried with elaborate jewelry, bronze fibulae, belt hooks, and amber necklaces, indicating status and possibly control over social or ritual life. Children, too, are buried with valuable goods, hinting at hereditary privilege. Yet, without inscriptions or surviving records, we can't connect these individuals to names, stories, or deeds. They remain anonymous, their identities erased by time. The absence of writing is one of Hallstatt's enduring mysteries. By the early Iron Age, many Mediterranean cultures had developed writing systems, and trade brought Hallstatt into contact with them. Yet there is no evidence the Hallstatt people adopted writing for their own use. Was literacy confined to the Mediterranean elites they traded with? Or did the Hallstatt people have some form of record-keeping on perishable materials that simply didn't survive? Equally intriguing is the cemetery's mixture of local and foreign goods. Baltic amber could only have arrived through extensive trade networks, possibly along river systems like the Danube. The coral and Greek pottery suggest links across the Alps into the Po Valley and down into Italy. Some iron weapons appear to have been locally made, showing high skill in metallurgy, while others reflect styles from far-off cultures. This blend of influences raises the possibility that Hallstatt wasn't just exporting salt, but importing artisans, warriors, and perhaps even ideas from across Europe. The graves also reflect changing fashions and technologies over time. Early burials emphasize bronze objects, while later ones show an increasing use of iron. This shift parallels broader technological changes across Iron Age Europe, yet in Hallstatt, it also seems tied to shifts in social organization. More weapons in later graves could point to increased conflict or the growing importance of warrior status in society. For all the cemetery reveals, there are unsettling absences. Many artifacts are high-quality imports, but we find few direct clues about Hallstatt's own cultural output beyond their metalwork and distinctive art styles. Their artwork, characterized by geometric motifs and stylized animal forms, hints at a shared symbolic language, but without written explanation, its meaning is speculative. Did these designs mark clan affiliation, spiritual beliefs, or personal achievement? We simply don't know. Then there's the question of Hallstatt's decline. Around 500 BC, the Hallstatt culture gave way to what archaeologists call the Laten culture, centered further to the northwest. The transition seems gradual in some areas, abrupt in others. There's no clear evidence of invasion or catastrophic collapse in Hallstatt itself, yet its prominence fades from the archaeological record. Was it a case of economic shifts? New trade routes bypassing the Alps, perhaps? Or political change within the region? Or did environmental factors, like mine exhaustion or climate fluctuations, play a role? Even the salt mines add their own mysteries. Archaeological work inside them has uncovered well-preserved organic materials, leather shoes, wooden tools, and even pieces of fabric, thanks to the preservative power of salt. These finds give us rare insight into daily life, showing that Hallstatt's people dressed in finely woven textiles, used advanced tools, and worked in organized teams underground. Yet the mines also contain layers of abandoned workings, suggesting periods when mining halted. Were these pauses due to resource depletion, labor shortages, or wider disruptions in the Hallstatt world? The eerie silence of the written record leaves us with only these material clues. Together, they sketch a picture of a wealthy, outward-looking culture, deeply connected to its environment, yet far from isolated. The Hallstatt Cemetery captures this duality. Local traditions blended with foreign luxury, rooted in alpine salt, but reaching across the continent. As we stand among the graves today, it's hard not to wonder about the lives behind the artifacts. Who drank from the imported Greek cups? Who wore the amber beads? What alliances or rivalries spanned the mountain passes? Without names, we can't reconstruct their biographies, but the richness of their material world insists that they were active participants in the great currents of Iron Age Europe. And then there's the lingering question: how far did their influence truly extend? The goods in their graves suggest a reach from the North Sea to the Mediterranean, but were they known and feared even further afield? Did tales of the salt lords of the Alps travel as far as the halls of Etruscan kings or the courts of Greek city-states? For now, Hallstatt's people remain both intimately familiar. We can picture their clothes, their tools, their meals, and profoundly alien, their voices lost to time. We can trace the paths their goods traveled, but not the stories they told along the way. And so, the graves above the salt mines remain more than archaeological treasures. They are open-ended chapters in a story still waiting to be told. Our journey moves next to the humid lowlands of Mesoamerica, where enormous stone heads, each with a unique face, stare out from the past. Guardians of another culture whose origins and purpose still spark debate today. In the humid lowlands of Mexico's Gulf Coast, scattered across the states of Veracruz and Tabasco, stand some of the most iconic and perplexing monuments of the ancient Americas, the Olmec colossal heads. The first was uncovered in the 1860s at Tres Zapotes, its massive, rounded features staring blankly through centuries of soil and vegetation. Since then, archaeologists have identified 17 of these monumental sculptures, each unique, each unmistakably human, and each raising more questions than it answers. The Olmec civilization, often called Mesoamerica's mother culture, flourished between roughly 1200 and 400 BC. Long before the rise of the Maya or the Aztec, the Olmec established complex urban centers like San Lorenzo, La Venta, and Tres Zapotes. They practiced large-scale agriculture, engaged in long-distance trade, and developed an artistic style that would influence Mesoamerican culture for centuries. Yet, they left no known written history we can fully read, making their surviving monuments our primary clues. And none of those clues are more striking than the colossal heads. These sculptures are carved from massive basalt boulders, some weighing up to 40 tons. The stone itself was sourced from the Tuxtla Mountains, as much as 50 miles from the sites where the heads now rest. Without wheels, beasts of burden, or metal tools, moving these enormous blocks across rivers, swamps, and forests would have been a logistical feat that still boggles the mind. Experimental archaeology suggests the process might have involved dragging the boulders on sledges over prepared earthen causeways or rafting them along waterways. Whatever the method, it demanded a staggering investment of labor and coordination. Up close, the individuality of each head becomes apparent. The faces are distinct, with varying expressions, facial proportions, and headgear styles. Some have downturned mouths, others a slight smile. Some wear close-fitting helmets with chin straps, others elaborate headdresses. The level of detail, from carved ear spools to the folds of the eyelids, suggests that these were portraits, likely of real people. Most scholars believe they represent Olmec rulers, immortalized in stone as symbols of authority and lineage. Others have speculated they might depict ball players, given the similarity of their headgear to the protective helmets used in the Mesoamerican ball game. The sheer scale and permanence of these monuments speak to their cultural importance. Creating a single head would have required not just skilled artisans, but also the ability to command and sustain large work crews, plan long-term projects, and marshal resources over vast distances. In a society without draft animals or modern machinery, such undertakings were as much about demonstrating political power as they were about artistic expression. Yet for all their grandeur, the heads raise as many questions as they answer. If they are portraits of rulers, why so few? Were these the only leaders considered worthy of such honor? Or have countless others been lost to time? How were the subjects chosen? And what did the heads mean to the people who lived alongside them? And perhaps most puzzling, why were some of the heads deliberately buried or toppled in antiquity, only to be rediscovered millennia later? Some archaeologists believe the heads were part of broader ceremonial complexes. At San Lorenzo, for example, they were arranged alongside other monumental sculptures, including thrones and altars. The heads may have been displayed in public spaces, perhaps marking political boundaries or serving as focal points for rituals. In other cases, their placement suggests they were meant to face outward from ceremonial centers, as if watching over or guarding the surrounding lands. Adding to the mystery is the abrupt decline of Olmec centers around 400 BC. San Lorenzo had already fallen centuries earlier, its monuments defaced and buried. La Venta, the last major Olmec capital, was abandoned not long after. The reasons remain debated: environmental changes, shifting trade networks, internal unrest. Whatever the cause, the colossal heads endured, silent witnesses to a vanished culture. There are even theories, more speculative in nature, that connect the head's features to distant populations. Some observers have noted broad noses and full lips, leading to controversial suggestions of transoceanic contact. Mainstream archaeology rejects such claims, pointing out that these features fall well within the range of indigenous Mesoamerican diversity. Still, the lifelike individuality of the heads continues to fuel debate about who exactly the Olmec were and how their society functioned. The heads also sit at the center of an intriguing technological puzzle. The basalt was shaped with stone tools, yet the precision of the carving, smooth curves, clean lines, and intricate details rivals work done in later cultures with metal implements. The process would have been slow and labor-intensive, likely involving repeated pecking, grinding, and polishing over many months or even years. That the Olmec invested so much time and effort into each head underscores their significance. Another unanswered question is whether the 17 known heads are all that remain. Given the Olmec's centuries-long dominance and the durability of basalt, it's possible others lie buried in unexplored sites or under layers of jungle growth. Past discoveries have often been accidental, made during agricultural work or construction. Every new head found has added fresh details to the puzzle and hinted at just how much more might be waiting. Even the heads we know have stories layered into their surfaces. Many show signs of recarving, as if later generations modified them to suit new purposes. Some may have started life as throne-like monuments before being reshaped into heads. Others bear damage that appears deliberate, possibly part of ritual deactivation when a ruler died or a city fell. These traces suggest that the heads were not static memorials, but dynamic objects, reinterpreted and repurposed across centuries. And then there's the enduring question of why the Olmec chose heads, and only heads, as the dominant form for such monumental portraiture. While other Olmec art includes full-body figures, masks, and complex scenes, the colossal heads stand apart in scale and focus. Was the face seen as the essence of identity and authority? Were the heads intended to embody the spirit of their subjects, ensuring their continued presence among the living? For modern visitors, encountering a colossal head in person is a humbling experience. The sheer mass of basalt, the careful shaping of each feature, and the knowledge of the immense human effort behind it create a sense of connection across more than 2 millennia. These sculptures are at once deeply personal, unique faces frozen in time, and profoundly public, symbols of a civilization's ability to organize, create, and endure. Yet, in the absence of written records, much about the heads remains speculative. We can trace the basalt back to its source, map the routes it might have traveled, and reconstruct the tools and techniques used to shape it. We can compare the faces, note recurring motifs in the headdresses, and situate the monuments within Olmec ceremonial centers. But the central questions, who these people were, why they were immortalized in stone, and what messages their creators intended, remain unanswered. The colossal heads of the Olmec stand as both triumphs of ancient artistry and tantalizing riddles of the past. They remind us that even the most tangible artifacts can hold mysteries that resist resolution, challenging us to see not just what is carved in stone, but what has been lost between the lines. And from the basalt plains of Veracruz and Tabasco, our path leads on to another enigma of cultural contact. A strange account from Edo period Japan, where a mysterious foreign vessel and its unusual passenger sparked rumors that still echo 2 centuries later. In the early 19th century, Japan was deep in the Edo period, an era defined by political stability, rigid social order, and strict isolation from the outside world. Foreign contact was heavily restricted under the Sakoku policy, meaning that the arrival of any foreign vessel was a rare and notable event. It's against this backdrop that one of Japan's most intriguing and perplexing historical mysteries emerged, the story of the Utsuro Bune, or Hollow Ship. The year was 1803, when villagers along the coast of Hitachi province, in what is now Ibaraki prefecture, reported something highly unusual. A strange craft drifted ashore, unlike anything they had ever seen. Edo period records, including Toen Shosetsu and Ume no Chiri, give detailed accounts of the encounter. The vessel was said to be a round, hollow structure about 3 to 5 meters high and over 5 meters in diameter, shaped somewhat like a pot or an incense burner. The lower half was reinforced with metal plates, something unusual for Japanese shipbuilding at the time, while the upper half had windows made of glass or crystal, covered by protective bars, and a sealant of resin. From the top, curious villagers peered in to find an even stranger sight. A young woman, estimated to be around 20 years old, with pale skin, red or light hair, and unusual facial features. She wore elegant, unfamiliar clothing made from fine fabrics the locals could not identify. Most striking of all, she clutched a small ornate box, roughly 60 centimeters in length, which she refused to let anyone touch. Multiple versions of the account stress this detail. She kept the box close to her at all times, even when gesturing or speaking. The woman's language was unintelligible to the villagers, and the writing on the interior walls of the craft and on her belongings was unlike any known Japanese script or foreign writing familiar to scholars of the time. The records describe looping, flowing characters that bore no resemblance to Chinese kanji or Western alphabets. The official accounts include illustrations of the vessel and its passenger, and what's fascinating is that these drawings, preserved in different manuscripts, are remarkably consistent. In an era without photography and with limited communication between regions, such consistency suggests that either the story was widely circulated in a faithful form or that there was indeed some common basis in reality. As for the vessel itself, historians and maritime scholars have puzzled over its description for decades. Its metal-plated lower section and the tight ceiling suggest it could have been designed for rough seas, perhaps even to float for extended periods without capsizing. Yet no known Japanese, Chinese, or European vessel of the period matches its dimensions and shape. Some have proposed that it could have been a lifeboat or escape craft from a larger foreign ship. Others point to its design as resembling no seagoing craft at all, instead looking almost ceremonial or symbolic. The woman's refusal to part with her box adds another layer to the enigma. Folk interpretations claim it may have held the head of a deceased lover, tying the Utsurobune story to older Japanese legends of tragic romances and exile. Others speculate it could have been a religious artifact, a diplomatic gift gone astray, or even a navigational or technological device unknown to Edo Japan, because no one could open it. And because the woman disappeared from the record after the encounter, the box's contents remain purely speculative. Skeptics argue that the Utsurobune may have been a piece of creative fiction, part of the Edo period genre of strange tales that blended reported events with literary embellishment. Supporters of this view note that Japan at the time was fascinated by stories of the unusual and foreign, and the isolationist policy meant such tales had a special allure. However, the sheer number of independent written versions, and the technical detail in their descriptions, keeps the possibility alive that the account was based on an actual incident. For more unconventional theorists, the Utsurobune has been placed in the same category as modern UFO reports. The craft's unfamiliar design, the strange symbols, the mysterious passenger, all fit comfortably into the narrative of an encounter with something beyond ordinary human technology. Of course, there is no concrete evidence to connect the 1803 event to anything extraterrestrial, but the parallels are compelling enough that the story is regularly mentioned in UFO literature. It's also worth noting that maritime currents in the Pacific could feasibly carry a small vessel from places like Russia's Far East, the Aleutian Islands, or even parts of North America to Japan's eastern coast. Some researchers have suggested the woman may have been from a remote indigenous community or a distant European outpost, cast adrift after a shipwreck. In this scenario, the box could have contained personal valuables or survival tools. Still, the specifics of the craft's construction remain difficult to reconcile with known designs from any of those regions. What happened after the encounter is also hazy. In most versions, the villagers, uncertain of what to do and wary of violating isolationist laws, eventually returned the woman and her vessel to the sea, letting the currents carry her away. Whether she made it back to her origin point or met her end in the Pacific is something we will never know. The absence of any follow-up accounts in later records deepens the mystery. Was this a one-off anomaly, or just the only case that was documented in such detail? The Utsurobune incident has remained a source of fascination in Japan and abroad, precisely because it sits at the intersection of folklore, maritime history, and unexplained phenomena. The illustrations offer a tangible hook, the kind of visual cue that keeps a story alive across centuries. The written descriptions, rich in detail yet offering no resolution, invite endless speculation. Even today, visitors to Ibaraki Prefecture can find museums and local displays that reference the story, blending the historical record with the legend. Whether it was a foreign castaway, an experimental craft from an unknown source, or something stranger still, the Utsurobune stands as one of Japan's most enduring and unexplained maritime encounters. A mystery set adrift in history, never to return to shore. We now turn to another artifact of exploration, a map from the 16th century that appears to depict lands across the Atlantic with uncanny accuracy, long before official histories say they were charted. In the mid-16th century, a peculiar document appeared in Venice that would puzzle historians and cartographers for centuries, the Zeno map. Published in 1558 by Niccolò Zeno, the map came with an accompanying narrative claiming it was based on the letters and voyage records of his ancestors, the Venetian brothers Niccolò and Antonio Zeno, who supposedly sailed the far North Atlantic in the late 14th century, long before Columbus's famous journey west. The accompanying text told a tale of exploration that stretched credulity for its time. According to the younger Niccolò, his ancestors had departed from Venice around the 1380s and entered the service of a prince named Zichmani, ruler of an otherwise unknown island nation in the northern seas. From there, they ventured to Greenland, the Faroes, Iceland, and even lands far to the west that many have interpreted as parts of North America. In an era when Europeans were only just beginning to piece together the true scope of the Atlantic, the Zeno map's level of detail seemed extraordinary. At first glance, the map blends the speculative geography of the 16th century with strikingly accurate depictions of certain regions. Greenland, for example, is shown in a roughly correct position and shape. A remarkable feat, considering that most maps of the time rendered it either distorted or wildly misplaced. To the west, a large, vaguely continental mass appears, interpreted by some as a representation of the Canadian Maritimes or even Newfoundland. Between these known points, however, lie several phantom islands, places with exotic names like Friesland, Icaria, and Estataland, none of which appear on modern charts. The central mystery of the Zeno map revolves around how such knowledge could have been available decades before the accepted timeline of transatlantic exploration. If the Zeno brothers truly sailed these routes in the 14th century, it would mean that Venetian navigators reached parts of the New World almost a century before Columbus, and that their discoveries were largely forgotten until Niccolò Zeno the Younger resurrected them in print. Skeptics have long argued that the entire account might be a fabrication, or at least a creative retelling based on other sources. One possibility is that the younger Zeno pieced together his map from contemporary Portuguese charts and Norse sagas, then inserted his family into the narrative for prestige. Some features on the Zeno map closely resemble cartographic knowledge circulating in the 1500s, suggesting a blend of genuine contemporary information and older, possibly mythical material. Yet certain details resist easy dismissal. The depiction of Greenland's east coast aligns with what Norse settlers and sailors could have known before their colonies in the Western settlement vanished in the early 1400s. The presence of Estataland and Drogeo in the narrative, lands described with resources and populations reminiscent of parts of North America, echoes descriptions from Norse sagas about Vinland and other Western territories. Could the Zeno map preserve echoes of genuine pre-Columbian voyages by Europeans other than the Norse? The inclusion of phantom islands complicates matters further. Friesland, one of the largest and most prominent on the map, persisted in European cartography for over a century, despite no physical evidence of its existence. Some historians see Friesland as a cartographic error, perhaps a misinterpretation of Iceland, while others view it as a conflation of multiple smaller islands. Its persistence, however, hints that mapmakers believed they were working from credible sources, even if those sources were themselves flawed or secondhand. Adding to the intrigue is the figure of Prince Zichmni. No such ruler is known from historical records, yet the narrative paints him as a powerful maritime leader commanding fleets capable of long-range voyages. Some scholars have speculated that Zichmni might have been a distorted reference to an actual ruler in the Orkney or Shetland Islands, regions where Norse influence persisted into the 15th century. If so, the Zeno brothers' alleged service to him could represent a Venetian-Norse link that facilitated the sharing of Atlantic exploration knowledge. For supporters of the map's authenticity, the story fits into a broader pattern of overlooked or forgotten voyages. Just as Norse settlement at L'Anse aux Meadows in Newfoundland remained unknown to modern historians until its rediscovery in the 20th century, so too might the Zeno expedition have slipped through the cracks of recorded history. If the voyage did occur, the political and economic priorities of the time, particularly Venice's focus on Mediterranean trade, may have meant little incentive to publicize or follow up on discoveries in the distant and inhospitable North Atlantic. Critics counter that the timing of the map's publication in 1558 is suspicious. By then, European interest in Atlantic exploration was high, and maps with supposed ancient or alternative claims to discovery could be used to stake political or commercial advantages. Presenting the Zeno family as precursors to Columbus may have been a way to assert Venetian prestige in the competitive landscape of Renaissance geopolitics. The enduring fascination with the Zeno map lies in its ambiguous blend of accuracy, fantasy, and possible hidden history. It contains just enough plausible detail to invite serious consideration, while also including enough anomalies to keep its origins shrouded in doubt. Was it a genuine record of a forgotten 14th century Venetian voyage, an artful compilation of Norse and Portuguese knowledge, or a Renaissance-era invention designed to enhance family reputation? No definitive answer has emerged, and perhaps none ever will. The original documents that Niccolo Zeno the Younger claimed to base his work on are long gone, leaving only his map and narrative as evidence. What remains is an artifact that straddles the line between history and legend, a tantalizing suggestion that the story of European exploration in the North Atlantic may be far richer and far stranger than we currently believe. And from a map that may or may not chart forgotten voyages, we move to the enduring question of whether one of history's most celebrated kings was ever a real man at all. The story of King Arthur is perhaps Britain's most enduring national legend, a tapestry woven of heroism, chivalry, betrayal, and the defense of the realm. But beneath the medieval romances, shining armor, and round-table ideals lies a far more elusive question. Did Arthur actually exist? Or is he a literary creation stitched together from scraps of older tales, political propaganda, and cultural memory? Our journey into Arthur's origins begins not in the pages of Le Morte d'Arthur, but in the chaotic centuries after the collapse of Roman rule in Britain. Around the early 5th century CE, Rome withdrew its troops and administrators from the province of Britannia, leaving the native Britons to fend for themselves against waves of new threats. Picts from the north, Irish raiders from the west, and most pressingly, Saxon settlers and warriors from across the North Sea. This was a time of fragmentation and shifting alliances, when local warlords rose and fell quickly, and when chroniclers were few. It is within this shadowy era that Arthur's name, or something like it, begins to flicker into the record. The earliest surviving reference to an Arthur-like figure appears not in a detailed biography, but as a brief mention in a Welsh poem known as Y Gododdin, thought to date from around the 6th or 7th century. In it, a warrior's bravery is praised as being no less than that of Arthur, suggesting that Arthur was already known as a paragon of martial valor. A slightly later source, the Historia Brittonum, compiled in the 9th century by a Welsh monk named Nennius, lists Arthur not as a king, but as a dux bellorum, a war leader who fought alongside various British kings against the Saxons, winning 12 battles in all. These victories, capped by the climactic Battle of Mount Badon, are described in sweeping terms, though no specific dates or locations are firmly tied to them. By the 10th century, the Annales Cambriae, Welsh annals, record that the Battle of Badon occurred around 516 CE, and that Arthur bore the image of the Virgin Mary on his shoulders and was victorious. They also note Arthur's death at the Battle of Camlan, and there was great mortality in Britain and Ireland, though again, the details are minimal. There are no contemporary inscriptions, letters, or eyewitness accounts. This gap between the supposed events and the written records, often centuries long, is one of the central challenges in separating Arthur the man from Arthur the myth. The high medieval period saw Arthur's legend expand dramatically. Geoffrey of Monmouth's Historia Regum Britannia, History of the Kings of Britain, written in the 12th century, transformed Arthur into a fully fleshed monarch, complete with a noble lineage, a vast empire stretching into Gaul, and a court filled with knights, quests, and political intrigue. Geoffrey also introduced elements like Merlin the Wizard and the sword Caliburn, later Excalibur, blending local tradition with his own inventions. French and English poets soon added Lancelot, Guinevere's tragic love story, the Holy Grail, and the chivalric code, embellishments that gave us the Arthur most people think of today. But Geoffrey's work was as much historical romance as history, and its influence has often blurred the line between fact and fiction. Archaeological evidence for Arthur is elusive. Sites across Britain are linked to his name. From Cadbury Castle in Somerset, thought by some to be the model for Camelot, to Tintagel in Cornwall, where a 5th or 6th century elite settlement has been uncovered. At Tintagel, the discovery of the so-called Artagnu stone in 1998, inscribed with a name that vaguely resembles Arthur, fueled speculation, but most scholars caution that the connection is tenuous. Even Mount Baden's location remains uncertain. Candidates range from Bath to sites in Wiltshire or Dorset, but none can be definitively tied to the historical battle. The core mystery lies in Arthur's identity. If he existed, who was he? Some historians suggest he might have been a Romano-British military commander, defending remnants of Roman order against Saxon expansion. Others propose that Arthur could be a composite figure, merging the deeds of several leaders over decades into one heroic persona. A few go further, arguing that he may have been entirely legendary, a cultural symbol created to embody resistance and unity during centuries of foreign pressure. There are tantalizing anomalies. The name Arthur itself was rare in early medieval Britain, yet it appears in several noble lineages in Wales and Cornwall within a century or two of the supposed Arthur's time. Was this a sign of admiration for a real hero, or the spread of a myth that became an aspirational namesake? And why do none of the near-contemporary chroniclers of the Saxons, such as Gildas, mention him by name, even when discussing the era's conflicts in detail? Modern theories range widely. Some tie Arthur to specific historical figures like Ambrosius Aurelianus, a Romano-British leader praised by Gildas. Others see him as linked to Lucius Artorius Castus, a Roman officer who served in Britain centuries earlier, whose career may have inspired later legends. Folklorists note that elements of the Arthur story, a sword and a stone, a magical protector, a fatal final battle, appear in Celtic mythology long before the 5th century, hinting that Arthur could be the adaptation of an older mythic archetype. The legend's enduring power may lie precisely in this ambiguity. Arthur is simultaneously a man who might have commanded armies, a king who might have ruled a realm, and a symbol who never needed to exist to inspire. The physical traces are faint, but the cultural footprint is enormous, stretching from medieval manuscripts to modern novels, films, and even political rhetoric. And so, we're left with a figure who stands at the crossroads of history and myth, his shadow cast over real battles and imagined quests alike. Was Arthur a flesh and blood war leader whose deeds grew in the telling? A fusion of multiple heroes distilled into a single name for the sake of national identity? Or a purely literary invention, given life by poets and chroniclers who needed a champion for their stories? Whatever the truth, the quest for Arthur continues, in library archives, on windswept hill forts, and in the imaginations of those who can't quite let go of the hope that somewhere, under centuries of legend, there lies a real man whose courage sparked 1,000 years of storytelling. And from Britain's mist-shrouded hills, we turn to a mystery from the ancient world involving a sacred relic whose fate has eluded seekers for millennia. For centuries, the Ark of the Covenant has stood as one of the most enigmatic and sought-after relics in human history. In the biblical tradition, it was the most sacred object of the Israelites. A chest overlaid with gold, with 2 golden cherubim facing each other, on its lid known as the mercy seat. Inside, according to the Book of Exodus, were the stone tablets of the 10 Commandments, Aaron's rod, and a pot of manna. But beyond being a container for holy relics, the Ark was believed to be the physical dwelling place of God's presence on earth, a source of immense spiritual and perhaps even supernatural power. Wherever the Ark went, the biblical accounts say, it brought victory, protection, and sometimes even devastation. Its role in the early history of Israel was anything but ceremonial. According to Scripture, the Ark accompanied the Israelites on their journey through the wilderness after the Exodus from Egypt. It led them into battle, was carried across the Jordan River as the waters parted, and was present during the collapse of the walls of Jericho. It rested in the tabernacle during the time of the Judges, and later in the first temple built by King Solomon in Jerusalem. In the biblical narrative, It was the beating heart of Israel's faith, politics, and identity. Then, abruptly, it vanishes from the historical record. The last widely accepted mention of the Ark in the Bible comes in the late 7th century BC, during the reign of King Josiah, a reformist monarch who centralized worship in Jerusalem and sought to eliminate idolatry. Less than half a century later, in 587 BC, the Babylonians under Nebuchadnezzar II besieged and destroyed Jerusalem, razing the first temple to the ground. Precious temple treasures are listed among the spoils taken to Babylon, but the Ark itself is conspicuously absent. From that moment on, history falls silent on its fate. Over the centuries, countless theories have been proposed. One of the most enduring is that the Ark was hidden deliberately before the Babylonians arrived. Some Jewish traditions, recorded in later writings, suggest that it was concealed by priests in a secret chamber beneath the Temple Mount, or spirited away to Mount Nebo, where Moses is said to have viewed the Promised Land. The problem is that the Temple Mount has never been excavated in modern times. Political and religious sensitivities make it one of the most archaeologically inaccessible places on Earth. Whatever might lie beneath its surface remains untouched, and perhaps that's exactly what has preserved this mystery. Another claim, equally persistent, comes from Ethiopia. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church maintains that the Ark was taken there by Menelik I, the son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, and has been kept for centuries in the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion in Axum. Only one guardian monk is allowed to see it, and no outsider is permitted inside. Despite repeated requests from researchers, no independent verification has ever been granted. To believers, the secrecy protects the sanctity of the Ark. To skeptics, it leaves the claim unproven. There are still more far-flung traditions. The Lemba people of southern Africa, a group with oral traditions claiming descent from ancient Israelites, tell of a sacred object called the Ngoma Lungandu, a wooden drum-like chest carried into battle and venerated as a divine relic. Some scholars have suggested that it could be a memory of the Ark or a related object. Medieval Irish legends speak of sacred treasures brought by holy men that bear a suspicious resemblance to biblical descriptions. In the Islamic tradition, the Quran refers to a tabut al-sakina, a chest of tranquility, which, like the Ark, was a source of divine reassurance to its people. If the Ark did survive the Babylonian destruction, how far could it have traveled? Ancient trade routes stretched from the Levant deep into Africa, across Arabia, and into the Mediterranean. The sheer mobility of goods, people, and ideas in the ancient world leaves open the possibility that it could have been transported great distances, or, just as easily, buried in some hidden chamber, only meters from where it once stood. Archaeologists have, at times, come tantalizingly close to areas that could hold clues. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, explorers mapped a network of underground passages and cisterns beneath Jerusalem. Some of these remain sealed or collapsed, their contents unknown. The Temple Mount itself, under the custodianship of the Islamic Waqf, has seen renovations and construction work in which earth and stone have been removed, sometimes revealing ancient architectural fragments, but no Ark. The physical description of the Ark in biblical texts invites its own speculation. Based on the measurements given in Exodus, roughly 1.1 meters long, 0.67 meters wide, and 0.67 meters high, it would have been a portable chest, albeit heavy with its gold covering. It was carried on poles inserted through rings, never touched directly. Such design elements are consistent with other ancient Near Eastern sacred chests, particularly in Egypt, which suggests the Israelites could have adapted the concept from neighboring cultures. If so, then the Ark was part of a broader tradition of mobile sanctuaries, but its religious significance and the mythology built around it remain unique. There is also the question of why no credible fragment of the Ark has ever emerged in the antiquities market, given the centuries of looting that the Levant has endured. Even the most famous relics, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, surfaced eventually. Could the Ark have been dismantled, its gold reused and its wooden core destroyed, leaving nothing to identify? Or could it have been so well hidden that it truly has remained untouched for over 2,600 years? Some suggest a more symbolic interpretation, that the Ark's disappearance was not the loss of an object, but the end of a phase in Israel's spiritual life. Once the temple was destroyed and the people exiled, the Ark's function as the focal point of worship may have been deliberately closed, its absence becoming a theological statement rather than an accident of history. That doesn't explain the lack of any physical trace, but it underscores how central the Ark's symbolism remained long after it was gone. The fascination with the Ark has only grown in the modern era, amplified by literature, speculative history, and popular culture. Raiders of the Lost Ark may have given it a Hollywood image, but the real intrigue doesn't need embellishment. Here was an artifact that, if found, could be directly linked to one of history's most influential ancient cultures, and perhaps even yield physical evidence from the biblical period itself. What makes the Ark's mystery so enduring is the perfect balance of what we know and what we don't. We have detailed, consistent descriptions from multiple ancient sources, placing it in specific historical contexts. We can trace its movements across decades and tie its story to real geopolitical events. And then, silence. No confirmed sightings, no surviving fragments, no record of its destruction, just competing traditions, each certain they hold the truth, none able to prove it. Whether the Ark lies buried in a sealed chamber beneath Jerusalem, hidden in a church in Ethiopia, remembered in the oral traditions of distant peoples, or lost forever to history, it remains one of the most tantalizing absences in the archaeological record. And until someone can open the right chamber, dig in the right spot, or be granted access to the right guarded door, the Ark of the Covenant will stay where it has been for millennia. Not in our hands, but in the realm of legend, faith, and unanswered questions. The Kensington runestone is one of those artifacts that sits right on the border between accepted history and something that could completely rewrite the books if proven genuine. It was discovered in 1898 by a Swedish immigrant farmer named Olof Oman while he was clearing land near the small town of Kensington, Minnesota. According to his account, he found the stone tangled in the roots of a poplar tree. Measuring about 76 centimeters long, 41 centimeters wide, and 15 centimeters thick, it was inscribed with runes, characters from the writing systems used by Norse and other Germanic peoples in the Middle Ages. The inscription itself, once translated, claimed to be from a party of Norse explorers in the year 1362. The text tells of a group of 8 Swedes and 22 Norwegians on a journey from Vinland, Norse territory in North America, into the interior. It describes them camping by 2 rocky islets, only to return from fishing to find 10 of their men red with blood and dead. The survivors reportedly buried their comrades and carved the inscription as a record before continuing. If taken at face value, the runestone would suggest that Norse explorers traveled not just to Newfoundland, as confirmed by the site at L'Anse aux Meadows, but all the way into what is now Minnesota, well over 1,000 miles inland. The route, as speculated by supporters of the stone's authenticity, might have involved traveling through Hudson Bay into the Nelson and Red Rivers, and then portaging into the Great Lakes system before moving up rivers into the upper Midwest. It's an epic journey to imagine. Canoes laden with gear, groups of explorers pushing deep into unfamiliar and challenging landscapes. But the stone's discovery almost immediately sparked controversy. Within a few years of its unveiling, Scandinavian linguists began raising doubts. They claimed that some of the rune forms and grammar didn't match what would have been used in the 14th century. Some were more in line with 19th century Swedish, a suspicious detail given that Oman himself was a Swedish immigrant. Critics suggested it was an elaborate hoax, perhaps created by Scandinavian settlers for reasons ranging from practical jokes to cultural pride. However, Others pointed out that the Norse language and runes in 14th century Greenland, the likely point of origin for such an expedition, could have evolved differently from those in mainland Scandinavia. Supporters argued that many of the modern forms on the stone could have been perfectly normal in a Greenlandic context, especially if the explorers had been isolated from European language changes for centuries. This idea gained more traction when researchers uncovered medieval documents with similar rune variants. Adding to the intrigue is the question of weathering. Geologists have examined the Kensington runestone to determine how long the carved surfaces had been exposed. Early studies in the 1910s claimed the runes looked too sharp and unworn to be medieval. But in the 2000s, new geological analyses suggested that the weathering patterns were consistent with centuries of exposure, though determining an exact date is notoriously tricky. If the runestone is genuine, it would force a massive rethinking of Norse exploration. We already know they reached Newfoundland by around 1000 AD, but this would place them in the heart of North America more than 300 years later, interacting, possibly violently, with indigenous peoples. It would also raise fascinating questions. What was the purpose of the expedition? Were they searching for resources, establishing trade routes, or perhaps scouting for settlement sites? The text itself gives no hint beyond the tragedy that befell part of the group. And here lies one of the eeriest details. There is no trace, archaeological or otherwise, of where the 10 red with blood and dead were buried. No graves matching such a description have been found in the region. If this was a real massacre, the burial site could still lie undiscovered somewhere in the Minnesota wilderness, an unmarked connection between the old world and the new. The lack of any other matching historical records is also a stumbling block. The Greenland Norse kept some records, as did the Icelandic sagas, but there's no known text that lines up neatly with the Kensington runestone story. If it is authentic, it might represent an isolated venture that left no lasting mark on Norse society, one more small, forgotten episode in the long, slow withdrawal of Norse culture from the Western Atlantic. Over the decades, the stone has drawn attention from scholars, adventurers, and fringe theorists alike. It's been called everything from a priceless relic to an elaborate fraud. It has been exhibited, examined, and re-examined. Today, it resides in the Runestone Museum in Alexandria, Minnesota, still at the center of a debate that refuses to die. Even now, modern scanning and imaging technology continues to be applied in hopes of finding a definitive answer. Laser scans of the inscriptions have revealed micro-chisel marks and details invisible to the naked eye. Some experts argue these support the case for authenticity. Others see them as consistent with more modern carving tools. The same evidence seems to confirm two opposing interpretations, proof that in archaeology, context is everything. And that's what keeps the Kensington runestone so captivating. It's a physical object you can see and touch, with a story carved into its surface. It sits squarely in a landscape where Norse exploration is not entirely implausible, yet every detail is just slippery enough to prevent a clear answer. The possibility that it's genuine is tantalizing because of what it would mean, an unrecorded Norse push deep into North America, centuries before Columbus. The possibility that it's a hoax is equally intriguing, because if it is, it's an extraordinarily clever one, sophisticated enough to keep experts divided for over a century. So, is the Kensington runestone a medieval message left by exhausted survivors of a doomed expedition, or the product of a 19th century imagination? Until new evidence emerges, be it another inscription, a buried campsite, or a matching record in some forgotten archive, it will remain what it has been since the day it was unearthed, an unyielding stone with a story that might change history, if only we could prove it. When Alexander the Great crossed from Europe into Asia Minor in the spring of 334 BC, he was still a young king at the head of a relatively small army. Yet his campaign would become one of the most famous in history. His first major test came at the Granicus River, where Persian satraps and their forces gathered to stop him. The battle, fought on the steep banks of a fast-flowing river, was a brutal clash of cavalry charges, desperate infantry engagements, and high personal risk. Alexander himself was nearly killed in the fighting. But in the end, the Macedonian-led army routed the Persian forces, opening the door to the rest of Asia Minor. Ancient historians like Arrian, Plutarch, and Diodorus record the battle's heroics in detail: names of generals, tactical maneuvers, the near-fatal blow Alexander took to the head. Yet, buried in the aftermath of this victory is a lesser-known mystery. At some point after the battle, a number of Alexander's men vanish from the historical record. They weren't simply cut down in combat. They're absent from lists of later campaigns, never mentioned among those who fought in subsequent victories. It's as if, following the triumph at Granicus, they took a different path entirely. Some ancient sources hint at the possibility that Alexander left garrisons behind in newly secured cities, blending his soldiers with the local populations. This was part of a larger strategy. Rather than simply loot and leave, Alexander often attempted to integrate his conquests, founding settlements or renaming existing ones, leaving behind Macedonian or Greek soldiers who could serve as both administrators and a stabilizing military presence. The early stages of his campaign were particularly rich in opportunities for this. Towns across Asia Minor, some Greek in culture, others thoroughly Persian, suddenly found themselves under Macedonian rule. The men who disappeared from the army rolls after Granicus may have been stationed in such places, tasked with securing Alexander's new territories. But the trail goes cold here. We have no complete rosters, no stone inscriptions listing the names of these garrison soldiers. If they stayed behind, they essentially melted into local life, perhaps marrying into the community, taking up trade, or rising to positions of influence in mixed Greek local administrations. The more romantic theory, and one that's fueled legends for centuries, is that some of these men wandered far from Asia Minor, either on Alexander's orders or on their own initiative. As the campaign pushed east into Central Asia, Alexander's army encountered a bewildering array of peoples and cultures. Later accounts from Roman times speak of Greek-speaking tribes living in remote parts of modern-day Afghanistan, Pakistan, and even further into Central Asia. Could these be the descendants of soldiers who, after Granicus or another early battle, chose to stay behind in newly conquered territories far from home? The connection becomes even more intriguing when we consider that Alexander founded over 20 cities during his campaigns, many of which bore his name. While some were purely military outposts, others became thriving, multi-ethnic communities where Greek, Persian, and local traditions mixed. In places like Ai-Khanum in modern Afghanistan, archaeological evidence shows Greek-style temples, theaters, and inscriptions centuries after Alexander's time. If a detachment of his men found themselves in a fertile region with strategic value, it's easy to imagine them planting roots and establishing a permanent Hellenic presence there. Of course, the simplest explanation is attrition. Campaigns of this scale were grueling. Men could be reassigned, lost to disease, wounded and sent home, or simply perish in small, unrecorded skirmishes. The ancient historians were selective in what they reported, and administrative records from the time are fragmentary at best. Still, the abrupt vanishing of certain troop numbers after such a significant battle stands out enough to invite speculation. And that speculation is helped along by some tantalizing later reports. During the centuries following Alexander's campaigns, travelers and historians occasionally noted the presence of communities that spoke a Greek dialect and preserved certain Greek customs, despite being surrounded by entirely different cultures. The Romans encountered such people in Central Asia and wrote about them with curiosity. These enclaves might have been the remnants of Alexander's garrisons, still distinct generations later. One of the most famous examples is the Kalash people of northern Pakistan. Though their language today is not Greek, their distinct traditions, lighter features in some cases, and certain cultural practices have led to popular theories linking them to Alexander's soldiers. Linguists and anthropologists have largely moved away from the idea of a direct unbroken connection. But the theory still persists in local lore and popular imagination. It speaks to the enduring allure of Alexander's story that his men could have left behind living traces in some of the most remote corners of Asia. There's also the matter of how Alexander himself approached the integration of his army with conquered peoples. He was known for encouraging his soldiers to take local wives and adopt certain elements of local dress and custom. This was controversial among his Macedonian and Greek officers, but it served his vision of a blended empire. If some of the men who vanished after Granicus were early adopters of this policy, they might have been absorbed into local society so thoroughly that they ceased to be identifiable as Macedonian soldiers. Archaeology offers only scattered clues. Excavations in former satrapal capitals and along known campaign routes have uncovered Greek-style pottery, inscriptions, and weaponry dating to the period immediately after Alexander's passage. In some cases, these finds are far from where the main army is believed to have traveled, suggesting smaller, detached groups moving independently. Could these have been remnants of those early detachments, carrying their culture deep into the hinterlands? The mystery is deepened by the way ancient sources sometimes contradict each other. Arrian might list a set number of forces engaged at one battle, while Curtius Rufus gives a slightly different figure. When these are compared across the timeline of the campaign, discrepancies emerge, numbers that never quite reconcile. Historians often chalk this up to the imprecision of ancient record-keeping, but it also leaves just enough space for theories about missing contingents. What makes this story linger is the image it conjures. Somewhere, far from the main sweep of Alexander's conquests, a group of Greek and Macedonian soldiers settling down, adapting, and becoming part of a new land. Perhaps they passed down stories of the young king they had followed across the river at Granicus, of the first great clash in Asia, of the day their world expanded beyond anything they had known. Or perhaps, within a generation, their origins became just another thread in the rich tapestry of cultures along the ancient trade routes. Whether they assimilated, migrated further east, or perished in obscurity, the disappearance of these men remains one of the small but compelling mysteries woven into the grand narrative of Alexander's conquests. It's a reminder that even in the most well-documented historical campaigns, there are gaps, human stories that slip through the cracks, leaving us to wonder just how far their journeys really went, and whether some trace of them still survives, hidden in plain sight. From the rugged campaigns of Alexander's army, we move to the quiet hills of southern Ohio, where an ancient earthwork stretches across the landscape in the shape of a massive coiled serpent, its open mouth seemingly poised to swallow a perfectly shaped oval. The Great Serpent Mound, at 1,348 feet in length, is the largest surviving effigy mound in the world, and for over a century, it has puzzled archaeologists, historians, and astronomers alike. From the ground, the scale is difficult to appreciate. The serpent's sinuous body rises only a few feet above the surrounding terrain, yet from above, its outline is strikingly clear. The coils twist and curve in a deliberate pattern, and the head, or perhaps open jaws, frames an egg-shaped embankment that some believe represents the sun, the moon, or even a cosmic egg from Native American creation stories. Its sheer size means that whoever designed it had an understanding of large-scale planning, surveying, and coordination across many laborers. Dating the mound has proven to be one of its enduring mysteries. Early scholars attributed it to the Adena culture, active in the region between roughly 1000 and 200 BC, largely because of Adena burial mounds nearby. Later, radiocarbon testing of charcoal found within parts of the earthwork suggested a construction date closer to 1070 CE, which would make it the work of the Fort Ancient culture. The Hopewell, who thrived in the area between the Adena and Fort Ancient periods, have also been suggested as possible builders. Without definitive archaeological evidence linking it to a single culture, the debate continues, and with it, questions about why the mound was built in the first place. One of the most captivating aspects of the Serpent Mound is its possible astronomical alignment. Researchers have noted that the head aligns with the setting sun on the summer solstice, while other points along the coils correspond to sunrise or sunset at the solstices and equinoxes, as well as certain lunar events. If intentional, this would imply a sophisticated understanding of astronomy by its builders, enabling them to use the mound as a kind of massive calendar, perhaps for agricultural cycles, ceremonial timing, or both. Yet skeptics caution that alignments can occur by coincidence, and that without clear cultural records, it's hard to know if these were deliberate or a byproduct of the mound's serpentine shape. The serpent motif itself carries deep resonance in many Native American traditions. Serpents often appear in myths as symbols of fertility, renewal, or transformation. In some stories, they guard the underworld or serve as messengers between realms. In the Ohio region, effigy mounds shaped like animals, including birds, bears, and panthers, are known, but none match the scale and elegance of the serpent mound. The egg-shaped feature in its jaws adds another layer of interpretation, potentially linking it to cosmological beliefs about creation or the balance between life and death. Yet for all its possible symbolism, practical questions remain. Building such a structure without metal tools, machinery, or advanced surveying instruments would have required a massive coordinated effort. Soil would have been carried in baskets, the curves measured and adjusted by eye or with simple tools, the shape maintained over generations despite erosion. That suggests not only planning, but also a community invested enough in the project to sustain it through completion, and possibly to maintain it afterward. Then there's the puzzle of the surrounding landscape. The mound sits atop a plateau within a geological feature known as the Serpent Mound Crater, formed by a meteor impact hundreds of millions of years ago. Some researchers have speculated that this unusual setting may have had special significance to the builders, whether for its commanding views, distinctive soil, or spiritual associations. Others note that from the mound's location, you can see for miles, a potential advantage if the site also served as a gathering place or ceremonial center. Adding to the mystery are questions of preservation. Unlike many earthworks that have been flattened by agriculture or development, the Serpent Mound has remained remarkably intact. By the time European settlers arrived in the region, it was still a prominent feature, and in the late 19th century, it became one of the first archaeological sites to be preserved by a private historical society. This act of preservation likely saved it from being plowed over, but it also means that some of the archaeological context, artifacts, soil layers, or organic material, was disturbed during early restoration efforts. That complicates modern attempts to determine its exact age and purpose. Despite decades of study, no definitive artifacts have been found within the mound itself to pinpoint its creators or function. The lack of associated burials, which are common in other Adena and Hopewell mounds, rules out its use as a traditional tomb. The absence of everyday artifacts suggests it wasn't a habitation site. This leaves scholars to lean heavily on the form, location, and alignments to build their theories, a process that inevitably leaves room for interpretation and sometimes for speculation that strays into the fantastical. For example, some alternative researchers have proposed that the Serpent Mound marks a celestial event, perhaps a comet strike or a rare astronomical alignment, and was intended as a warning to future generations. Others see it as part of a network of ancient sites across North America, connected by ley lines or shared ceremonial practices, implying a level of cultural connection far greater than mainstream archaeology accepts. While these ideas lack solid evidence, they speak to the mound's power to inspire wonder and the sense that it may hold messages we have yet to decode. The mound's enduring allure lies in the convergence of these factors: its imposing size, precise curves, possible astronomical connections, and the absence of a clear builder or purpose. Standing on the ridge and looking along the serpent's undulating body, you can't help but feel the weight of time and the presence of people whose worldview and priorities were very different from our own, yet sophisticated in ways we still struggle to grasp. Was the Great Serpent Mound a calendar, a monument to myth, a gathering place for ceremonies, or a combination of all three? Or does it mark something entirely outside our current frame of reference? Whatever the answer, the serpent continues to wind silently across the Ohio landscape, a reminder that some mysteries resist tidy conclusions. And it's that very resistance that keeps us coming back, measuring its curves, watching the solstice sun dip toward the horizon, and wondering what its builders saw when they stood here 1,000 years ago. From the ancient coils of the Serpent Mound, we climb into a far more modern mystery, one set on the most dangerous stage in mountaineering history, the upper slopes of Mount Everest in 1924. This is where two British climbers, George Mallory and Andrew Sandy Irvine, stepped into the thin, icy air and vanished, leaving behind one of the greatest unanswered questions in exploration. Did they reach the summit nearly 3 decades before Sir Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay's confirmed ascent in 1953? By the early 1920s, Everest had already claimed a mythical place in the public imagination. The British Empire, still reeling from the losses of World War I, saw Everest as both a symbol and a challenge, the ultimate mountain to be conquered. George Mallory, a schoolteacher turned climber with movie star looks and a poet's turn of phrase, became the public face of the effort. When asked why he wanted to climb Everest, his reply, "Because it's there," became the most famous 3 words in mountaineering. The 1924 expedition was not Britain's first attempt. Previous efforts in 1921 and 1922 had mapped routes and pushed high on the mountain, but storms, thin air, and sheer exhaustion had forced climbers back. For the third attempt, Mallory and Irvine would take the ambitious route via the North Col, climbing without supplemental oxygen for much of the ascent, a decision that remains controversial today. Irvine, just 22 years old, was chosen less for climbing experience than for his skill with equipment, particularly the primitive oxygen sets. On June 8, 1924, Mallory and Irvine were last seen by teammate Noel Odell, a geologist who had lagged behind. Through a break in the clouds, Odell glimpsed 2 tiny figures, moving deliberately on a high ridge, nearing what he believed was the second step, just below the summit. Moments later, the weather closed in, and the mountain swallowed them whole. Whether they had already reached the top, were about to, or still had a long climb ahead, is the crux of the mystery. In the years that followed, speculation became legend. If they had summited, it would rewrite the history of mountaineering, crediting the first ascent not to Hillary and Norgay in 1953, but to 2 men climbing with wool clothing, hobnail boots, and rudimentary gear nearly 3 decades earlier. But no proof emerged. Search expeditions in the 1930s turned up a few discarded oxygen bottles and scraps of canvas, but nothing to answer the ultimate question. That changed in 1999 when an American-led team discovered Mallory's body at 26,760 feet. Perfectly preserved by the cold, he lay face down, his torso twisted, arms outstretched as though trying to arrest a fall. His injuries suggested a fall from high up, possibly while roped to Irvine. Yet the find raised as many questions as it answered. In his pockets were letters, a watch, and climbing notes. But missing was a small photograph of his wife Ruth that Mallory had promised to leave on the summit. Did he lose it in the wind, or did he place it there as planned? The greatest potential clue was also missing: Irvine's body and the small Kodak vest pocket camera he was carrying. If recovered and the film miraculously preserved, it could show once and for all whether the pair had stood atop Everest. Rumors persist that Irvine's body has been sighted high on the mountain, possibly by Chinese climbers in the 1960s, but no confirmed recovery has been made. Modern climbers and historians debate the odds. Supporters of the "they did it" camp point to Mallory's experience, their rapid pace on summit day, and the fact that the second step, a near-vertical rock wall, could theoretically have been climbed without modern aids, albeit with extreme difficulty. Skeptics counter that the technical challenges, combined with dwindling daylight and oxygen, make it unlikely they reached the top and still had time to descend. Over the years, tantalizing fragments have emerged. In 1933, an ice axe was found at roughly 27,760 feet, now believed to have belonged to Irvine. In 2001, climbers found an oxygen bottle far higher than previously thought, suggesting the men had made remarkable progress before vanishing. Theories range from a fatal fall during the descent, to collapse from exhaustion, to being trapped in worsening weather and succumbing in the dark. The story endures because it blends adventure, tragedy, and the allure of an answer that always seems just out of reach. Everest has claimed over 300 lives since Mallory and Irvine disappeared, yet few capture the imagination like these two. Every new expedition that scours the mountain's high slopes carries the hope of finding Irvine and his camera, and with it, the truth. And so, the question remains, were Mallory and Irvine the first to stand on the roof of the world? Or did they come agonizingly close, only to fall short, leaving their dream and the proof frozen somewhere high on Everest? Until the mountain yields its secrets, the mystery will continue to cling to those icy ridges, whispering to each new climber who dares to follow in their footsteps. Over the course of this journey, we've stepped through ancient battlefields, stood in the shadow of colossal monuments, examined enigmatic artifacts, and traced the faint footprints of people and events that history never fully explained. From long-vanished cultures and unexplained disappearances, to lost treasures and maps that shouldn't exist, each mystery we've explored is grounded in real, tangible evidence, yet each still guards its secrets. Now it's your turn to join the conversation. Which of these mysteries caught your imagination the most? Share your thoughts, your favorite theories, or even your own local mysteries in the comments. Because the more perspectives, the better the hunt for answers. And if you've enjoyed this dive into history's unanswered questions, there's plenty more to come. We'll be back with more strange, well-documented puzzles from the past, each as intriguing and as real as the ones you've heard today. As always,
friends,
until next
settle
time,
in, because we got another
stay
long
curious.
one coming up about some ancient archaeological mysteries, and then we'll finish it up with a couple of shorter videos after that.
Before the first cities learned to breathe, something else was already watching, etched into stone, buried beneath deserts, and sealed inside silent chambers. No living hand remembers building. Across the world, archaeologists uncover impossible alignments, tools that defy their time, and symbols that whisper of forgotten knowledge. Who placed them there? What did they know that we don't? Each discovery pulls back the veil, only to reveal deeper shadows beneath. Tonight, we step into those shadows together and confront the ancient puzzles that refuse to stay buried. Carved into the volcanic rock of Gran Canaria, the Valerone Caves stretch across the hillside like a labyrinth frozen in time. From above, the site appears almost mundane, a series of terraces and depressions etched into the earth. But as one descends, the enormity of its purpose becomes clear. This is no ordinary cave system. Here lies the legacy of a people long vanished, a civilization whose ingenuity challenges our understanding of pre-Hispanic life in the Canary Islands. At first glance, the Valerone Caves present themselves as a vast communal granary, a sophisticated network of storage pits meticulously carved into the basalt. Hundreds of cavities rise and fall in irregular patterns, each shaped to preserve grains, tubers, and seeds for generations. Archaeologists suggest that the Guanches, the island's earliest known inhabitants, constructed this extraordinary structure to sustain their communities, safeguarding their food in anticipation of harsh seasons or potential scarcity. The sheer scale of the site hints at a society capable of remarkable organization and planning. Yet as one moves through the uneven passageways, a sense of unease and wonder grows. How did these people, lacking modern tools, carve with such precision into solid rock? The edges of the pits are often smooth, the angles deliberate, suggesting methods of work that are difficult to fully reconstruct today. And while mainstream theories explain the site as a utilitarian granary, others point to patterns that hint at something more. Some cavities align with the rising sun during solstices or mark subtle geographic coordinates. Could these designs reflect an early understanding of astronomy or geography? Or are these alignments merely coincidental, the byproduct of centuries of erosion and human modification? Artifacts found nearby offer further clues, yet raise additional questions. Pottery fragments, rudimentary tools, and traces of ritualistic activity imply that Valerone was not only a storage site, but also a focal point of cultural and spiritual life. Some researchers speculate that certain pits were used in ceremonies, perhaps offerings to ensure fertile harvests or protection from misfortune. Others suggest the site functioned as a communal archive, a place where knowledge was preserved as carefully as grain. The multiplicity of interpretations only deepens the enigma. Even the cave's construction defies simple explanation. Many of the depressions are carved at varying depths and sizes, yet they share a consistent geometry that seems intentional. The labor involved would have required coordination, skill, and a clear vision, yet no records exist to describe the methods or reasoning behind such an endeavor. Did the Guanches employ tools now lost to history, or were their techniques passed down orally, now irretrievably vanished? And what of the scale itself? Does it suggest a larger population than historians have previously assumed, or perhaps a network of granaries connected across the island? Walking through Valerone today, one cannot ignore the silence that pervades the site. There are no inscriptions to decode, no written accounts to illuminate the minds of its creators. The caves speak only through their form, their arrangement, and the echoes of human hands that shaped the stone so many centuries ago. Each step prompts questions that may never be answered. Were these caverns purely practical, or did they serve a higher symbolic purpose? Did the builders understand the broader implications of their work, or were they guided by instinct, tradition, and necessity alone? As the sun shifts and shadows stretch across the rock, Valerone maintains its quiet hold over the imagination. Some mysteries appear subtle, almost imperceptible, while others strike with profound clarity, suggesting sophistication beyond what we can fully comprehend. The caves stand as a testament to human ingenuity, yet they also remind us of our limits. How much of the past remains just out of reach, hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone to notice what has been there all along. And as we leave the terraces behind, one question lingers. What secrets might the Valerone caves still guard, quietly preserved beneath the volcanic stone? From the quiet stone terraces of the Valerone caves, our journey now carries us across continents and centuries to the rugged heights of southern Bulgaria, where the remnants of Perperikon Fortress cling to a rocky hill like a sentinel frozen in time. Rising sharply from the Rhodope Mountains, the site commands a panoramic view of the surrounding valleys, an imposing blend of jagged cliffs, weathered stone, and ancient masonry. Even today, the fortress seems alive with echoes of past lives, a place where history and legend entwine in ways that continue to elude full understanding. Perperikon is no ordinary ruin. Archaeologists have traced human activity here back to the Neolithic era, some 6,000 years ago, yet the fortress as it stands reflects layers of Thracian, Roman, and Byzantine occupation. Terraces and walls interlock across the hillside, stairways carve paths up sheer cliffs, and platforms hint at ceremonial or defensive purposes that are difficult to interpret fully. Scholars suggest that the Thracians may have used Perperikon as a sacred site, possibly connected to the worship of Dionysus, their god of ecstasy and transformation, yet the precise nature of rituals that took place here remains shrouded in mystery. Among the fortress's most intriguing features is a massive rock altar carved directly into the bedrock. Its surface is pockmarked and smoothed in ways that suggest repeated ceremonial use over centuries. Some historians interpret this as a place for sacrificial rites or offerings, while others note the careful geometric arrangements, raising questions about astronomical alignments or symbolic coding embedded in the rock. Could the Thracians have possessed an understanding of the cosmos far beyond what their surviving records indicate? Or are these patterns simply the product of evolving cultural practices, now obscured by time? As we move through the ruins, one cannot ignore the scale and complexity of Perperikon's construction. Stairways ascend at precarious angles, chambers appear to have been carved directly from bedrock, and defensive walls seem almost impossibly integrated into the natural contours of the hill. Such engineering would have demanded extraordinary skill, meticulous planning, and an intimate knowledge of the landscape. Yet no written records survive to explain the methods or motivations behind these architectural feats. Did the Thracians leave a blueprint of knowledge, now lost? Or did the fortress evolve gradually, a cumulative effort across generations, shaped as much by necessity as by intention? Artifacts uncovered here add further layers to the enigma. Pottery, inscriptions, and remnants of dwellings hint at everyday life, while ceremonial objects suggest a rich spiritual dimension. Scholars have debated whether Perperikon was primarily a fortress, a temple, or perhaps a combination of both. Some fringe theories even speculate that it could have been the legendary location of the Oracle of Dionysus, a place where prophecy and power converged. While such claims remain unverified, the absence of definitive evidence invites contemplation rather than conclusion. Walking among the terraces and stone steps, the weight of centuries presses quietly but insistently. One can imagine the footsteps of ancient priests, the hum of ritual chants, or the careful placement of stones by hands long gone. Yet much about Perperikon remains tantalizingly out of reach. The precise purpose of its chambers, the full scope of its influence, the secrets encoded in its carvings. Each unanswered question deepens the sense of mystery, reminding us that some knowledge resists recovery even as we uncover fragments of the past. As the sun dips behind the Rhodope peaks, shadows stretch across the weathered stones, and Perperikon stands as a silent testament to human ambition, spirituality, and ingenuity. Its terraces, altars, and stairways continue to guard stories that may never be fully told, inviting us to ponder not only what was, but what might still lie hidden, waiting for discovery. And in the stillness of this ancient fortress, one is compelled to ask, how much of human history has been lost to time, and what truths remain just beyond our reach? From the rocky heights of Perperikon, our exploration now journeys across oceans and centuries to the windswept terraces overlooking the city of Cusco in Peru. Here, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman rises like a monument carved from the earth itself, a colossal puzzle of stone that has captivated historians, engineers, and travelers for generations. Perched on a hill above the valley, the fortress commands a sweeping panorama of the city below, its massive walls zigzagging across the landscape like the skeleton of a long-forgotten giant. Even today, Sacsayhuaman exudes a quiet authority, a presence that feels both deliberate and enigmatic. The scale of Sacsayhuaman is staggering. Its walls are composed of enormous stones, some weighing more than 100 tons, perfectly fitted together without mortar. The precision of these megaliths is remarkable. Each block is cut with angles so exact that even a sheet of paper cannot slip between them. Archaeologists attribute the construction to the Inca civilization of the 15th and 16th centuries, noting that such engineering reflects advanced understanding of stone cutting, seismic resistance, and urban planning. Yet the more one studies Sacsayhuaman, the more questions arise. How did the Incas transport and position stones of such immense size with the tools available at the time? And what guided the choice of their irregular shapes, forming walls that seem to defy simple geometric explanation. Beyond its architectural marvel, Sacsayhuaman holds layers of cultural and spiritual significance. Spanish chroniclers recorded that the site was used for ceremonies, military gatherings, and possibly astronomical observations. The walls themselves form terraces that align with the solstices, hinting at a sophisticated understanding of celestial patterns. Some researchers propose that Sacsayhuaman served as both a fortress and a sacred ceremonial center, bridging practical defense with ritualistic purpose. Yet as we wander its terraces today, the fortress retains an aura of the unknowable. Which parts were designed for human protection, and which were intended to honor the cosmos or the divine? The sheer craftsmanship of the stonework fuels both admiration and speculation. Some blocks appear to have been carved using techniques lost to time, their smooth surfaces and interlocking forms resisting modern replication. Legends speak of giants or mysterious ancient knowledge, yet historians caution that such stories, while colorful, cannot explain the enduring mysteries embedded in the walls themselves. Could there have been methods, perhaps passed down orally and since forgotten, that allowed the Incas to achieve what seems almost impossible by today's standards? Or were these feats the product of incremental labor, a patient effort spanning generations? As we trace the winding passages and terraces, Sacsayhuaman's design continues to challenge conventional explanation. Stairways cut into stone rise to platforms that offer commanding views of Cusco, while niches and recesses suggest hidden functions or ceremonial practices now lost to history. Some stones bear subtle carvings or markings, their significance debated. Are they symbolic, functional, or purely decorative? Each unanswered question adds another layer to the fortress's enigmatic aura, compelling us to consider the blend of ingenuity, ritual, and intuition that shaped its construction. Standing amid the colossal walls, one feels the weight of centuries pressing silently around them. The wind whistles through crevices, carrying echoes of Inca footsteps and ceremonies long past. Sacsayhuaman is more than a structure. It is a testament to human ambition, creativity, and the desire to reach beyond the ordinary. Yet even as scholars study, measure, and theorize, the fortress guards its secrets with stoic patience. How exactly did its builders achieve such perfection, and what truths about Inca knowledge and culture remain hidden in plain sight? The answers, it seems, lie somewhere between stone, sky, and the human imagination, waiting for those willing to look closer. As the windswept terraces of Sacsayhuaman fade behind us, our journey turns once again to the Mediterranean, to the rugged heart of Corsica, where the Castello di Cucuruzzu rises from the rocky hills like a fortress born from the island itself. The name alone, Cucuruzzu, hints at the mysterious, a place whose very syllables evoke antiquity and secrecy. From afar, it appears as a cluster of jagged stones and weathered terraces, almost sculpted by natural erosion. Yet, as we approach, the deliberate hand of human craftsmanship becomes unmistakable. Each wall, each pathway, each stone seems placed with intention, forming a labyrinth that has endured millennia. Castello di Cucuruzzu is the product of the Taurian civilization, a Bronze Age culture that flourished in Corsica around the 9th to 6th centuries BCE. Yet even with this historical anchor, the site resists simple explanation. Stone towers rise from uneven terraces, their bases rooted in the bedrock, while narrow stairways and hidden passages weave through the complex, hinting at a society both defensive and ceremonial. Archaeologists suggest the fortress may have served multiple functions: a stronghold against invaders, a center for communal gatherings, and possibly a site of ritual significance. But as with many ancient sites, every explanation opens new questions rather than closes them. The walls of Cucuruzzu, constructed from large slabs of local schist and granite, are carefully fitted with a precision that still amazes modern engineers. Stones interlock without mortar, creating a structure resilient against both time and seismic activity. How did the Taurians achieve such meticulous placement with tools so rudimentary by today's standards? Were their techniques lost to history, passed down orally and now vanished, or did the builders rely on intuition honed over generations? Even the arrangement of terraces and towers raises questions. Are they purely practical, designed to follow the contours of the hill, or might they encode symbolic or astronomical significance, hidden in plain sight? Within the fortress, narrow corridors wind between chambers, some open to the sky, others recessed into the stone as if meant to conceal or protect. Certain spaces appear deliberately restricted, perhaps reserved for specific ceremonies, sacred artifacts, or elite members of the community. The Taurians left no written records, no inscriptions to illuminate their intentions, leaving us to interpret based on architecture, artifacts, and echoes of tradition. Pottery fragments, stone tools, and traces of fire suggest a combination of domestic life and ritual activity. Yet the balance between the mundane and the sacred remains elusive. Was Kukuruzu a home, a sanctuary, a fortress, or some combination beyond our understanding? Some researchers have noted curious alignments at Kukuruzu. Certain terraces and openings correspond with solstices, casting long shadows at dawn and dusk that could have served calendrical or ceremonial functions. Others observe subtle patterns in the placement of stones and walls, hinting at symbolic geometry. While mainstream archaeology treats these alignments with cautious interpretation, the possibility invites the imagination. Might the Taurians have understood principles of astronomy, mathematics, or sacred design far beyond what survives in the record? Or are these coincidences, artifacts of natural topography amplified by human perception? The fortress's design also speaks to social complexity. The construction of Kukuruzu would have required organized labor, knowledge of structural stability, and a shared vision across generations. This implies not only technical skill, but also social cohesion, a culture capable of mobilizing and coordinating large groups for long-term projects. Yet much about the Taurians themselves remains shrouded. How did they govern? What beliefs shaped their daily lives and their monumental architecture? The stones answer only in silence, leaving speculation as our primary guide. As we explore the terraces and stairways today, the atmosphere is at once serene and haunting. Moss and lichen cling to ancient walls, wind whispers through gaps, and shadows shift across the rocky courtyards. It is easy to imagine the fortress alive with people, sentinels keeping watch over the valleys, priests or elders performing rituals, children playing among the stones. Yet the centuries have erased nearly all trace of human presence, leaving only the architecture as testimony to a culture both sophisticated and enigmatic. Even the site's more enigmatic features provoke questions. Certain stones bear faint carvings, possibly symbolic motifs or markers whose meanings are lost. Other areas show signs of deliberate destruction, perhaps from conflict or ritual decommissioning. Did the Taurians abandon Kukuruzu peacefully, or did external forces compel its desertion? Were some of its chambers deliberately concealed, intended to remain hidden for reasons we can only imagine? Standing amid the terraces and towers, the fortress exerts a quiet but undeniable gravity. Each wall, each pathway, each stone seems to whisper of intentions beyond the practical, of belief, power, and identity intertwined with landscape. The fortress endures not merely as a relic of human habitation, but as a puzzle, a record of skill, faith, and ingenuity encoded in rock. And as we leave the Castello di Cucuruzzu behind, the mind cannot help but wonder. How many secrets remain concealed within these stones, and what truths about the Taurians, their knowledge, and their world have yet to emerge from the shadows of history? Leaving the rugged terraces of Corsica behind, our journey now winds northward to the windswept moors of Cornwall, England, where the Carn Uni ancient village rests quietly beneath the green hills, shrouded in mist and memory. From a distance, the site appears almost unremarkable, low mounds and faint stone outlines blending with the landscape. Yet as we approach, the subtle sophistication of human design emerges. The remnants of circular stone huts, carefully arranged streets, and the enigmatic fogu, a subterranean stone passage, hint at a community that was far from ordinary. Carn Uni seems at once modest and monumental, ordinary and inexplicably intricate. Carn Uni was occupied by the Cornish people during the Iron Age, roughly between 500 BCE and 400 CE. Archaeological studies reveal a settlement meticulously adapted to its environment. Roundhouses constructed of stone with wattle and daub walls, each hearth carefully positioned, pathways that connect domestic and communal spaces, and terraces that follow the natural contours of the land. The village reflects both practicality and planning, yet there is an element here that defies simple explanation. How did a community of this size, without modern tools, achieve such enduring construction? And what inspired the placement of structures in a pattern that seems to echo a deeper, perhaps symbolic logic? The most compelling and mysterious feature of Carn Uni is undoubtedly the fogu, a subterranean passage dug into the earth, lined with stone and covered with slabs to create a tunnel-like chamber. Its purpose remains a matter of debate. Some scholars suggest storage, protecting food from harsh weather, while others propose ritualistic use, perhaps linked to fertility, death, or spiritual communication. The fogu's exact function continues to puzzle archaeologists. Its entrance is often narrow and constricted, its interior labyrinthine, evoking an atmosphere that feels deliberately secretive, almost sacred. Could these underground corridors have been places of ceremony, initiation, or refuge? Or are they merely practical structures whose deeper significance is now lost to time? Walking among the village's circular huts, one observes subtle clues that hint at daily life: hearths for cooking, post holes for timber supports, and traces of stone furniture. Yet there is more than practicality embedded in the stone. Some layouts suggest a careful attention to orientation, with certain entrances facing the rising sun, others aligned with seasonal or celestial markers. Was this alignment intentional, designed to harmonize with natural cycles, or coincidental, the result of pragmatic construction? The evidence hints at a community attuned not only to survival, but to the rhythms of the world around them, a society in which daily life and natural observation were inseparable. Artifacts recovered from Carn Uni, pottery fragments, tools, and personal ornaments paint a picture of a village capable of both industry and artistry. Yet these objects also raise questions about the broader culture. Why do certain items appear unique to this site? Were these trade goods, symbols of status, or ritual objects? And what stories did the villagers tell as they moved through these spaces, tending hearths, gathering crops, or navigating the fogu in silence? Each artifact, like each stone wall, serves as a fragmentary clue to a society whose inner life remains largely veiled. The fogu, in particular, seems to challenge our understanding of Iron Age technology and purpose. Its construction required considerable planning, knowledge of structural integrity, and precision in working with massive stone slabs. How did the villagers manage this without metal tools advanced enough to cut and shape stone with ease? And why construct such a complex underground system in a relatively small settlement? Some fringe theories suggest connections to druidic practices, hidden knowledge, or even ritualized secrecy, but the absence of written records leaves these interpretations open-ended. What we know is that the fogu, more than any other feature, embodies a deliberate complexity that resists reduction to simple explanation. As we wander through the village, the sense of continuity between past and present is palpable. The contours of the land, the terraces, the circle of stones, all speak to a community in dialogue with its environment. Yet despite careful excavation and study, Carn Uni maintains an air of inscrutability. Why did this settlement flourish here and not elsewhere? What customs, beliefs, or knowledge guided its builders? And most hauntingly, what has been lost to time, hidden beneath layers of soil, obscured by centuries of weather and human activity? Standing amid the low stone walls and the enigmatic fogu, one feels the quiet weight of history. Carn Uni is more than a collection of huts and tunnels. It is a living puzzle, a record of human ingenuity, adaptation, and mystery encoded in stone and earth. The villagers who lived here left no written accounts, no guidebooks to explain their choices. Yet their legacy endures, inviting us to trace their footsteps, to imagine their lives, and to contemplate the knowledge they possessed but did not, or could not, transmit. As the mist drifts across the hills and sunlight plays upon the weathered stones, Carn Uni remains both familiar and unknowable. Each terrace, each hut, each subterranean passage hints at questions we may never fully answer. And as we leave this ancient village behind, one cannot help but wonder, how much of human history, of ritual, of knowledge, lies buried in plain sight, waiting for the careful eye to uncover, and what secrets of life and belief might Carn Uni still guard beneath its stone and soil? From the misty hills of Carn Uni, where subterranean passages whisper of ancient lives, our journey now turns to the windswept Orkney Islands off the northern coast of Scotland. There, nestled among rugged terrain and exposed to the relentless North Sea winds, lies the Dwarfy Stane, an enigmatic rock-cut tomb that seems at once monumental and intimate, ancient and strangely modern. At first glance, it appears deceptively simple. A single block of red sandstone, roughly rectangular, lying low against the earth. But closer inspection reveals a hollowed interior, a passage carved directly into the stone, forming a chamber of such precision that one cannot help but marvel at the skill and intention required to create it. The Dwarfy Stane is unique among Neolithic monuments. Most tombs in the Orkneys and across Britain are constructed from assembled stones, cairns, or passage graves. This tomb, however, is carved from a single monolithic boulder, its interior carefully hollowed to create a chamber with benches along its sides, a recess at the back, and a roof of remarkable uniformity. Archaeologists date the site to roughly 3000 BCE, situating it within the same era as other Neolithic constructions in the region, yet its form and execution remain unparalleled. How did the builders carve such a solid mass of sandstone with the rudimentary tools available at the time? And what drove them to choose such a labor-intensive method when assembling stones might have been far easier? The tomb's name, Dwarfy Stane, evokes folklore as much as history. Local legend tells of dwarfs or supernatural beings inhabiting the stone, imbuing it with a mystical aura that has persisted for centuries. While modern scholarship tends to separate myth from evidence, the stories underscore the monument's enduring capacity to inspire wonder and imagination. Could there be elements of spiritual or symbolic significance encoded in the tomb's design, understood by its builders in ways that have now been lost? Was it a place of burial, ritual, or perhaps both, serving as a bridge between the living and the world beyond? Walking inside the chamber, one is struck by the precision of the carving. The walls are straight, the corners carefully defined, and the benches molded with deliberate care. The roof, unusually flat for a rock-cut tomb, spans the space with a structural integrity that speaks to practical knowledge as well as aesthetic intention. Scholars speculate that the chamber's design may reflect a desire to emulate the built forms of other tombs while asserting a unique identity. Yet the exact methods remain a mystery. Did the builders labor for months or years, chiseling the sandstone by hand, or were there techniques now lost that allowed them to shape rock with remarkable efficiency? The tomb's interior hints at both communal and ceremonial functions. The benches could have served as resting places for the deceased, or as platforms for offerings, rituals, or gatherings. The recess at the back may have held significant objects, perhaps symbolic or spiritual in nature. Yet, without written records, the meanings of these spaces are speculative. Were these structures intended primarily for burial, or were they designed to channel energies, mark sacred events, or connect with celestial patterns? Observers note that the dwarfy stain is oriented with the landscape in mind, though whether this reflects practical drainage, symbolic alignment, or astronomical observation remains unclear. Artifacts recovered nearby are few, yet even they deepen the mystery. Flint tools, pottery fragments, and traces of human activity suggest prolonged and repeated use, hinting at a community invested in the site over generations. Yet the tomb's isolated location and its singular design suggest an importance that transcends the everyday, a place deliberately set apart from ordinary life. What beliefs or rituals guided its creators, and why choose a single monolith rather than a constructed tomb like their contemporaries? Could this represent a unique spiritual vision, a localized tradition, or perhaps an experimental form of Neolithic architecture? The dwarfy stain's enduring fascination also lies in its intersection of myth and archaeology. Legends of dwarfs or otherworldly beings may have grown out of the awe inspired by the tomb itself, yet the persistence of these stories highlights the human tendency to perceive the extraordinary in the enigmatic. The tomb's scale, precision, and isolation all contribute to a sense that this was a space intended to inspire reverence, contemplation, or even fear. And yet, we can never fully know the minds or intentions of those who carved it, leaving the monument suspended between history and imagination. As one sits inside the chamber, listening to the wind whistle across the surrounding hills and waves crashing on distant shores, the silence is both profound and contemplative. The dwarfy stain remains a testament to human ingenuity and the desire to mark existence, to honor the dead, and perhaps to reach beyond the visible world. Each carved surface, each hollowed recess, speaks to skill, patience, and a vision that continues to defy full understanding. Even after millennia, the tomb guards its secrets. How exactly was it built? What rituals unfolded within its walls? And what beliefs, now lost, shaped the lives of those who came here to honor their dead? Standing amidst the stark beauty of the Orkney landscape, the dwarfy stain reminds us that some mysteries endure, not merely to confound, but to inspire the human imagination. And as we leave its shadow behind, one question lingers. What other stories, truths, or knowledge might still be hidden within the silent stones of this ancient world, waiting for those willing to seek them? From the windswept Orkney Islands, where the dwarfy stain rests as a silent sentinel carved from solid sandstone, our journey now turns to the fertile hills of northern Israel, where the ruins of Tel Dan rise amid the lush greenery of the Upper Galilee. Here, the remains of massive stone ramparts speak of a city that once commanded both strategic power and cultural significance. Viewed from a distance, Tel Dan's terraces and walls seem unremarkable, blending with the gentle slopes and the course of the Dan River. But as one approaches, the scale and precision of the construction become unmistakable, evoking awe and a quiet sense of mystery. The ramparts of Tel Dan are monumental. Built from large basalt stones quarried locally, these walls form multiple concentric layers, rising to heights that would have deterred even the most determined invaders. Archaeologists have dated portions of the site to the Bronze and Iron Ages, revealing a city that played a crucial role in the region's complex political and cultural history. Yet beyond their historical significance lies a puzzle. The walls' construction, their sheer size, and the precision of their placement continue to challenge modern understanding. How were these enormous stones lifted, shaped, and positioned without the mechanical technology we take for granted today? And what vision guided the builders in creating defenses so formidable, yet so elegantly integrated into the natural landscape? Tel Dan is not merely a military site. Excavations reveal layers of urban planning. Streets, gates, water channels, and domestic structures indicate a thriving community that relied on careful organization and foresight. The massive ramparts, while functional as fortifications, may also have held symbolic weight, signaling the city's wealth, power, and sacred status. Some scholars suggest that the walls were as much about projection of authority as defense, a visible declaration to allies and rivals alike. But this raises further questions. Did the builders possess knowledge of architectural principles beyond mere practicality? Or were these forms shaped primarily by trial, tradition, and local necessity? The construction techniques of Tel Dan hint at expertise in engineering and logistics. Stones weighing several tons are fitted with remarkable precision, and sections of the walls display careful alignment and leveling that suggest an advanced understanding of structural stability. Yet no inscriptions or detailed records survive to explain the methods used, leaving modern researchers to speculate. Did the city's inhabitants rely on sophisticated scaffolding, ramps, and levers? Or were their methods now lost to time? And why invest so heavily in the sheer massiveness of the walls, rather than other defensive strategies known in the ancient Near East? Beyond the practical and technical questions, Tel Dan's ramparts provoke curiosity about the city's cultural and ritual significance. Nearby, the famous Tel Dan stele, an inscribed fragment mentioning the House of David, links the site to a broader historical and symbolic narrative. Could the ramparts themselves have served not only as defenses, but also as markers of lineage, authority, or religious legitimacy? And to what extent did cosmology, landscape, or ritual influence the wall's orientation and form? The answers are tantalizingly out of reach, embedded in stone and soil, waiting for those willing to probe both carefully and imaginatively. Even the patterns of wear and reuse within the walls raise questions. Some stones bear marks of reshaping, suggesting that the ramparts were repaired, rebuilt, or modified over generations. Were these changes driven by practical necessity, evolving architectural knowledge, or shifting cultural priorities? The evidence points to a living city, one that adapted over centuries, yet much of its story remains hidden in the rubble. What motivated such care and continuity in construction, and what insights about the society's values, technology, or beliefs might be embedded in these stones? Walking along the terraces and examining the layered ramparts today, one cannot help but feel a connection to the past. The walls, massive and enduring, transmit an almost tactile sense of human ambition, resilience, and ingenuity. Yet they also carry an aura of the unknown. Who precisely oversaw their construction? What rituals or ceremonies took place within or atop these walls? And what secrets about ancient political life, spiritual belief, or communal knowledge are locked within the stones themselves? As the sun shifts over the Galilean hills and shadows stretch across the basalt blocks, the ramparts of Tel Dan remain both monumental and enigmatic. They are a testament to human determination and skill, yet they challenge our assumptions about ancient engineering, urban planning, and cultural expression. Standing in their shadow, one is compelled to wonder how much of the city's knowledge, its intentions, and its human stories remain buried beneath the stones, waiting to be uncovered. And what truths about ancient civilizations, encoded in these massive walls, might still elude us, quietly preserved for millennia? From the enduring basalt walls of Tel Dan, where massive ramparts speak of ancient ambition and enduring mysteries, our journey now turns westward, to the rugged coastline and verdant hills of County Kerry, Ireland. Here, Perched on windswept ridges and overlooking misty valleys, the Kerry stone forts rise from the landscape like silent sentinels of a distant past. At first glance, these ancient enclosures may appear as simple circular mounds of stone, but closer inspection reveals intricate walls, strategic placements, and enigmatic features that suggest far more than ordinary habitation. They are both fortress and enigma, each structure a puzzle of human ingenuity carved from the earth. The Kerry stone forts, or cashels as they are often called, date primarily to the Iron Age, though some may have been built or modified over many centuries. Archaeologists have identified hundreds scattered across the region, their circular walls of dry stone construction enclosing spaces that could serve as dwellings, livestock pens, or communal areas. Yet the sheer precision and resilience of these stone enclosures remain striking. Stones are fitted tightly, often without mortar, creating walls that have withstood millennia of wind, rain, and frost. How did these builders, using tools and techniques far simpler than our own, achieve such stability and durability? And what motivated the placement of these forts across the Kerry landscape with such consistency and apparent purpose? Some fort locations seem to command strategic advantage. Hilltops, ridges, and elevated promontories offering expansive views over valleys and approach routes. Scholars suggest this reflects defensive necessity, providing communities with early warning of invaders or raiders. Yet the fort's circular forms and internal organization hint at a deeper complexity. Many contain multiple enclosures, suggesting layered usage or social hierarchies within a single site. Could these circular walls reflect not only defense but also symbolic or ritual significance, perhaps tied to cosmology, clan identity, or territorial claim? And what determined the precise radius of a fort, or the spacing of stones along its wall? The answers remain tantalizingly incomplete. Artifacts recovered from these sites are sparse but telling. Pottery fragments, metal tools, and occasional decorative objects provide glimpses into daily life, while the absence of extensive remains hints at selective preservation or ritualized use. Some forts exhibit evidence of habitation, with hearths and post holes, while others seem almost empty, their stone walls forming monuments without obvious domestic function. Could these distinctions reflect differences in social status, specialized ritual spaces, or temporary refuges during conflict? And why were some forts expanded or modified over generations, while others remained largely unchanged? The construction of the Kerry stone forts also raises questions about labor and organization. Building circular walls of dry stone with such precision requires knowledge of weight distribution, stability, and alignment. Yet no contemporary records describe the techniques employed. Did communities rely on passed-down traditions, oral instruction, or methods now lost to history? And what inspired the remarkable consistency across sites scattered over the rugged Irish terrain? Was there a shared cultural or architectural knowledge guiding these constructions, or did the circular form emerge independently in multiple locations as a natural solution to structural and social needs? Beyond practicality, the forts invite speculation about social, spiritual, and symbolic dimensions. Some scholars propose that certain sites were centers of ritual or ceremonial activity, where walls demarcated sacred space and controlled the flow of people. Others suggest astronomical or seasonal alignments, with openings oriented to solstices or key celestial events. While the evidence is debated, these possibilities hint at a sophisticated awareness of landscape, time, and human movement, suggesting that the builders of Kerry stone forts were not merely concerned with defense, but with embedding meaning into their environment. As one walks along the weathered stones today, the silence is profound, broken only by wind through heather and the distant call of birds. The circular walls, often no more than a meter high, seem to hum with memory, evoking generations of human presence now vanished. Children may have played within the enclosures. Fires may have burned for warmth and cooking, and ceremonies may have unfolded under moonlit skies. And yet, the stones preserve no written accounts, no explicit testimony beyond their arrangement, leaving interpretation to careful observation and informed imagination. Even the gaps and irregularities in the walls provoke thought. Some entrances are aligned in unusual directions. Others are deliberately offset or narrowed. Were these functional choices, controlling access and defending against intruders? Or were they symbolic, marking points of ritual significance, clan boundaries, or seasonal transitions? The absence of conclusive evidence allows the mind to wander across possibilities, from the practical to the ceremonial, and perhaps into realms we are only beginning to comprehend. Standing atop one of the hilltop forts, gazing across the patchwork of valleys, rivers, and distant mountains, one senses the fort's dual legacy, a practical achievement and a cultural statement, a structure at once grounded in the earth and reaching toward the human imagination. The Kerry stone forts are monuments to survival, skill, and social organization, yet they remain enigmatic, their builders' precise knowledge and intentions largely lost to time. How much of the society that raised these circular walls, guided by instinct, observation, or spiritual belief, can we truly recover today? And what hidden wisdom, rituals, or knowledge might still linger, etched into stone and landscape, awaiting rediscovery by those willing to look closely enough? From the windswept ridges of County Kerry, where ancient stone forts stand as silent witnesses to centuries of human ingenuity, our journey now carries us across oceans to the tropical archipelago of Palau in the western Pacific. Amidst dense forests and limestone hills, scattered across verdant valleys and hidden clearings, rise the enigmatic Badrulchow stone monoliths. At first glance, these megaliths appear as simple, upright slabs of weathered stone, yet as the eye adjusts to their scale and placement, a startling complexity emerges. Some stones reach several meters in height, their surfaces carved with subtle incisions and arrangements that hint at deliberate alignment. Each monolith seems to hold a story, a message frozen in time, though the language has long been lost. The Palau Badrulchow stone monoliths date back centuries, though precise chronology remains elusive. Archaeologists believe they were erected by early Micronesian societies, whose traditions emphasized communal ritual, spiritual expression, and a close relationship with the natural landscape. Unlike pyramids, stone circles, or defensive walls found elsewhere, the monoliths are singular in their arrangement and purpose. Many stand in isolated clusters, while others form linear alignments or groups suggesting ceremonial organization. Could these placements reflect social hierarchies, territorial markers, or more esoteric symbolic systems now beyond our comprehension? The monoliths themselves are remarkable in both size and construction. The stones, sourced from nearby limestone deposits, often exceed several tons. Local legends and folklore hint at the immense labor required to move and erect these megaliths across uneven terrain, a feat accomplished without wheels, draft animals, or iron tools. Some researchers suggest that sophisticated knowledge of leverage, ropes, and communal coordination would have been necessary to achieve such precision. Yet the exact methods remain a mystery. How did these early societies manipulate stones of such size? Were their tools or techniques now lost to history, or did cultural ingenuity overcome practical limitations in ways we can only imagine? Equally puzzling is the spatial arrangement of the monoliths. Some appear to align with celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, or specific lunar cycles. Others form patterns that could encode symbolic or spiritual meaning, perhaps serving as markers for seasonal ceremonies, ancestral veneration, or territorial boundaries. While mainstream archaeology often emphasizes practical or ritualistic interpretations, the possibility of an advanced observational understanding embedded in stone invites contemplation. Were these alignments intentional, reflecting a sophisticated awareness of the heavens? Or do they emerge naturally from topographical convenience, their patterns interpreted after the fact by modern observers seeking meaning? Artifacts and traces of human activity near the monoliths are scarce, but suggest that these were not merely decorative stones. Pottery shards, small figurines, and evidence of fire pits point to gatherings, feasts, or rituals that may have taken place within the shadows of these towering slabs. Some stones bear subtle carvings or grooves, whose purpose has yet to be fully decoded. Are they symbolic markers, offerings to ancestors, or artistic expressions? And if they carry encoded messages, what knowledge, stories, or beliefs were they meant to transmit to those who encountered them centuries ago? The natural environment adds another layer of mystery. The monoliths are situated in landscapes that vary from dense forest to open plains, often positioned with dramatic views of nearby rivers, valleys, or hills. Did these sites serve as geographic anchors, ceremonial centers, or visual markers designed to impress visitors or community members? Or were they chosen for more esoteric reasons, aligned with spiritual or cosmological principles now lost? The interplay of stone and landscape suggests an intimate understanding of place, a dialogue between human construction and the natural world that continues to resonate across centuries. Even the social dimension of the Badrul Chow monoliths is tantalizing. Erecting stones of this magnitude would have required coordination, labor management, and collective effort. This implies complex social organization, perhaps hierarchies of leadership, ritual specialists, or cooperative networks spanning multiple communities. Yet we have no written records, no inscriptions to explain their motivations. What beliefs, taboos, or traditions drove the repeated effort necessary to construct and maintain these monoliths? Did they serve as loci of power, pilgrimage, or community cohesion, binding people together across generations? Walking among the stones today, one is struck by the quiet magnitude of their presence. Sunlight filters through dense foliage, casting shadows that shift across the surfaces, accentuating the rough textures and subtle angles of the monoliths. The wind moves through the trees and grass, carrying a sense of timelessness. It is easy to imagine processions, ceremonies, or solitary contemplation unfolding among these stones, echoing practices and intentions now obscured by centuries of environmental and cultural change. And yet, the stones endure, retaining an aura of mystery, inviting interpretation without dictating it. The Badrul Chow monoliths are remarkable not only for their physical presence, but for the questions they pose. Why were some stones erected in isolation while others cluster together? Did alignments correspond to practical, spiritual, or symbolic purposes? Were they connected to broader networks of megalithic practice across the Pacific, or are they a wholly unique cultural expression? And above all, what knowledge, rituals, or meanings have been lost, hidden within the arrangement of stone, the grooves carved upon their surfaces, and the subtle interplay between human creation and natural landscape? As we step back from the monoliths, the forest seems to reclaim them in soft shadows and dappled light, yet their presence remains undeniable. Each upright stone is a testament to human effort, vision, and cultural depth, while simultaneously defying full understanding. They are markers of a society whose beliefs, practices, and ingenuity continue to elude us, yet whose imprint persists in every carefully placed slab, every alignment, and every subtle carving. And as we leave Palau behind, one question lingers in the mind. What other truths, hidden knowledge, or lost rituals might these ancient monoliths still guard, waiting silently to be discovered by those who approach with patience, curiosity, and respect? From the tropical forests of Palau, where monoliths rise in silent testimony to the ingenuity and ritual of early Micronesian societies, our journey now traverses continents and millennia to the arid expanses of southern Israel. In the heart of the Timna Valley, beneath stark cliffs of red sandstone and amid the vast desert plain, lie the ruins of ancient temples, structures that stand as both architectural marvels and enigmas of the early Bronze Age. The sun beats down relentlessly on the valley floor, illuminating the jagged peaks and casting elongated shadows over stone altars, carved pillars, and mysterious ceremonial spaces that appear to have been intentionally aligned with the surrounding landscape. The Timna Valley temples, sometimes referred to as the sanctuaries of copper, are closely linked to one of humanity's earliest industries, copper mining. Archaeologists have documented extensive mining operations dating back to the 5th millennium BCE, with traces of furnaces, slag, and extracted ore attesting to large-scale metallurgical activity. Yet the temples themselves, often overlooked amid the industrial remnants, offer a more enigmatic narrative. Carved platforms, stone pillars, and altars suggest ritualistic or religious function, but their exact purpose remains unclear. Were these structures merely adjuncts to mining activity, designed to appease deities or invoke blessings on labor and production, or did they serve a deeper spiritual role within an ancient society attuned to cosmic and earthly forces? The design and placement of the temples are striking. Many align with the surrounding cliffs, the desert horizon, or the movement of the sun, creating dramatic visual and spatial effects at sunrise or sunset. Some scholars have proposed that these alignments corresponded with celestial observations, linking seasonal change, agricultural cycles, or spiritual ceremonies to the rhythms of the heavens. Yet evidence is fragmentary, and interpretations remain speculative. Could the builders of Timna have possessed knowledge of astronomy or ritual geometry that guided these monumental constructions? Or were the alignments the product of pragmatic observation, scaled over generations of iterative use? Walking among the temples, one cannot ignore the artistic dimension. Carvings of sacred animals, geometric motifs, and enigmatic symbols adorn the stone, hinting at beliefs, stories, or codes now largely lost to time. The pillars themselves, some standing solitary, others grouped in deliberate patterns, suggest careful planning and intention. Were they symbolic markers, designed to delineate sacred space, invoke divine presence, or communicate authority and hierarchy? And if so, what gods, spirits, or cosmological principles did they reflect? Figures whose names and identities have vanished from the historical record. The valley's harsh environment adds to the wonder. To construct stone temples in a desert landscape, amid soaring temperatures and limited water sources, speaks to extraordinary organization, labor management, and cultural motivation. Who directed these monumental efforts? And how did early communities mobilize the knowledge, skill, and resources necessary to shape stone and sand with such precision? Did these builders view their work as a temporal project for practical religious observance, or as a permanent bridge to the divine, meant to endure across generations as testimony to faith and ingenuity? Evidence of human activity surrounding the temples offers tantalizing clues. Remnants of pottery, ritual deposits, and traces of feasting or ceremonial gatherings suggest that these sites were centers of communal engagement, not mere isolated monuments. Yet much remains ambiguous. Some temple platforms seem deliberately restricted, accessible only to select individuals, hinting at hierarchies of ritual access or secretive ceremonial practice. Could these spaces have been reserved for priests, shamans, or leaders, while the wider community observed from a distance? And what kinds of ceremonies took place here? Sacrificial, initiatory, commemorative, or perhaps a combination of all three? The connection between metallurgy and ritual at Timna deepens the intrigue. Copper extraction was vital to early societies, and the temple's proximity to mines suggests a cultural integration of labor, economy, and spirituality. Did miners invoke the gods before entering shafts? Were smelting processes accompanied by ceremonial offerings to ensure success and safety? The evidence is circumstantial but compelling, pointing to a worldview in which the physical and spiritual realms were inseparably intertwined, where stone altars and furnaces existed within the same sacred geography. Yet beyond practical explanations, the Timna Valley temples invite contemplation of mystery. Why were certain temples isolated on rocky promontories, while others cluster near mining operations? Do the arrangements of pillars and platforms encode knowledge or narratives that have been lost, like a language etched in stone without a key? And perhaps most profoundly, what drove early humans to invest so much effort, imagination, and ingenuity in places that now seem remote, desolate, and indifferent to human endeavor? The answers remain elusive, hidden within stone, sand, and shadow. As one walks across the sun-scorched valley, feeling the texture of carved stone and hearing the whisper of wind through jagged cliffs, the temples exert a quiet power. They are at once evidence of human skill, belief, and social organization, and monuments to what remains unknown. Their endurance across millennia provokes both awe and reflection. How did early societies conceive of divinity, ritual, and cosmic order? And what truths about human ingenuity have been preserved in the silent, weathered stone of these temples? Even as modern researchers examine foundations, altars, and pillar arrangements, the mysteries endure. The temples retain an aura of the ineffable, a place where labor, belief, and observation converge, yet where meaning remains partially obscured. Standing amid these ancient sanctuaries, one is left to contemplate the interplay of human endeavor, spiritual aspiration, and environmental constraint. How much knowledge, insight, or ritual practice has been irretrievably lost to time? And what might still be waiting, silently, among the pillars, altars, and desert shadows of the Timna Valley, ready to reveal fragments of an ancient worldview to those willing to look closely, patiently, and with reverence? From the sun-scorched sanctuaries of the Timna Valley, where stone temples testify to ritual, labor, and ancient belief, our journey now turns north across seas and centuries to the wind-swept Baltic island of Gotland, Sweden. Amid rolling plains and sparse forests, the megalithic grave mound rises from the earth, a subtle yet imposing feature on the landscape. At first glance, it might seem no more than a gentle rise, a mound blending with the surrounding terrain. Yet, as one approaches, the scale, form, and deliberate construction become clear. Large stones form the core of the mound, meticulously arranged, their surfaces weathered but enduring, each holding silent witness to centuries of human endeavor. The megalithic grave mounds of Gotland date primarily to the Nordic Bronze Age, around 1700 to 500 BCE, though some may have roots extending even further back into prehistory. These monuments are burial sites, but they are far more than mere receptacles for the dead. Each mound embodies the labor, belief systems, and social structures of the communities that constructed it. Massive stones, often weighing several tons, are carefully stacked or laid in circular, rectangular, or trapezoidal arrangements, creating chambers or delineating boundaries that have survived millennia of wind, rain, and frost. How did early societies manipulate such immense stones with the simple tools available to them? And why devote so much labor and ingenuity to the burial of a select few? The construction of these mounds required remarkable knowledge and coordination. Stones are not haphazardly placed. Their orientation, alignment, and positioning suggest both functional and symbolic intent. Some graves contain multiple chambers, indicating repeated use over generations. Others are singular, perhaps reserved for a prominent individual or clan leader. Were these arrangements purely practical, designed to protect the remains and mark sacred territory, or did they also encode a cosmological or spiritual logic? Might the placement of stones, their size, and the shape of the mound have been intended to mirror the cycles of the sun, the stars, or the changing seasons? Walking across the site, one notices subtleties that hint at ritualistic purpose. Certain stones are deliberately smoothed, others bear grooves or shallow carvings whose meaning remains obscure. Some mounds are oriented along axes that correspond to solstices or significant celestial events. Scholars debate the extent of these alignments. Are they evidence of advanced astronomical knowledge, or the product of careful observation and intuition over generations? The answer may lie somewhere between practicality and sacred insight, a reflection of a society whose daily lives were inseparable from both the cycles of nature and the rituals of death. Artifacts discovered within and around the mounds provide further insight, though they also deepen the mystery. Bronze tools, jewelry, pottery fragments, and occasionally human remains reveal glimpses of social hierarchy, technological ability, and ritual practice. Yet the scarcity of items in some mounds raises questions. Were certain graves reserved for select individuals whose significance transcended wealth or status, chosen instead for lineage, spiritual role, or extraordinary ability? And what beliefs guided the selection, preparation, and burial of the deceased in these monumental constructions? The environmental context adds another layer of fascination. Gotland's windswept plains and isolated forests would have presented both opportunity and challenge for mound construction. Transporting massive stones across uneven ground, coordinating labor, and maintaining the structural integrity of the mounds would have demanded extensive knowledge, communal effort, and cultural motivation. Who oversaw these projects? How were tasks distributed among the community? And what drove people to invest so much time, energy, and resources into monuments that were, in essence, dedicated to preserving memory and honoring the dead? Beyond practical and ritual considerations, the megalithic grave mounds carry an aura of the enigmatic. Certain features defy easy explanation. Some stones are deliberately oversized, others are arranged in patterns that resist functional interpretation. Were these intentional acts of symbolism meant to communicate power, connection to ancestors, or spiritual significance? Could some mounds have served as territorial markers, while others were ceremonial centers for rites that remain invisible to us today? And what knowledge, once understood by the builders, has now been lost to the millennia? The mound's endurance speaks to human ambition and ingenuity, but also to the persistence of mystery. Standing among the weathered stones, one senses a continuity between past and present. The hand that shaped the stone, the eyes that gazed upon the surrounding landscape, and the lives that intersected with this sacred site are all present in memory and space. Yet, much remains hidden. How many chambers have yet to be uncovered? What rituals occurred that leave no trace in the archaeological record? And what cultural, spiritual, or cosmological insights might have been encoded in these stones, waiting to be deciphered? Even today, the megalithic grave mounds evoke awe and quiet contemplation. They are tangible evidence of human skill and devotion, yet they resist complete understanding. Each stone, each arrangement, each carefully constructed chamber stands as a question posed across millennia, a challenge to modern observers to reconcile technical achievement with spiritual intention, and to imagine the beliefs and practices that shaped these enduring monuments. As the sun dips toward the Baltic horizon, casting long shadows across the weathered stones, the mounds maintain a silent presence. They remind us that human history is not only a record of what we can see, but also a landscape of what remains hidden, lost, or intentionally concealed. What wisdom, beliefs, or knowledge has vanished with time, yet remains encoded in these stones, waiting to be glimpsed by those who walk carefully among them, attuned to both the visible and the invisible. The megalithic grave mounds of Gotland endure not only as graves for the departed, but as monuments to the unknown, inviting reflection, curiosity, and wonder in all who encounter them. From the windswept plains of Gotland, where megalithic grave mounds preserve the memory of ancient lives in stone, Our journey now carries us southward across the Mediterranean to the island of Sardinia, Italy. Here, in the fertile plains near Sassari, rises Monte de' Codi, a monument so unique in design and scale that it defies simple classification. At first glance, it resembles a stepped platform or truncated pyramid, constructed from massive stone blocks arranged in terraces that climb toward the sky. Yet as one approaches, the subtle sophistication of the structure becomes apparent. An enormous ramp ascends one side, leading to a flat summit that may have served as a ceremonial platform, altar, or observatory. The structure's presence is both imposing and enigmatic, a silent testament to the creativity and ambition of its builders. Monte de' Codi is widely dated to the late Neolithic period, around 4000 to 3500 BCE, making it one of the oldest monumental constructions in Western Europe. Unlike contemporary European megalithic tombs or stone circles, Monte de' Codi is a singular architectural form, combining elements of a platform, altar, and stepped mound. Its function remains a subject of debate. Archaeologists suggest it may have served as a religious sanctuary, a communal gathering place, or a ceremonial site linked to the cycles of the sun and the agricultural calendar. Yet the absence of inscriptions or definitive ritual artifacts leaves its precise purpose shrouded in mystery. How did these early Sardinian societies conceive, design, and execute such a structure? And what motivated them to elevate stone above the surrounding landscape in this deliberate, monumental form? The construction of Monte de' Codi demonstrates remarkable technical skill. Large limestone blocks, quarried locally, were cut and positioned with precision, forming terraces that rise in a series of steps. The ramp, carefully aligned to the base of the mound, leads directly to the summit, suggesting intentional movement and access for human activity. The builder's understanding of weight distribution, stability, and structural cohesion is evident in the enduring nature of the monument, which has survived thousands of years of weathering and seismic activity. What methods did they employ to move and lift stones of such size? Did they rely solely on manual labor, ropes, and wooden levers, or were their techniques and knowledge now lost to time? The spatial and symbolic arrangement of Monte de' Codi adds to its intrigue. The mound is oriented in a manner that some scholars believe may correspond with astronomical events, such as solstices or equinoxes. Could the summit have served as a platform for observing celestial movements, marking seasonal transitions critical to agricultural cycles? Or might the orientation have held religious or symbolic significance, connecting the earthly realm with the divine or supernatural forces revered by the Neolithic community? While these theories remain speculative, the careful design suggests a sophisticated awareness of both the natural world and human ritual practice. Excavations at the site have uncovered remnants of altars, hearths, and other traces of human activity, indicating repeated ceremonial use. Pottery fragments, obsidian tools, and occasional offerings suggest that the site was not merely a passive marker of territory, but an active focal point for community ritual and spiritual life. Yet questions remain. Were these ceremonies tied to fertility, ancestor veneration, or celestial observation? Did they involve the entire community, or were they restricted to a priestly class or ruling elite? And what oral traditions, myths, or cosmologies guided the design and use of such a monumental structure, now silent across millennia? The relationship between Monte de' Codi and the surrounding landscape also speaks to its significance. Positioned amid rolling plains and visible from considerable distances, the monument dominates the horizon, creating a visual anchor in the environment. Some researchers suggest this placement was deliberate, intended to impress or unify local communities, or to mark a sacred boundary. Others propose that its location had practical or symbolic functions, perhaps linked to water sources, fertility of the land, or routes of communication. Regardless, The interplay of stone and landscape reflects a deep understanding of place, demonstrating that the builders were attuned to both the practical and spiritual dimensions of their environment. Monte de Codi also invites reflection on the social organization required to create such a monument. Moving massive stone blocks, designing terraces and ramps, and coordinating communal labor implies sophisticated leadership, planning, and cooperation. How were tasks assigned? What knowledge or rituals guided construction, and how was expertise transmitted across generations? The monument stands as a testament not only to technical ability, but to social cohesion, suggesting that early Sardinian societies possessed both organizational skill and cultural motivation, sufficient to transform landscape into lasting ritual architecture. Yet beyond construction and technical achievement lies the deeper mystery of meaning. The flat summit, terraces, and ramp hint at ritual processions, gatherings, or ceremonies, but the absence of direct evidence leaves the interpretation open. Did the monument serve as a bridge between the human and spiritual worlds? Was it designed to host rites of passage, offerings to deities, or festivals tied to the cycles of nature? And how much of the symbolic language encoded in stone has been lost, obscured by time, weather, and the impermanence of perishable materials once associated with the site? Even today, approaching Monte de Codi, one feels a sense of continuity between the builders and the present observer. The monument is at once monumental and intimate, monumental in scale and ambition, intimate in its subtle details, the careful positioning of stones, and the deliberate ascent of the ramp that invites human interaction. Its survival across thousands of years transforms it into a living puzzle, a structure that challenges our assumptions about the Neolithic world and the capacities of its people. Each terrace, each stone, each faint trace of human activity offers a question rather than an answer, urging reflection, imagination, and curiosity. As the Sardinian sun casts long shadows over the terraces, and the surrounding plains are painted in the warm glow of evening, Monte de Codi stands as a silent witness to human ingenuity, belief, and aspiration. It reminds us that monumental construction was not merely about utility or survival, but about identity, spirituality, and the human desire to connect with forces beyond the immediate world. And as we step back, leaving the stone terraces behind, one is left to ponder. What secrets, rituals, or knowledge might still be encoded in this ancient platform? What inspired the builders to raise stone toward the sky, to carve terraces with such care, and to construct a monument that speaks across millennia to every visitor who comes seeking understanding? Monte de Codi remains both a testament to achievement and a question suspended in time, inviting contemplation, imagination, and a recognition of the enduring mysteries of human history. From the stepped terraces of Monte de Codi in Sardinia, where Neolithic ingenuity and ritual ambition left their enduring imprint on stone, our journey now follows the course of history eastward to the sun-soaked hills of southwestern Turkey. Here, amid the fertile valley of the Menderes River and overlooking the winding course of its tributaries, lie the ruins of Tralles, a sacred complex whose origins stretch deep into the ancient world. At first sight, the site appears as a scatter of weathered stone foundations, colonnaded terraces, and fragmentary walls. But as the eye adjusts, the subtle magnificence of the complex emerges. Massive stone blocks, carved reliefs, and carefully aligned altars hint at an architectural vision that was both ceremonial and cosmological, designed to endure the passage of centuries. The Tralles sacred complex was an important spiritual and civic center in antiquity, linked to Hellenistic traditions yet built upon layers of earlier habitation. Archaeological evidence suggests that the site functioned as a nexus for ritual activity, commerce, and social gathering, where the natural and constructed worlds were harmonized through careful design. Colonnades and stepped terraces suggest a deliberate orchestration of movement and visibility, guiding visitors along ceremonial paths while framing views of the surrounding hills and river valleys. Was this alignment purely practical, or was it intended to convey spiritual significance, to mirror cosmic order, or to link human ritual with celestial events? The architecture of Tralles is remarkable in its combination of precision, scale, and adaptability to the terrain. Builders carved terraces into the slopes of the hills, creating flat ceremonial platforms while simultaneously stabilizing the hillside. Massive blocks of local stone were shaped and placed with care, forming both structural and symbolic elements. Some stones bear traces of carved reliefs, abstract motifs, and symbolic patterns whose meaning remains obscure. Were these purely decorative, or did they encode ritual knowledge or cosmological beliefs? And if so, how much of that knowledge has been lost, leaving only the stone itself as silent testimony? As one moves through the remains of the complex, the organization of spaces becomes increasingly compelling. Certain terraces appear to have served as open-air gathering areas, others as shrines or ritual focal points. Archaeologists have identified altars, stone basins, and carved platforms that suggest sacrificial, commemorative, or ceremonial functions. Yet the scarcity of textual records from the earliest periods means that much is left to interpretation. What kinds of rites were performed here? Were they seasonal ceremonies tied to agriculture, rites of passage, or spiritual observances aligned with the cycles of the heavens? And how did the physical design of the complex reinforce or guide these sacred activities? The placement of the complex itself adds to the mystery. Situated at a natural crossroads of river valleys, the site would have been both visually prominent and geographically accessible. Was this location chosen for practical reasons, trade routes, proximity to water, defensibility, or for symbolic reasons, linking the human settlement to natural features imbued with spiritual significance? Some scholars propose that the terraces and altars may have been deliberately oriented to capture sunrise and sunset light during solstices, or to align with prominent stars and constellations. Could the Tralles sacred complex have functioned as an observatory, a calendar, or a locus of cosmological understanding, integrating astronomy with ritual practice? Artifacts recovered from the site offer tantalizing clues, but also raise further questions. Fragments of pottery, votive offerings, and small figurines suggest ritual use, yet the patterns are inconsistent and difficult to interpret. Some altars appear deliberately sparse, while others indicate repeated ceremonial deposition. Were certain areas reserved for elite or priestly classes, while others accommodated communal participation? And how did these material traces reflect belief systems, social hierarchies, or long-standing traditions that guided behavior and shaped the landscape? The construction techniques of Tralles reveal a high degree of technical knowledge. Stones are carefully cut, terraces precisely leveled, and retaining walls expertly integrated into the natural hillside. The builders displayed an understanding of balance, weight distribution, and long-term durability, ensuring that the complex would withstand earthquakes, erosion, and centuries of human activity. Yet despite the engineering skill, the site retains a sense of mystery. How were these stones quarried, transported, and placed with such precision? And what tools, methods, or lost techniques enabled early architects to translate symbolic and ritual concepts into enduring stone structures? Beyond the physical structure, the Tralles sacred complex resonates with cultural and spiritual significance. The design appears intentionally immersive. Movement along terraces and stairways may have mirrored the spiritual journey of participants, guiding them from the ordinary world to sacred spaces. Architectural elements create controlled vistas and lines of sight, framing distant hills, river bends, or sacred natural features. Could this have been a form of ritual theater, where the environment itself played a role in guiding perception and emotion? And if so, what philosophical, spiritual, or cosmological beliefs underpinned this intentional choreography of stone, light, and landscape? Even the patterns of erosion and modification at the site provoke reflection. Some terraces appear to have been reshaped or rebuilt, suggesting long-term use and adaptation. Were these changes functional, responding to environmental pressures, or symbolic, reflecting evolving rituals and beliefs? The layers of stone and soil preserve evidence not only of construction, but of centuries of human presence, devotion, and interpretation. And yet, much remains inaccessible. The original ceremonial practices, the chants, the offerings, and the human experiences that animated the complex have vanished into history, leaving the stones themselves as the primary narrative. Walking through Tralles today, one senses the continuity between past and present. The sun slants across terraces and colonnades, highlighting the textures of weathered stone and casting long, shifting shadows. The wind carries a whisper of centuries past, of rituals performed, prayers offered, and human beings moving deliberately through spaces designed to inspire awe and reflection. In this silence, the monument communicates as much by what it conceals as by what is visible. It challenges the observer to imagine, to infer, and to wonder at the cultural and spiritual worlds that shaped its creation. The Tralles sacred complex is at once tangible and enigmatic. Its terraces, altars, and colonnades demonstrate technical skill, organizational capacity, and aesthetic vision. Yet the deeper purpose, the spiritual, cosmological, and social meaning, remains elusive. What rituals, knowledge, or celestial observations guided the builders? How did the interplay of stone, landscape, and sky shape human perception and belief? And what remains hidden beneath layers of soil, weathered stone, and centuries of cultural change? As the sun begins to descend over the Menderes Valley, bathing the terraces in golden light, the sacred complex retains its quiet power. It reminds us that human history is composed not only of what can be recorded or explained, but of mysteries that endure, waiting for careful observation, reflection, and interpretation. The Tralles sacred complex challenges us to consider the ambitions, beliefs, and ingenuity of its builders, and to confront the unknown dimensions of ancient ritual, architecture, and cosmology. Standing amidst these stone terraces, one cannot help but ask, what truths, wisdom, or spiritual insights are encoded in the very stones of Tralles, preserved across millennia, waiting for those patient and attentive enough to perceive them? From the sacred terraces of Tralles, where stone platforms and ceremonial ramps once guided human ritual under the Mediterranean sun, our journey now crosses the Aegean and continental Europe to the rolling hills and rugged landscapes of northern England. Perched atop the craggy escarpments of Hadrian's Wall, the fortress of Housesteads stands as a sentinel over the Northumbrian frontier, a testament to Roman ambition and the enigmatic human stories preserved within its stone walls. Even in ruins, the fortress commands the imagination. Sturdy stone ramparts rise from the uneven terrain, enclosing a compact settlement of barracks, granaries, and administrative buildings. The wind whistles across the escarpment, carrying the sense of isolation, vigilance, and centuries of human history. Housesteads, known in antiquity as Vercovicium, is one of the best preserved Roman forts along Hadrian's Wall, a monumental boundary built in the 2nd century CE under the reign of Emperor Hadrian. Its primary purpose was military, a garrison designed to control the northern frontier of the Roman Empire, monitor movement across the border, and project imperial authority into a landscape populated by diverse local communities. Yet despite the clarity of its military function, Housesteads retains an air of mystery, a sense that beneath the practical stonework and organized layouts lie untold stories of daily life, belief, and human experience at the edge of empire. The fortress's design reflects Roman ingenuity and discipline. Thick stone walls form rectangular perimeters, punctuated by guard towers at strategic intervals, while internal streets and buildings are laid out with precise regularity. Barracks accommodated hundreds of soldiers, while granaries and workshops supported the logistical needs of a remote garrison. Some structures exhibit evidence of adaptations over time, suggesting that the fort evolved in response to shifting military, political, and environmental pressures. But while the overall plan is well understood, many details remain puzzling. How did Roman engineers manage construction in such a remote and rugged location? What engineering knowledge ensured the longevity of walls, gates, and towers in a landscape frequently battered by wind, rain, and frost? The human dimension of housesteads is equally compelling. Archaeologists have uncovered artifacts that illuminate daily life: pottery fragments, tools, coins, and remnants of personal adornment. These discoveries suggest that soldiers and civilians alike inhabited a structured, highly regulated environment, yet one that also allowed for private expression, leisure, and cultural exchange. Graffiti etched into walls, for instance, preserves fleeting glimpses of personal identity: names, symbols, even crude illustrations, left by soldiers long gone. What did these inscriptions mean to the individuals who carved them? Were they acts of devotion, boredom, humor, or defiance? And how did life at the northern edge of empire shape their worldview, their fears, and their beliefs? The fortress also hints at ritual and spiritual practices. Altars, dedicatory inscriptions, and religious symbols found on site indicate that soldiers engaged with a range of deities, from Roman gods to localized or syncretic forms of worship. Was religion a personal comfort in a harsh frontier, a collective expression of communal identity, or a strategic instrument for maintaining discipline and cohesion? Some altars suggest appeals for protection, victory, or safe passage, while others may reflect ritualized acts designed to honor ancestral traditions or maintain favor with supernatural forces. And yet, the interplay between personal belief and imperial ideology remains only partially visible, a puzzle that the stones themselves silently preserve. Beyond its human occupants, the fortress's location amplifies its sense of mystery. Housesteads occupies a commanding position on a ridge overlooking the surrounding valleys and hills. The walls, towers, and gates are oriented to maximize visibility and control, but they also create dramatic vistas, framing the landscape in ways that seem both functional and symbolic. Could the placement of structures have been intended to convey power to distant observers, to assert control over the environment, or even to inspire awe and psychological influence over those approaching the wall? And how did the natural environment, the harsh winds, steep inclines, and shifting weather, interact with the built landscape to shape daily life, defense strategies, and ritual practice? The fortress's survival over nearly 2 millennia is remarkable. Weathering, neglect, and centuries of agricultural use might have reduced many similar sites to rubble, yet housesteads endures. Stone walls rise in carefully preserved fragments. Gateways hint at thresholds once crossed by hundreds of soldiers, and interior floors bear the faint marks of human activity long vanished. How much knowledge about construction, strategy, and daily practice has been irrevocably lost? What subtleties of Roman frontier life, soldierly culture, and ritual behavior remain invisible, encoded only in the arrangement of stones and faint impressions in the soil? Even as we attempt to reconstruct life at housesteads, unanswered questions proliferate. Some areas of the fort suggest long-term habitation, while others appear to have been used temporarily or modified in response to crises. What decisions guided the construction, adaptation, and abandonment of specific structures? How did soldiers, officers, and civilians negotiate hierarchy, survival, and identity in such a challenging environment? And what stories, conflicts, and experiences were never recorded, leaving only material traces to hint at lives fully lived but partially lost. The fortress also invites contemplation of human resilience and ingenuity. To establish a permanent military and administrative presence on the northern edge of the Roman Empire required not only engineering skill but social cohesion, logistical planning, and cultural adaptation. Roads, water supply systems, and defensive structures demonstrate careful planning and technological understanding. Yet even with these innovations, the frontier was unpredictable, and the human dimension, the interactions between soldiers, local populations, and the forces of nature, remains difficult to reconstruct fully. How did these individuals cope with isolation, uncertainty, and the ever-present potential for conflict? Walking among the ruins today, one feels the echo of centuries. The wind moves across the escarpment, carrying a sense of isolation and vigilance. The walls, towers, and gateways create an atmosphere of containment and observation, while the subtle interplay of light and shadow transforms mundane stonework into an evocative landscape of memory. The fortress communicates as much through what it conceals, the lives, rituals, and experiences lost to time, as through what is visible. It is both monument and enigma, a structure of human ambition that challenges the modern observer to imagine life, purpose, and meaning at the edge of empire. The fortress of Housesteads, though well studied, retains an aura of mystery. Its walls speak of discipline, power, and strategic intent, yet they also conceal the intimate human stories that gave the site life: fears, hopes, prayers, and daily routines. Was Housesteads purely a military outpost, or did it function as a cultural, spiritual, and social hub for those living on the edge of the known world? How did the interactions between landscape, architecture, and human activity shape perception, belief, and social cohesion? And what truths about frontier life, resilience, and the human capacity to impose order on both nature and society remain hidden, etched into stone, soil, and shadow? As the sun dips behind the distant hills of Northumberland, casting long shadows across the fortress, the silence of centuries settles over the site. Housesteads endures as both artifact and enigma, a monument to engineering and strategy, a record of human endeavor, and a reminder of the mysteries that remain embedded in every wall, doorway, and terrace. Standing among these ancient stones, one cannot help but wonder, what stories, knowledge, or experiences have vanished forever, and what whispers of the past still linger here, waiting for those patient enough to observe, imagine, and reflect? The fortress of Housesteads stands not only as a relic of empire, but as a portal into the unknown dimensions of human history at the very edge of civilization. From the northern ramparts of Housesteads, where Roman soldiers once surveyed the frontier and the wind whispered through stone walls, our journey now moves westward across the Irish Sea to the rugged and windswept cliffs of the Aran Islands. Perched on a sheer precipice overlooking the relentless Atlantic, Dún Angasa Fort rises from the limestone plateau of Inishmore, its walls curving around the edge of a dramatic drop that plummets hundreds of feet to the sea below. From a distance, the site seems almost impossibly positioned, a fortress clinging to the edge of the world, its stone walls blending seamlessly with the natural contours of the land. The sight alone evokes a mixture of awe and apprehension, a sense that human determination and ingenuity have been brought to their most extreme expression. Dún Angasa, one of the most iconic prehistoric forts of Ireland, dates primarily to the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age, around 1100 to 500 BCE. Yet its origins may reach even further back, layered upon earlier settlements and ritual sites. The fort is classified as a promontory fort, exploiting natural cliff edges for defense, but the construction is far from simple. Multiple concentric stone walls, terraced pathways, and defensive ditches were engineered with remarkable precision to maximize protection, control movement, and dominate the surrounding landscape. The builders sculpted the limestone bedrock and shaped massive stone blocks with care, aligning walls and gateways to complement both natural topography and defensive needs. How did Bronze Age communities achieve such feats of construction on precipitous terrain with rudimentary tools? What knowledge of engineering, landscape, and human movement guided the creation of these stone fortifications? The human element of Dun Angasa is central to its enduring mystery. Archaeological evidence suggests that the fort was more than a defensive stronghold. It functioned as a center for social, ceremonial, and possibly spiritual life. Within its walls, remnants of roundhouses, hearths, and storage structures hint at habitation and daily activity, while the fort's dramatic placement suggests a psychological as well as practical purpose, to inspire fear, respect, or awe in approaching communities or potential invaders. Could the fort's location on a cliff edge have been symbolic as well as strategic, a deliberate statement of dominance and connection to the natural and spiritual world? The design of the fort reflects a nuanced understanding of defense, visibility, and human behavior. Concentric walls create layered obstacles for any would-be assailant, while gateways and terraced paths control the flow of movement into and out of the enclosure. Yet the layout also emphasizes ceremony. The approach to the highest terrace involves a deliberate ascent, climbing through successive stone rings, each one imposing in scale and presence. Could this architectural choreography have been intended to elevate participants physically and symbolically, preparing them for ritual, observation, or assembly at the summit? And if so, what beliefs or cosmologies guided this integration of defensive and ceremonial architecture? The surrounding environment amplifies the fort's mystique. From the summit, the Atlantic stretches to the horizon, and the sound of waves crashing against cliffs carries across the plateau. The visibility of Dun Angasa from land and sea would have made it a powerful symbol, a marker of presence and authority, yet it also exposed the site to the harshest elements. Builders had to contend not only with steep cliffs and rugged terrain, but also with relentless wind, rain, and salt spray. How did ancient communities adapt to and harness these environmental challenges, shaping stone to endure in one of the most exposed and inhospitable landscapes of prehistoric Europe? Artifacts and traces of human activity within the fort suggest complexity in social structure and ritual practice. While many items are utilitarian, tools, pottery, and remnants of food, some suggest symbolic or ceremonial use. Certain alignments of walls, platforms, and enclosures may have been designed to mark seasonal events or astronomical phenomena, while the concentric walls themselves create a spatial hierarchy that may reflect social organization. Were these spaces reserved for elite members of the community, ritual specialists, or leaders? And how did the daily routines of ordinary inhabitants interact with the ceremonial or defensive aspects of the fort? The scale and precision of construction at Dun Angasa invite speculation about labor, knowledge, and cultural motivation. Moving massive limestone blocks, shaping terraces, and creating concentric walls would have required coordinated effort, expertise, and sustained commitment. Who directed these monumental efforts, and how were skills and knowledge transmitted across generations? Was the fort the product of a single generation, or the cumulative effort of centuries of maintenance, expansion, and ritual adaptation? And how did the interplay of social organization, spiritual belief, and environmental necessity drive such extraordinary human endeavor? Even with centuries of study, Dun Angasa retains profound mysteries. Some terraces and walls appear deliberately oversized, while certain pathways and enclosures defy easy explanation. Were these functional, ceremonial, or symbolic? Could certain alignments correspond to celestial events, the solstice sun, lunar cycles, or particular stars? Or were they the product of practical adaptation to the cliffs themselves? The lack of written records leaves these questions open, and every excavation, every new discovery, only deepens the intrigue. Walking along the edge of the cliffs, tracing the ancient stone pathways, one is struck by the intimacy and immediacy of human presence across millennia. The walls seem to speak of determination, ingenuity, and a worldview that integrated defense, ritual, and landscape. Yet they also conceal vast unknowns. The thoughts, beliefs, and experiences of those who built, inhabited, and defended the fort remain largely inaccessible, leaving us to infer, imagine, and wonder. What fears, ambitions, or spiritual practices motivated the builders? How did they understand their relationship to the land, the sea, and the heavens? And what knowledge, once central to their society, has been lost to time? The fort's endurance, precariously poised on cliff edges that have survived millennia of storms and erosion, speaks to human resilience and skill, but also to the enduring power of mystery. Each stone, terrace, and defensive wall preserves questions about social structure, ritual practice, and environmental adaptation. How did prehistoric communities integrate daily life with ceremonial observance? To what extent was the fort a projection of political or spiritual authority, and how much was it a practical response to the demands of survival in a harsh, exposed environment? Even today, the Atlantic wind sweeping across the plateau carries a sense of time suspended. The fort is at once isolated and commanding, a place where one can feel the weight of human effort, the vigilance of centuries past, and the unknown dimensions of Bronze Age life. The concentric walls, terraces, and cliff-edge positions invite contemplation of both practical and symbolic meaning, encouraging modern observers to consider the interplay of human ingenuity, environmental adaptation, and spiritual aspiration. Dune Angasa Fort remains a site of awe, reflection, and unanswered questions. Its walls and terraces embody the technical mastery, social organization, and cultural imagination of its builders. Yet they also preserve what is most elusive: the intimate, subjective experiences of the people who shaped, defended, and inhabited the site. What ceremonies, knowledge, or beliefs were enacted here that left no tangible trace? What inspired communities to transform perilous cliffs into monumental architecture? And what secrets of human resilience, ingenuity, and worldview are still encoded in stone, waiting for patient observers to interpret their silent message? Standing on the edge of the cliffs, one senses both the triumph of human achievement and the persistence of mystery, a reminder that the past is never fully knowable, but always compelling, if only we are willing to look closely, thoughtfully, and with imagination. Construction at Monte Baranta required significant technical skill and coordination. Massive stones, quarried locally, were transported, shaped, and placed without mortar, relying on careful alignment and weight distribution to ensure stability. Terraces were carved into the hillside, sometimes supported by retaining walls that themselves demonstrate advanced understanding of load, balance, and soil stabilization. How did these communities organize labor, plan construction, and transmit architectural knowledge across generations? Were there master builders or spiritual leaders guiding the process, ensuring that both practical and symbolic dimensions were respected? The patterns of habitation and modification at Monte Baranta also hint at temporal depth. Archaeological layers suggest periods of expansion, consolidation, and reorganization, indicating that the site was in use for centuries and adapted to changing social, political, or environmental circumstances. Were these adaptations responses to external threats, internal social dynamics, or evolving ritual practices? And what stories of conflict, negotiation, or ceremony are embedded in the stone terraces and walls, waiting to be interpreted? Even today, standing atop Monte Baranta, one can feel the interplay of human ambition and natural forces. The wind sweeps across the plateau, carrying the scent of earth and sea, while the rugged landscape stretches in all directions, reminding visitors of both the isolation and strategic advantage of the site. The terraces, walls, and foundations speak of labor, planning, and imagination, yet they also conceal the intangible, the social hierarchies, spiritual beliefs, and daily routines that gave life to the settlement. What did the inhabitants of Monte Baranta see, believe, and fear? What ceremonies, knowledge, or symbolic practices remain hidden in the arrangement of stones, terraces, and vantage points? The enduring presence of Monte Baranta is both a testament to human ingenuity and an invitation to ponder the mysteries of the past. Its walls preserve centuries of construction, modification, and habitation, while the landscape around it continues to evoke the drama of human survival, ritual, and aspiration. Each terrace and defensive wall poses questions. What motivated the placement of each stone, the shaping of each pathway, and the design of each enclosure? How did the builders integrate practical needs with spiritual and symbolic meaning, and how much of that knowledge has been lost to time? Walking among the terraces, tracing the outlines of walls and structures, one senses the rhythm of life that once pulsed across Monte Baranta. The labor of stonework, the preparation of food, the observance of ritual, the strategies of defense, and the interactions of community. Yet for all the evidence of human activity, much remains inaccessible. What inspired these people to carve, shape, and organize stone on such a formidable summit? How did they perceive the connection between their settlement and the surrounding landscape, between the earthly and the spiritual? And what secrets, practices, or knowledge lie buried beneath layers of earth, stone, and centuries of weathering, awaiting discovery by those patient enough to listen to the whispers of history? Monte Baranta endures as a site of both comprehension and mystery, a place where human skill, spiritual imagination, and environmental awareness converge in stone. Its terraces and walls offer glimpses into prehistoric Sardinian life, yet they also challenge observers to grapple with the unknowable. The rituals performed, the beliefs held, the social dynamics navigated, and the knowledge transmitted across generations. As the sun dips over the surrounding hills, casting long shadows across the terraces, the mountain stands as a sentinel of memory, labor, and imagination, a monument to human creativity and endurance that continues to evoke curiosity, reflection, and wonder. Construction at Monte Baranta required significant technical skill and coordination. Massive stones, quarried locally, were transported, shaped, and placed without mortar, relying on careful alignment and weight distribution to ensure stability. Terraces were carved into the hillside, sometimes supported by retaining walls that themselves demonstrate advanced understanding of load, balance, and soil stabilization. How did these communities organize labor, plan construction, and transmit architectural knowledge across generations? Were there master builders or spiritual leaders guiding the process, ensuring that both practical and symbolic dimensions were respected? The patterns of habitation and modification at Monte Baranta also hint at temporal depth. Archaeological layers suggest periods of expansion, consolidation, and reorganization, indicating that the site was in use for centuries and adapted to changing social, political, or environmental circumstances. Were these adaptations responses to external threats, internal social dynamics, or evolving ritual practices? And what stories of conflict, negotiation, or ceremony are embedded in the stone terraces and walls, waiting to be interpreted? Even today, standing atop Monte Baranta, one can feel the interplay of human ambition and natural forces. The wind sweeps across the plateau, carrying the scent of earth and sea, while the rugged landscape stretches in all directions, reminding visitors of both the isolation and strategic advantage of the site. The terraces, walls, and foundations speak of labor, planning, and imagination, yet they also conceal the intangible, the social hierarchies, spiritual beliefs, and daily routines that gave life to the settlement. What did the inhabitants of Monte Baranta see, believe, and fear? What ceremonies, knowledge, or symbolic practices remain hidden in the arrangement of stones, terraces, and vantage points? The enduring presence of Monte Baranta is both a testament to human ingenuity and an invitation to ponder the mysteries of the past. Its walls preserve centuries of construction, modification, and habitation, while the landscape around it continues to evoke the drama of human survival, ritual, and aspiration. Each terrace and defensive wall poses questions. What motivated the placement of each stone, the shaping of each pathway, and the design of each enclosure? How did the builders integrate practical needs with spiritual and symbolic meaning, and how much of that knowledge has been lost to time? Walking among the terraces, tracing the outlines of walls and structures, one senses the rhythm of life that once pulsed across Monte Baranta. The labor of stonework, the preparation of food, the observance of ritual, the strategies of defense, and the interactions of community. Yet for all the evidence of human activity, much remains inaccessible. What inspired these people to carve, shape, and organize stone on such a formidable summit? How did they perceive the connection between their settlement and the surrounding landscape, between the earthly and the spiritual? And what secrets, practices, or knowledge lie buried beneath layers of earth, stone, and centuries of weathering, awaiting discovery by those patient enough to listen to the whispers of history? Monte Baranta endures as a site of both comprehension and mystery, a place where human skill, spiritual imagination, and environmental awareness converge in stone. Its terraces and walls offer glimpses into prehistoric Sardinian life, yet they also challenge observers to grapple with the unknowable. The rituals performed, the beliefs held, the social dynamics navigated, and the knowledge transmitted across generations. As the sun dips over the surrounding hills, casting long shadows across the terraces, the mountain stands as a sentinel of memory, labor, and imagination, a monument to human creativity and endurance that continues to evoke curiosity, reflection, and wonder. From the sun-battered terraces of Monte Baranta, where the neuralgic people of Sardinia shaped stone to endure wind, time, and ritual, our journey now crosses the western Mediterranean to the heart of La Mancha in central Spain. Here rises Motilla de la Suer, a prehistoric fortified settlement that, like the mountains and cliffs before it, commands attention through both its ingenuity and its mystery. From a distance, the site appears as a cluster of earthen mounds, rising subtly from the flat plains, yet the closer one approaches, the intricacy of human design becomes apparent. Circular towers, defensive walls, and subterranean structures hint at a community that balanced practical needs with sophisticated engineering, and perhaps deeper symbolic or ritual considerations. Motilla de la Suer belongs to the Bronze Age Motilla culture, flourishing around 2200 to 1500 BCE, in a region defined by scarce water and vast plains. Unlike hilltop settlements elsewhere in Europe, Motilla de la Suer occupies relatively flat terrain, yet its builders engineered defensive and functional systems that reflect remarkable ingenuity. The central tower, a circular stone and earth construction, is surrounded by concentric walls and auxiliary structures. Within, archaeologists have uncovered a water well, storage facilities, and evidence of controlled access, features that suggest a deliberate integration of defense, habitation, and resource management. How did these Bronze Age communities perceive risk, survival, and social cohesion in a landscape as unforgiving as the La Mancha Plains? The fortifications themselves are compelling. Thick walls rise from the earth, punctuated by gateways and bastions that guide movement while simultaneously imposing order and authority. Terraced enclosures and strategically placed towers indicate a nuanced understanding of human behavior. A visitor, trader, or intruder would be subtly directed along paths designed for control, visibility, and observation. Yet some features defy purely practical explanation. Certain internal enclosures appear oversized relative to immediate defensive need, and subterranean galleries beneath the central tower suggest purposes beyond mere storage. Were these hidden chambers intended for ritual, secrecy, or elite activities? And if so, what beliefs, hierarchies, or cultural practices informed their design? The presence of a deep, carefully constructed well at the heart of Motilla della Zuer adds another layer to its enigma. In a region where water is scarce, ensuring a reliable supply would have been vital for survival, but the construction is remarkable in its scale and precision. Stone-lined walls descend into the earth, forming a circular shaft that taps into subterranean aquifers. Could this engineering feat have been purely functional, or might it have carried symbolic significance as well, representing a connection between the community, the earth, and the unseen forces that sustain life? How did the people maintain and protect such a vital resource, and what role did it play in the social and ceremonial life of the settlement? Excavations at Motilla della Zuer have revealed traces of domestic activity, craft production, and trade, suggesting that this was not simply a military installation. Pottery fragments, tools, and ornaments indicate a vibrant daily life within the fortified complex, while spatial organization hints at social hierarchies, communal gatherings, and perhaps ceremonial observances. Certain enclosures may have been reserved for leaders, specialists, or ritual practitioners, while other areas accommodated ordinary inhabitants. How did the rhythms of labor, ritual, and defense interact in this Bronze Age community? And what knowledge, beliefs, or cosmological perspectives guided their decisions? The architectural sophistication of the site invites further speculation. Concentric walls, strategically placed towers, and subterranean galleries demonstrate advanced understanding of engineering, material properties, and human movement. Transporting and shaping large stones, constructing a secure well, and organizing the settlement required coordination, skill, and social organization. Who directed these projects? Were there specialized architects, ritual leaders, or community councils guiding the construction? And how was knowledge transmitted across generations to maintain such an enduring settlement? Motilla della Zuer also raises questions about the relationship between humans and environment. Its location, while defensible, was dictated in part by the need to access water and arable land. The builders adapted their architecture to seasonal floods, wind patterns, and the movement of herds and people across the plains. How did these environmental pressures shape not only the fortifications, but also daily life, ceremonial practices, and long-term planning? And to what extent did the site reflect a cultural worldview that integrated survival, ritual, and social organization into a coherent spatial and symbolic framework? Even the patterns of wear and modification hint at mysteries that remain unresolved. Certain walls were rebuilt, terraces reinforced, and subterranean chambers modified over time, indicating that the site evolved over centuries. Were these changes responses to external threats, climatic shifts, or cultural transformations? And what traces of intangible knowledge, ritual practice, leadership, community cohesion remain encoded in the stones and earthworks, silently awaiting interpretation? Walking among the mounds today, one feels the quiet presence of a community long vanished yet meticulously preserved in its architectural imprint. The terraces and walls speak of human ingenuity, foresight, and resilience, while the central well remains a powerful symbol of both practical and perhaps spiritual importance. The interplay of visibility, movement, and concealment at Motilla della Zuer reminds us that prehistoric communities engaged deeply with both tangible survival and intangible cultural expression. What ceremonies, rituals, or communal activities once animated these terraces and chambers? What beliefs guided the selection of the site, the layout of its walls, and the construction of its subterranean galleries. Motilla de la Zuer stands as a monument to human adaptation, ingenuity, and mystery. Its earthen mounds and stone fortifications testify to the organization, skill, and foresight of Bronze Age communities, yet they also preserve unanswered questions. How did the inhabitants conceptualize the world around them? How did they integrate water, defense, habitation, and ritual into a coherent vision of life and survival? And what secrets of culture, belief, and social structure remain hidden beneath the mounds, silently waiting for the patient observer to uncover them? As the afternoon light casts long shadows over the undulating plains of La Mancha, the fortification's contours emerge in sharp relief, revealing terraces, walls, and pathways shaped by human hands millennia ago. Motilla de la Zuer invites reflection on the ingenuity of its builders, the challenges they faced, and the knowledge they encoded in stone and earth. It is a place where practical engineering, ritual imagination, and human resilience converge, yet one where much remains unknowable, a silent sentinel of Bronze Age life that continues to challenge our understanding and inspire wonder. From the sun-baked plains of La Mancha, where the fortifications of Motilla de la Zuer attest to the ingenuity of Bronze Age communities in managing scarce resources, our journey now turns to the arid deserts and fertile oases of the Arabian Peninsula. Here, in the United Arab Emirates, lies Hili Archaeological Park, a site where millennia-old human activity reveals the complexity, creativity, and resilience of societies in a landscape both harsh and alluring. At first glance, the park appears as a series of low-lying stone structures, burial mounds, and traces of settlements scattered across the desert sands. Yet, as one moves closer, the intricacy of human planning and the depth of cultural achievement become apparent, inviting both study and contemplation. Hili Archaeological Park is one of the most important sites associated with the Bronze Age an-Nar culture, flourishing approximately between 2600 and 2000 BCE. The site occupies a strategic location near oases in the Hajar Mountains, an area where water, fertile land, and trade routes converged. At the heart of Hili lies a complex of circular tombs, settlements, and ceremonial structures, all crafted from stone with remarkable precision. These circular tombs, some exceeding 9 meters in diameter, feature meticulously arranged stones forming concentric rings, passageways, and central burial chambers. The engineering skill required to construct such tombs in a desert environment speaks to the sophisticated social organization, technical knowledge, and cultural priorities of the an-Nar people. How did these communities, with limited tools and resources, achieve such architectural complexity? And what social, ritual, or symbolic motivations guided the layout and construction of these tombs? The site's burial structures are particularly compelling. Each circular tomb is more than a repository for the dead. It is an architectural statement of permanence, status, and cosmological vision. Skeletal remains, along with grave goods such as pottery, beads, and metal objects, reveal a society that valued craftsmanship, trade, and ceremonial observance. Yet despite extensive study, many aspects remain enigmatic. Why were these tombs circular rather than rectangular, as seen in neighboring cultures? Were the concentric rings symbolic of celestial bodies, spiritual hierarchies, or social structures? And what rituals or ceremonies were performed here to honor the dead, seek protection, or ensure communal continuity? Beyond the tombs, Hili preserves evidence of settlements, irrigation systems, and agricultural practices, suggesting that its inhabitants were highly adapted to their environment. Stone foundations outline domestic and communal spaces, while ancient phallage channels indicate the presence of sophisticated water management techniques, vital in a region where rainfall is scarce and seasonal extremes are harsh. The ability to harness and distribute water implies not only technical knowledge, but also coordinated social effort. Who oversaw the maintenance of these systems, and how did communities balance survival, labor, and ritual obligations in such a challenging landscape? The fortifications and settlement structures at Healy hint at a society concerned with both security and hierarchy. Low walls and stone enclosures demarcate areas for domestic, ceremonial, or strategic purposes. While the threat of external attack is difficult to quantify, the architecture suggests planning for defense, surveillance, and control of movement. Could these measures reflect conflict with neighboring communities, competition over scarce resources, or ritualized displays of authority? And how did the inhabitants negotiate the tension between the need for security and the requirements of daily life, ceremony, and trade? Healy Archaeological Park is also remarkable for its evidence of trade and cultural exchange. Artifacts discovered at the site, including beads, pottery, and metals, point to long-distance interactions across the Arabian Peninsula and beyond, connecting this desert society to distant communities along the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean. How did such trade influence social structures, ritual practices, and technological innovation? Did imported materials inspire new forms of artistic expression or ceremonial practice? And what knowledge, beliefs, or stories traveled along these routes, shaping the identity and worldview of Healy's inhabitants? The desert landscape itself contributes to the site's enduring mystery. The placement of tombs, dwellings, and ceremonial structures suggests deliberate engagement with topography, sunlight, and the surrounding environment. Could certain tombs have been oriented toward celestial events, seasonal cycles, or topographical landmarks? Might the positioning of settlements reflect strategic visibility, environmental sustainability, or spiritual considerations? The integration of natural and built environments raises profound questions about how Bronze Age communities conceptualized space, ritual, and cosmology. Archaeological evidence also hints at ceremonial and ritual activities beyond funerary practice. Open spaces, stone alignments, and enigmatic structures suggest that Healy was not merely a residential site, but a center for social and spiritual life. Were public rituals performed to honor deities, the ancestors, or natural forces? Were some spaces reserved for elites, shamans, or specialized practitioners? And how did these practices reinforce social cohesion or hierarchical structures? The material record provides hints, but no definitive answers, leaving room for speculation and wonder. The technical expertise evident in Healy extends to construction techniques, water management, and spatial planning. Massive stones were quarried, shaped, and positioned with care. Walls and foundations were engineered to endure harsh weather, and irrigation channels were designed to maximize efficiency in an arid environment. How did communities organize labor, knowledge, and skill to achieve these feats? Was expertise centralized in a few individuals, or was it transmitted collectively across generations? And what ceremonial or symbolic imperatives guided the allocation of labor, time, and resources to both practical and ritual projects? Even as centuries have passed, the park maintains a profound aura. Excavations reveal layers of adaptation, modification, and reuse, suggesting that Healy evolved over generations in response to environmental, social, and political pressures. Yet many questions remain unanswered. The precise function of certain structures, the full extent of ritual activity, and the social dynamics of the community. How did inhabitants perceive their place in the broader region? What knowledge and practices were encoded in stone, soil, and water, and which have been lost to time? Walking through Healy today, the desert wind carries a sense of time suspended. Circular tombs rise from the sands, their concentric stones speaking of permanence, ritual, and human ambition. Foundations outline homes, workspaces, and communal areas where families, craftsmen, and leaders once labored, celebrated, and mourned. The juxtaposition of practical engineering, ritual architecture, and environmental adaptation invites reflection on the ingenuity and resilience of Bronze Age society. Yet the site also preserves the intangible, the fears, beliefs, and aspirations of those who lived and died here, largely hidden, silently shaping the human imprint on the landscape. Healy Archaeological Park endures as both monument and mystery. Its tombs, settlements, and water systems testify to human ingenuity, social organization, and spiritual imagination, yet they also leave profound questions unanswered. How did these communities negotiate the interplay of survival, ritual, and cultural identity? How did trade, cosmology, and landscape inform their decisions? And what intangible knowledge, ritual practices, social hierarchies, or spiritual insights remains buried beneath centuries of sand and stone, waiting for discovery? As the sun sets over the Hajar Mountains, casting long shadows across the desert, Healy stands as a testament to human resilience, adaptation, and imagination. Its circular tombs, carefully placed settlements, and ingenious water systems invite us to reflect not only on what is visible, but on what remains hidden. In every stone, every terrace, and every trace of human labor lies a story partially told and partially lost. A reminder that even in the most extreme environments, human creativity and mystery endure, waiting for the patient and curious to uncover them. From the sun-scorched sands and intricate tombs of Healy Archaeological Park, where Bronze Age communities balanced survival, ritual, and ingenuity in the Arabian desert, our journey shifts northward, thousands of kilometers to the windswept Isles of Orkney, Scotland. Here, atop the flat, exposed expanse of the mainland, lies the Henge of Brodgar, a prehistoric monument whose circular symmetry, massive stones, and precise alignment evoke both awe and deep mystery. Even today, the site conveys a sense of deliberate purpose, a convergence of human ambition, astronomical observation, and spiritual aspiration that continues to challenge our understanding of prehistoric life. The Henge of Brodgar is one of the most remarkable ceremonial complexes of the British Neolithic period, dating approximately to 2500 to 2000 BCE. Its circular stone arrangement, originally consisting of 60 standing stones, forms a vast ellipse measuring roughly 104 by 112 meters, surrounded by a deep ditch and an embankment, forming a monumental boundary that separates sacred space from the surrounding land. The scale and precision of this henge demonstrate an extraordinary mastery of engineering and collective organization, accomplished without written records or modern tools. How did Neolithic communities conceptualize such monumental constructions? What drove the collective effort required to transport, shape, and erect massive stones on this exposed and often unforgiving terrain? The stones themselves are imposing, many towering over 4 meters, carved from locally quarried sandstone yet meticulously positioned to achieve symmetry and alignment. Archaeologists have long debated the purpose of the henge. Was it primarily ceremonial, astronomical, or social? Some stones appear aligned with solar and lunar events, suggesting awareness of celestial cycles. Could the builders have used the henge as a calendar, marking solstices and equinoxes to organize agricultural, ritual, or social life? And if so, what knowledge and observational skill were required to achieve such alignment with naked-eye precision, passed down across generations? Surrounding the central circle is a deep ditch and embankment, forming a clear delineation between the inner sacred space and the outer landscape. This boundary evokes questions about ritual practice and social organization. Were these enclosures meant to contain ritual participants, to protect sacred spaces, or to signify separation between the mundane and the divine? What ceremonies were enacted within this elliptical ring of stones? Rites of passage, offerings, seasonal observances, or communal gatherings? And how did such ceremonies structure the social, political, and spiritual life of the Neolithic communities who erected them? The Henge of Brodgar exists within a broader sacred landscape, connected to nearby monuments including the stones of Stennis, Maeshowe chambered cairn, and various burial mounds, suggesting an integrated network of ritual and ceremonial sites. The spatial relationship between these sites may indicate a sophisticated understanding of geography, sightlines, and symbolic connections. Did the builders conceive of this landscape as a cosmogram, a map of spiritual or cosmic order embedded into the terrain? And what does this tell us about Neolithic concepts of community, spirituality, and the human relationship to the environment? Excavations within and around the henge reveal traces of human activity. Hearths, pottery fragments, and evidence of feasting suggest that the site functioned as more than a monument. It was a place of gathering, performance, and possibly long-distance interaction. How were these gatherings organized? Were they seasonal festivals, communal rites, or elite ceremonies? And how did participation reinforce social cohesion and authority? The combination of monumental architecture and ephemeral activity hints at a duality, a permanent symbolic imprint on the land alongside dynamic human engagement that leaves only traces for modern investigators to interpret. The technical expertise required for the henge is striking. Moving stones weighing several tons across uneven terrain, erecting them with balance and stability, and designing the enclosing ditch required careful planning, labor coordination, and a deep understanding of material properties. Who guided these efforts, and what systems of knowledge and leadership enabled such large-scale construction? Was expertise centralized in select individuals, or distributed among a community skilled in observation, engineering, and ritual practice? Despite extensive study, many aspects of the henge remain mysterious. Certain stone sockets appear to have held timber posts or smaller stones, suggesting layered or evolving construction over centuries. Were these modifications functional, symbolic, or ceremonial? Archaeologists debate whether the henge served as a temple, an astronomical observatory, a social gathering space, or all of these simultaneously. Could the purpose have changed over time, reflecting shifts in social hierarchy, belief systems, or environmental pressures? The environmental context further amplifies the henge's mystique. Situated on a low-lying plateau, exposed to wind, rain, and seasonal extremes, the site demonstrates a sophisticated adaptation to place. The henge's visibility across the surrounding landscape would have made it a landmark, both practical and symbolic. Could its location have been chosen to align with distant natural features, sightlines to other ceremonial sites, or celestial markers? And how did these environmental and cosmological considerations intertwine with social, ritual, and practical motivations? The human experience within the henge is equally compelling. Walking among the stones, one can imagine the rhythm of life, the labor of transporting and erecting stones, the gathering of communities, the enactment of rituals, and the observation of celestial events. Yet the details remain elusive. The chants, gestures, and intentions of those who inhabited this ceremonial space are largely lost to time. What did they see when they looked outward across the plateau? How did the interplay of landscape, sky, and stone shape perception, belief, and social identity? Even after millennia, the henge of Brodgar retains an almost magnetic presence. Its concentric arrangement, imposing monoliths, and alignment with the heavens continue to inspire questions about the intersection of human ingenuity, social organization, and spiritual aspiration. Each stone stands as a testament to the labor, planning, and imagination of its builders, yet also as a silent witness to the mysteries that remain unresolved. What guided the placement of each stone? How were social, spiritual, and practical considerations balanced in the monumental effort? And what knowledge, beliefs, or cosmologies were encoded in this landscape that have not survived in material form? The broader context of Orkney, with its dense concentration of Neolithic sites, suggests that Brodgar was part of a cultural network of extraordinary sophistication. Connections between monuments may have facilitated ceremonial interaction, information exchange, or collective ritual. Did the people of Brodgar envision their henge as a focal point for a wider sacred landscape, linking human, natural, and cosmic domains? And how much of this network remains unrecognized or buried, waiting to be uncovered through careful observation, excavation, and interpretation? Standing in the center of the henge of Brodgar today, the wind sweeping across the Orkney Plateau, one feels the convergence of human ambition, ingenuity, and mystery. The stones endure as silent witnesses, monumental in scale yet subtle in their implied knowledge. They challenge modern observers to reconcile the tangible evidence of engineering and planning with the intangible traces of ritual, social hierarchy, and belief. What ceremonies unfolded in their shadow? How did these people conceptualize the cosmos, their community, and their place in the world? And what secrets, long buried in stone and soil, await discovery by those who approach with patience, curiosity, and reverence? The henge of Brodgar is, in every sense, a dialogue across time, a space where human skill, spiritual imagination, and environmental awareness converge, leaving enduring questions that continue to inspire wonder. Each stone, ditch, and embankment offers a glimpse into the mind of a Neolithic community that dared to shape the landscape, observe the heavens, and encode meaning into the earth. And yet, for all that is revealed, the henge preserves the unknowable, reminding us that the most profound mysteries of human history are often those that endure quietly in plain sight, waiting for the careful observer to recognize their significance. From the windswept stones of Orkney, where the henge of Brodgar stands as a testament to Neolithic ingenuity and spiritual vision, our journey turns once again to the Mediterranean, back to the rugged landscapes of Sardinia, Italy. Here, amidst rolling hills and limestone outcrops, we encounter one of the most enigmatic and awe-inspiring megalithic monuments of the Bronze Age, the Tombs of the Giants, or Tombe dei Giganti. At first glance, the site presents as a series of elongated stone chambers and massive monolithic slabs, partially hidden beneath the earth and overgrown vegetation. Yet even in ruin, the scale and precision of the constructions are immediately apparent. The very name, Tombs of the Giants, evokes both wonder and speculation, hinting at the enduring mystery of the people who created them. These tombs are a defining feature of the Nuragic civilization, which flourished in Sardinia from around 1800 BCE. Constructed from immense slabs of limestone, arranged in semicircular or elongated layouts, the monuments served as collective burial sites for entire communities. Some of the stones measure up to 4 meters in height and several tons in weight, carefully positioned to form chambers that could endure centuries of weathering. The effort required to quarry, transport, and erect these monoliths is staggering, raising questions about the social organization, engineering knowledge, and labor coordination of the Nuragic people. How did these Bronze Age communities manage to move and position such massive stones without modern tools? What techniques, tools, or communal strategies enabled them to achieve such precision in alignment and stability? The tombs themselves are both functional and symbolic. They typically consist of a central burial chamber, often covered by a mound of earth or smaller stones, and flanked by standing slabs forming a semicircular exedra. The exedra, sometimes stretching tens of meters, frames the tomb and gives it a monumental presence, transforming burial into performance, architecture into statement. Could these designs reflect a belief system in which the dead remained central to the life of the community, their resting places serving both as spiritual anchors and symbols of social cohesion? And how much of the planning was practical versus ceremonial? Were the tombs designed primarily to contain remains, or were they carefully orchestrated spaces for rituals, offerings, and ancestral veneration? Inside the chambers, archaeologists have discovered skeletal remains, pottery shards, obsidian tools, and other grave goods, offering glimpses into the lives, deaths, and beliefs of the Nuragic people. Yet many aspects remain unresolved. The arrangement of bones, the distribution of artifacts, and the orientation of the chambers suggest deliberate choice, but the reasons behind these choices remain unclear. Were certain tombs reserved for leaders, elders, or ritual specialists? Were the spaces used continuously, over generations, as collective repositories of community memory? And what did the selection of grave goods signify in terms of status, occupation, or spiritual significance? The architecture of the tombs raises further questions. The exedra, often composed of massive upright stones, gives the monuments a theatrical quality, as if the builders intended the tombs to be seen, approached, and experienced in a particular way. Were these exedras designed to align with celestial events, echoing patterns in the sky such as solstices or lunar cycles? Could the positioning of the tombs within the landscape, often on elevated ridges or near sacred springs, have carried symbolic or ritual significance, connecting the living community with ancestors, deities, or natural forces? The scale of labor invested in these monuments also speaks to the social complexity of the Nuragic culture. Coordinating quarrying, transport, erection, and alignment of multi-ton stones would have required not only physical skill, but also social structures capable of mobilizing and sustaining large groups of people over months, even years. Who organized this labor? Were there specialized leaders or master builders, or did knowledge reside collectively within the community? How did these communities balance labor for survival, subsistence, and monumental construction? And what ceremonial, spiritual, or social imperatives justified the immense expenditure of effort? Many of the tombs display evidence of modification and reuse over time, suggesting that the sites were dynamic, evolving centers of memory, ritual, and social practice. Stones were rearranged, chambers expanded, and mounds reinforced, implying continuous engagement with the monuments across generations. What prompted these modifications? Were they responses to environmental pressures, population growth, social change, or shifts in belief systems? And how might these alterations have reflected evolving concepts of ancestry, power, or spiritual authority? The environmental context of the tombs is also significant. Sardinia's rugged terrain, interspersed with limestone ridges and fertile valleys, provided both challenges and opportunities for settlement. The placement of tombs often maximized visibility and prominence within the landscape, making them landmarks for the living community while maintaining connection to vital resources such as water, grazing lands, and trade routes. How did the Nuragic people integrate these environmental factors into their architectural and ceremonial choices? Were tombs intended to dominate the landscape visually, or to harmonize with natural forms, or perhaps both? Ritual practice likely played a central role in the function of these monuments. Openings in the chambers, alignments of stones, and evidence of offerings suggest that the tombs were active sites of ceremony, not merely repositories for the dead. Were these rituals seasonal, corresponding to agricultural or celestial cycles? Did they involve communal gatherings, feasting, or performance? And what role did the tombs play in sustaining social cohesion, transmitting cultural knowledge, and reinforcing hierarchies within the community? Archaeological interpretation also raises questions about the social and spiritual worldview of the builders. The careful selection and placement of stones, the orientation of chambers, and the integration of tombs within the broader landscape all imply a cosmology that connected human life, death, and the natural world. How did the Nuragic people conceive of time, ancestry, and spiritual presence? Did they see the tombs as thresholds between worlds, as sacred loci of power, or as enduring markers of community identity? And how much of this worldview can we recover from the surviving architecture, artifacts, and skeletal remains? Even today, walking among the tombs, one is struck by their scale, symmetry, and silent grandeur. The monoliths rise from the earth, weathered by millennia of sun, wind, and rain, yet retaining an aura of intentionality and presence. Each stone carries the imprint of human effort, imagination, and belief, yet conceals more than it reveals. How many hands labored to move, shape, and erect each slab? How many generations engaged with these spaces, each adding layers of meaning, memory, and ritual? And what secrets, social, spiritual, or technical, remain hidden within the stones themselves? The collective character of the tombs further enhances their mystery. Unlike individual burial sites, the tombs of the giants embody communal identity, linking multiple generations in shared space and practice. How did the physical arrangement of these collective tombs reflect social organization, kinship, or hierarchy? Were there distinctions between chambers for different family groups or social roles? And how did the interaction between individual and communal memory shape the design and use of these monuments? Moreover, the tomb's endurance raises profound questions about cultural intent. The Nuragic builders chose durable stone and deliberate forms, ensuring that the monuments would withstand the ravages of time. Did they anticipate that future generations, or even distant civilizations, might encounter these structures and wonder at their purpose? Was the act of construction itself a form of ritual, a deliberate creation of permanence to anchor human life in the shifting landscape of history? Even as archaeologists continue to study these tombs, many questions remain unresolved. The precise function of certain chambers, the significance of specific alignments, and the full scope of ritual practice are all matters of speculation. What remains clear, however, is that the tombs of the giants represent a remarkable intersection of human ingenuity, social organization, and spiritual aspiration. Each stone, chamber, and exedra offers both evidence and enigma, inviting contemplation of the people who built them, the beliefs that guided them, and the world they inhabited. Standing among these monumental tombs today, with sunlight casting long shadows across weathered stones and the wind whispering through the surrounding hills, one senses the enduring presence of those who came before. The tombs evoke both achievement and mystery, skill and imagination, life and death intertwined. How did the Nuragic people perceive their relationship to ancestors, community, and cosmos? What ceremonies, knowledge, or cosmologies are embedded in the stones, now silent but once resonant with human activity? And what secrets, buried in earth and memory, remain just beyond our reach, waiting for the patient observer to uncover the stories of a civilization that continues to challenge our understanding? The tombs of the giants endure as monuments to human creativity, resilience, and spiritual inquiry. They remind us that even in the most ancient and remote landscapes, human beings have sought permanence, connection, and meaning. From the sun-drenched hills and monumental tombs of Sardinia, where the tombs of the giants rise in silent testimony to Bronze Age ingenuity and communal ritual, our journey now takes us to the mist-laden plains of Ireland. Here, near the banks of the River Shannon, atop the ancient hill of Tara, lies the Mound of the Hostages, or Dumha Nangial, a place steeped in legend, ceremonial significance, and enduring mystery. At first glance, the mound appears as a simple earthen rise, its grassy slopes gentle against the skyline. Yet beneath this seemingly modest exterior lies a complex story of human ambition, ritual practice, and ancestral memory. stretching back over 5,000 years. The Mound of the Hostages is one of the oldest and most enigmatic Neolithic monuments in Ireland, dating approximately to 3000 to 2500 BCE. Archaeological investigations reveal that it was originally constructed as a passage tomb, with a central burial chamber formed from large limestone slabs covered by earth to create a distinctive earthen mound. Excavations have uncovered skeletal remains, pottery fragments, and symbolic objects, hinting at a society deeply concerned with life, death, and the maintenance of communal identity. The name itself, Mound of the Hostages, evokes a darker, historical narrative layered atop prehistoric function, referencing a later tradition in which young captives were held here as political leverage. This duality of meaning, ancient ritual site and historic power center, adds layers of intrigue, suggesting that the mound retained significance across millennia. What is immediately striking about the Mound of the Hostages is its subtle integration into the landscape. The earthen rise occupies a commanding position overlooking the surrounding plain, yet it is intimately connected to the horizon, aligning with key points such as hills, rivers, and other ceremonial sites within the Terra complex. Did its builders deliberately select this location to harness both practical and symbolic significance, visibility, prominence, and cosmological resonance? How did they perceive their place within the landscape? And how did this understanding influence the design and orientation of the tomb? Inside the mound, the central chamber and passageway were constructed with precision, creating a confined, deliberate space that both protects and conceals. Skeletal remains discovered within indicate collective burial, perhaps for elite members of the community or individuals of ritual importance. The arrangement of these remains, alongside associated artifacts such as stone tools and pottery, implies careful ceremonial practice. Were these tombs intended solely to house the dead, or did the passage and chamber serve as stages for ritual performance, ancestral veneration, or seasonal observances? What stories, beliefs, or cosmologies guided the construction of these subterranean chambers, and how were these practices transmitted across generations? The alignment of the mound itself raises further questions. Some researchers suggest that the passage may have been intentionally oriented to interact with the sun, marking solstices or equinoxes, while others point to potential lunar or stellar alignments. Could this monument have functioned as a calendar, helping communities anticipate agricultural cycles or ceremonial events? And if so, what observational knowledge, communal coordination, and symbolic understanding were required to encode such precision into earth and stone without written records? Beyond the central tomb, the Mound of the Hostages exists within a broader ceremonial landscape. Surrounding features at Terra include enclosures, ritual avenues, standing stones, and later Iron Age monuments. This concentration of ritual and political activity suggests a deliberate network, where the mound served not in isolation, but as part of a system of sacred spaces. How were these sites interconnected, both physically and symbolically? Did the Neolithic builders envision a cosmogram linking earth, sky, and community, or were these relationships emergent over centuries of use and adaptation? The construction itself is an extraordinary feat of human ingenuity. Transporting massive limestone slabs, positioning them to create stable chambers, and covering them with layers of earth required careful planning, technical skill, and social coordination. Who directed these efforts? Were there master builders, ritual specialists, or leaders who orchestrated the labor, knowledge, and resources necessary to create such enduring monuments? And how did these communities organize and sustain labor in an era of limited tools and technology? The ceremonial function of the mound likely extended beyond the treatment of the dead. Evidence from other passage tombs suggests that these sites were spaces of performance, reflection, and collective ritual. Offerings of food, pottery, and symbolic objects indicate that living participants engaged actively with the dead, invoking ancestral presence and guidance. Did these rituals coincide with astronomical events, agricultural cycles, or social milestones? How did participation in ceremonies reinforce social cohesion, leadership structures, or spiritual authority? And what narratives, mythic, symbolic, or historical, were enacted within and around the mound? The name Mound of the Hostages also invites reflection on the layering of meaning over time. Centuries after its initial construction, the site was associated with political rituals, including the taking of hostages by chieftains and kings. This continuity of sacred significance, transforming from Neolithic tomb to historic power center, raises profound questions about cultural memory and the endurance of symbolic landscapes. How did successive generations reinterpret the site, integrating new practices while respecting or reshaping its ancient functions? And to what extent did the original cosmological and ritual intentions survive within later traditions? Even environmental factors contribute to the mound's mystique. Situated on an elevated ridge, it is exposed to winds and weather, yet remains remarkably preserved. How did ancient builders understand and manipulate these environmental conditions, drainage, stability, and erosion, to ensure the monument's durability over millennia? And how might the interaction between natural forces and human intervention have influenced the spatial, ritual, or symbolic dimensions of the mound? Walking across the Tara complex today, one senses the layering of time, the careful rise of the Mound of the Hostages, the surrounding ceremonial enclosures, and the distant hills, all woven into a complex web of human intention, environmental adaptation, and ritual observance. Each stone, each contour of earth, carries the imprint of hands long vanished, yet remains remarkably legible in its scale, proportion, and subtle alignment. How much of the knowledge, belief, and social organization of the Neolithic builders can we reconstruct from these traces? What remains forever beyond our comprehension, hidden in the intentions and perceptions of people whose world was at once intimate, symbolic, and cosmically oriented? The mound's interior chambers continue to provoke questions about Neolithic concepts of death, ancestry, and social structure. Did the builders view death as a transition, a journey, or a cyclical process linked to celestial and seasonal rhythms? Were the interred considered intermediaries between living and divine forces, guiding the community through both practical and spiritual life? And how did these beliefs shape the very architecture of the tomb, its passage, chamber, and relationship to the horizon? Archaeological research has uncovered modifications and reuse over centuries, demonstrating that the Mound of the Hostages was far from static. Layers of earth, repositioned stones, and evidence of renewed ritual activity suggest that this was a dynamic, evolving space, constantly reinterpreted by successive generations. What prompted these adaptations? Environmental necessity, social change, or ritual innovation? And how did these modifications maintain continuity with the mound's original purpose while accommodating new cultural realities? Even today, standing atop the mound, one feels the silent weight of centuries, the presence of those who labored, lived, and died, the echoes of ceremonies long extinguished, and the enduring mystery of human intention encoded in stone and earth. The Mound of the Hostages is at once monument and question, a place where the practical, the ceremonial, and the symbolic converge. What truths lie buried beneath the layers of earth, stone, and memory? What aspects of Neolithic life, belief, and social structure remain inaccessible, hidden in ways that only the imagination, observation, and careful study can approach? The Mound of the Hostages endures as a testament to human creativity, resilience, and imagination. It reminds us that even the simplest seeming landscape can hold profound mysteries, waiting for patient eyes and curious minds to uncover the story of those who came before. Every stone, every contour, and every chamber is a dialogue across millennia, a bridge between the lives of Bronze Age people and the questions of our present. And yet, for all we can observe and analyze, much remains unknowable, a silent invitation to wonder, reflect, and continue seeking understanding in the ancient past. From the mist-shrouded plains of Tara, where the Mound of the Hostages rises as a silent witness to millennia of human ritual, our journey now takes us eastward to the gentle, undulating countryside of North Yorkshire, England. Here lies one of the most enigmatic and least understood ceremonial landscapes of Neolithic Britain, the Thornborough Henges. Spread across several kilometers, this complex of 3 large, circular earthworks, commonly known as the North, Central, and South Henges, offers an extraordinary glimpse into the ceremonial sophistication of communities living over 5,000 years ago. Unlike the solitary monuments of other regions, Thornborough presents a coordinated arrangement, a landscape deliberately designed to engage the sky, the earth, and the people who walked within it. At first glance, the henges appear as low, circular banks and deep ditches, subtle against the modern agricultural fields that surround them. Yet careful observation reveals that the scale is monumental, diameters of up to 240 meters, enormous ditches of precise depth, and banked enclosures that required the organized labor of hundreds, perhaps thousands of people. Such labor implies a social complexity that challenges conventional assumptions about Neolithic life. How did these communities plan and execute such ambitious constructions without formal engineering knowledge or written records? What collective vision could coordinate both human and material resources to such precise effect? The 3 henges are not randomly placed. They form an alignment, often referred to as a ritual axis, with the north and central henges separated by approximately 1.3 kilometers, while the south henge completes a line stretching across the landscape. This linear arrangement suggests deliberate design, possibly intended for processional movement, ceremonial enactment, or symbolic alignment with celestial or terrestrial markers. Could this axis have represented a spiritual journey or a cosmic map, linking sky and earth in a visible manifestation of Neolithic cosmology? How closely did these alignments correspond to sunrise, sunset, lunar cycles, or other celestial phenomena? And what knowledge and observational skill were necessary to achieve this precision? Excavations within the henges reveal traces of human activity: pits, post holes, pottery fragments, and evidence of feasting. These findings suggest that Thornborough was more than a static monument. It was a dynamic space for community interaction, ritual, and performance. Were these henges used seasonally to mark solstices, equinoxes, or agricultural cycles? Did participants engage in processions, dances, or offerings to ancestors or deities? And how did the act of ritual reinforce social cohesion, leadership, and identity among these Neolithic communities? The construction of the henges involved sophisticated understanding of materials and landscape. The ditches were dug with remarkable precision, and the earth was used to form symmetrical banks. Some evidence suggests that timber posts once stood within the henges, forming circles or avenues that would have dramatically altered the visual and spatial experience of the sites. Were these posts symbolic, marking ritual spaces or astronomical alignments? Or did they serve a practical function, perhaps as markers for ceremonial movement or orientation? And how did the builders balance functionality, symbolism, and aesthetic impact in creating a space that could inspire awe and focus attention on the sacred? Thornborough exists not in isolation, but within a broader ceremonial and social landscape. Nearby burial mounds, cursus monuments, and other earthworks hint at a network of sites connected through ritual, memory, and geography. How did the Thornborough henges interact with these other monuments, and what patterns of movement, visibility, and symbolism can we discern? Did Neolithic people perceive the landscape as a sacred grid, a living canvas in which human activity, natural features, and celestial events were intricately interwoven? And how might the experience of walking through this landscape have shaped perception, belief, and social identity? Despite extensive study, many mysteries remain. The precise function of the henges is still debated. Were they ceremonial centers, astronomical observatories, social gathering spaces, or all of these at once? Could they have served multiple purposes depending on time, season, or community needs? The lack of written records leaves interpretation open to informed conjecture. Yet the scale, symmetry, and alignment of the monuments suggest intentionality that transcends mere practicality. What motivated these communities to invest so much effort in structures that, by their nature, required labor, organization, and planning far beyond subsistence needs? The interaction between people and environment adds another layer of intrigue. Thornborough's placement on low, fertile land near the River Ure provides both accessibility and visibility, yet also exposes the monuments to flooding, wind, and erosion. How did Neolithic builders manage these environmental challenges? Were the locations selected for ritual and symbolic prominence as much as for practical accessibility? And how did natural features such as rivers, hills, or the movement of the sun and moon inform the design, orientation, and experience of the henges? Walking along the banks and peering into the deep ditches today, one senses the careful orchestration of space and movement. The subtle gradients, the continuity of the banks, and the precise curves of the henges reflect a remarkable understanding of geometry and proportion. How did Neolithic communities transmit this knowledge? Were there specialists, ritual leaders, architects, or engineers guiding the work, or was expertise embedded collectively within the society? And what role did observation, experimentation, and iteration play in achieving such enduring precision? The ceremonial dimension of Thornborough is equally compelling. Archaeological evidence suggests that the henges were spaces of human interaction, where social, spiritual, and practical life converged. Offerings, food remains, and carefully placed artifacts hint at complex ritual behavior, while the alignment and arrangement of the henges may have framed processions, gatherings, or seasonal observances. Were participants meant to move through the henges in specific sequences, experiencing transitions from mundane to sacred, from earth to sky? And how did these ceremonies shape collective memory, identity, and the perception of time and space within the community? Over centuries, the henges would have witnessed generations of human activity, each layer of use adding to their significance. Did later communities reinterpret, adapt, or preserve these monuments according to evolving belief systems? How much of their original purpose was understood, and how much transformed over time as cultural and social contexts shifted?
Hope y'all been having a great
The
one
endurance
so
of
far.
Thornborough,
Welcome on into
both
Freedom's
physically
Fringe.
and
We are in the
symbolically,
process
speaks
of
to a
learning few
continuity
things.
of
We
sacred
got a little bit over
significance
an
that
hour
bridges
left here, and
millennia.
then we'll be turning it over to Miss
Even
K. Stars here
today,
in
standing
Bay
within the
4:59.
subtle curves
So
of the
let's
henges,
enjoy.
one senses the weight of human intention and communal effort. The banks and ditches whisper of labor, observation, and imagination, while the alignment across the landscape invites contemplation of cosmology, ritual, and social organization. How did the Neolithic builders perceive their relationship to the cosmos, to their ancestors, and to one another? What knowledge, belief, or ritual practice is encoded in these monuments that remains hidden from modern observation? The Thornborough henges endure as a dialogue between human ambition, social coordination, and spiritual imagination. Each bank, ditch, and possible post hole speaks of labor, planning, and vision, while simultaneously concealing intentions, ceremonies, and meanings that remain beyond full comprehension. They are monuments to both what we can know, the engineering, alignment, and material presence, and to what remains unknowable, the lived experience, symbolic reasoning, and spiritual world of communities long vanished from the landscape. As the sun casts long shadows across the earthworks, and the wind moves through the grassy banks, the Thornborough henges invite reflection on continuity and mystery. They remind us that landscapes are not merely physical, but also cultural and spiritual, shaped by generations seeking to anchor their lives, beliefs, and memories in stone, earth, and observation. What did these spaces mean to the people who built and used them? How did they experience the intersection of ritual, landscape, and cosmos? And what secrets, layered over centuries of human interaction, remain buried beneath the grass, waiting for careful eyes and patient study to reveal the stories of Neolithic Britain? Even after thousands of years, the Thornborough henges still inspire awe and questions. They make us reflect not only on the technical skills of prehistoric people, but also on their beliefs and social organization. The key mystery remains how the builders balanced practical work, ritual, and spiritual vision, and what future discoveries might reveal about this remarkable ceremonial site. From the grassy banks and celestial alignments of North Yorkshire, where the Thornborough henges silently evoke Neolithic ritual, our journey now shifts southward, across the Mediterranean Sea, to the sun-baked islands of Malta. Here, amidst limestone cliffs and gently rolling plains, stand some of the most extraordinary prehistoric monuments in Europe, the megalithic temples of Malta. These structures, some dating back as far as 3600 BCE, predate the Egyptian pyramids and the earliest stone circles of Britain, yet they exhibit a level of architectural sophistication and ceremonial precision that continues to puzzle archaeologists and historians alike. The temples are immediately striking, not only for their sheer age but for their monumental form and careful construction. Massive limestone blocks, some weighing several tons, are arranged into curving walls, intricately shaped chambers, and open courtyards. The stones themselves are carved with abstract motifs, spirals, and patterns whose meanings remain obscure. Walking among these formations today, one senses the deliberate intent behind each placement, the careful selection of stone, the precise alignment of walls, and the integration of space to create an environment that is both functional and symbolic. How did communities of farmers and artisans, without metal tools or written language, quarry, transport, and position these megaliths with such precision? And what inspired their designs, which echo both practical architecture and spiritual expression? Malta's temples, such as Hagar Chim, Menasdra, Tarxian, and Gantia, share a distinctive architectural pattern. Semicircular apses radiate from central corridors, forming complex interiors that could host communal rituals, offerings, or performances. The spatial organization appears intentional, guiding movement through the temple and focusing attention on particular points or altars. Could these apses have represented cosmological concepts, such as the cycles of the sun, moon, or stars? Did the builders encode astronomical knowledge into the very layout of these structures, creating spaces where ritual and observation intertwined? Excavations within the temples have uncovered altars, carved stone statues, and fragments of pottery, shells, and animal bones. These finds suggest that the sites functioned as centers for ritual activity and possibly as places of healing, fertility, or ancestor veneration. Yet the interpretation of these objects remains elusive. Were they offerings to deities, tokens of gratitude, or symbolic gestures meant to ensure communal prosperity? And what cosmologies, beliefs, or social structures motivated the placement and use of such artifacts? One of the most intriguing features of the Maltese temples is their alignment with celestial phenomena. Menajra, for example, is oriented to the solstices, with the rising sun illuminating specific chambers during the winter and summer solstices. This suggests not only observational skill, but also a sophisticated understanding of seasonal cycles, essential for agricultural planning and ritual timing. How were these alignments determined, and what methods enabled the builders to achieve such accuracy without advanced instruments? Could the temples have functioned simultaneously as ceremonial spaces, astronomical observatories, and communal calendars? The scale of the constructions raises further questions about social organization. Erecting massive stones, carving intricate designs, and coordinating labor-intensive construction would have required leadership, technical knowledge, and collective effort. Who directed these projects? Were there ritual specialists, master builders, or councils that orchestrated work across generations? And how did communities motivate and sustain large-scale efforts, balancing labor for survival with monumental ceremonial construction? Beyond the architecture and alignment, the temples themselves are imbued with mystery through their repeated motifs and artistic expression. Carved spirals, abstract shapes, and depictions of animals evoke a symbolic language that remains undeciphered. Were these designs purely decorative, or did they encode information, ritual instructions, or cosmological principles? Did the patterns communicate meaning to initiates, mark sacred spaces, or serve as visual prayers and invocations? And how did the symbolism influence the movement and experience of those who entered the temples? The temple's placement within the landscape is equally remarkable. Elevated on limestone outcrops, overlooking plains and valleys, they command both visibility and prominence, integrating natural topography into their ceremonial function. Were these locations chosen for practical reasons, such as proximity to water or fertile land, or primarily for spiritual significance? How did the builders perceive the relationship between earth, sky, and human activity? And how did this perception inform the orientation, design, and ritual use of the temples? Archaeological evidence indicates that the temples were in use for centuries, with successive generations adapting, modifying, and expanding the structures. Layers of stone, new carvings, and evidence of ritual continuity suggest that these sites were dynamic, living spaces rather than static monuments. What drove these adaptations? Were they responses to changes in society, environment, or religious belief? And how did communities maintain continuity with the original sacred purpose while accommodating evolving practices and cosmologies? The megaliths themselves pose technical enigmas. Some stones weigh more than 20 tons and were transported across uneven terrain without metal tools or draft animals. How did the builders manage this logistical challenge? Were they using sledges, ropes, rollers, or techniques now lost to history? And what does the technical sophistication required for these projects reveal about the ingenuity, planning, and collective knowledge of prehistoric Maltese society? Despite centuries of research, many aspects of the temples remain unexplained. The precise function of particular chambers, the meaning of artistic motifs, and the full scope of ritual practice are still subjects of debate. Were the temples primarily centers of fertility, ancestor worship, celestial observation, or social governance, or did they serve multiple roles simultaneously? And how much of their purpose has been obscured by time, leaving us to interpret physical evidence without the context of spoken language or written records? Visiting the temples today, one is struck by their monumental presence and subtle complexity. Sunlight illuminates carved motifs, shadows trace the contours of apses, and the air is heavy with a sense of both human achievement and profound mystery. The structures convey intentionality, creativity, and spiritual awareness, yet they also retain secrets, questions about belief, ritual, and social structure that may never be fully answered. What did it feel like to enter these spaces thousands of years ago, to participate in rituals, witness astronomical alignments, or interact with sacred objects? And what knowledge, spiritual insight, or symbolic understanding guided the actions of builders and worshippers alike? The megalithic temples of Malta endure as remarkable testimonies to human creativity, ingenuity, and spiritual inquiry. Each stone, carving, and chamber embodies the skill, effort, and belief of the people who built them, while simultaneously preserving a silent enigma. How did prehistoric Maltese communities conceptualize the cosmos, the cycles of life and death, and the sacred connection between humans and the divine? What does the enduring presence of these monuments tell us about the power of collective vision, ritual, and memory? And what aspects of this ancient civilization remain hidden, waiting for future discovery or interpretation? As the Mediterranean sun casts long shadows across the limestone temples, we are left with a profound sense of connection and wonder. These structures are more than relics. They are expressions of human curiosity, ingenuity, and the desire to transcend the ordinary. And while much has been uncovered through archaeology, countless questions remain about the rituals performed within these walls, the cosmological knowledge encoded in their design, and the lives of those who built and revered them. The megalithic temples of Malta continue to challenge our understanding, inviting reflection on the mystery, complexity, and enduring power of human creativity in the ancient world.
Do you think the main threat to an archaeologist is venomous snakes and scorpions in the sand? What about entire rivers of mercury inside a palace? They turn the air into an invisible poison that even modern protective gear is powerless against. Today, we'll embark on a journey through the planet's most dangerous tombs to understand the terrible price anyone who dares to open these doors will have to pay. Thousands of terracotta faces, labyrinths of pure gold, hidden caches, and empty sarcophagi driving scientists mad. And in the end, you'll learn about the one door behind which lies an ancient mechanism capable of changing the face of our entire planet and setting off a chain of events that will affect everyone. Are you ready to find out why these doors must remain closed forever? We begin our report on the most dangerous treasures in human history. Imagine an archaeologist holding a modern device up to the slope of a tall green hill and watching the indicator needle instantly shoot into the red zone. The sensors are measuring dangerous levels of toxic fumes that have been seeping through the earth for over 2,000 years. This is not a technical glitch, but real confirmation of ancient legends about the underground city of China's first emperor. We are used to seeing photos of the terracotta army, but these thousands of clay warriors are merely the guards at the threshold of a much larger structure. Qin Shi Huangdi's actual tomb remains sealed to this day, as scientists simply dare not enter due to an invisible chemical threat. Ancient chronicles describe a central hall with a ceiling of precious stones and a floor in the shape of a map of the empire, across which rivers of liquid metal flow. Modern soil samples have proven that stories of mercury seas are not fiction, but harsh reality. Entering today without special protection means suffering severe poisoning in a matter of minutes. But toxic fumes are far from the only reason for the strict ban on excavations. Scientists remember the tragic experience when clay soldiers unearthed from the ground lost their vibrant colors upon their very first contact with oxygen. In just 5 minutes, priceless artifacts turned into gray, lifeless statues right before the researchers' eyes. Hidden inside the main mound are rare silks and bamboo scrolls that would crumble to dust at the slightest change in humidity or a breath of wind. Humanity currently lacks the technology to create an airtight protective dome of such enormous size inside the mound. Furthermore, radar scans confirm the presence of complex structures resembling automatic traps. These mechanisms were designed as physical barriers to protect the ruler's rest. Even if the wood has rotted over the centuries, the risk of a sudden collapse of the ancient vaults remains too high. Every year, archaeologists discover new figures of musicians and officials around the hill, crafted with incredible precision. This proves that the central chamber holds not just gold, but an entire era, frozen in the moment of its grandeur. The emperor managed to create a defense system that still works effectively millennia later, leaving us to only speculate about the hidden riches. However, while some rulers hid their cities deep underground, others preferred to build colossal mounds, visible for many kilometers. One such mystery is the enormous Pyramid of the East, which is undeservedly rarely mentioned in history textbooks. Imagine a massive artificial mountain with a flat summit rising 46 meters above the Chinese plain. Looking at this hill from the side, it is hard to believe that what stands before you is not a creation of nature, but a colossal structure that took more than 50 years of continuous labor to build. Thousands of workers hauled earth and stones here daily, while Emperor Wu Di ruled the country. Contemporaries called this place the Mountain of Light, and it was meant to become the most luxurious resting place for a ruler in history. Every year, a third of all taxes from the vast empire was spent on creating this mausoleum, turning the mound into a symbol of absolute power. Today, hidden beneath layers of tightly compacted soil, lies a treasure trove of unimaginable scale. Historical chronicles claim that the inner chambers are filled with gold bars, precious tableware, and the rarest works of art. Eyewitnesses of that time even mentioned entire libraries of bamboo slips containing knowledge that is now considered lost. The entire complex covers hundreds of hectares of land, and more than 400 small burial mounds for the emperor's courtiers are situated around the main mound. In terms of the volume of hidden riches, Maoling could easily surpass the famous Egyptian Valley of the Kings, yet the central chamber has remained untouched for over 2,000 years. The main reason for this long silence is the Chinese government's strict ban on any excavations. The official position of scientists is simple and logical. Humanity does not yet have methods capable of guaranteeing the preservation of the finds after excavation. As soon as fresh air enters, ancient textiles, wood, and paper will turn to dust in a matter of hours. For the sake of a moment's curiosity, the world risks losing priceless artifacts forever. Furthermore, ancient records warn of intricate mechanical traps capable of bringing the vaults crashing down on the head of any uninvited guest. Modern instruments confirm the presence of deep voids inside the mound, but no one dares to take the first step into the unknown. Even experienced tomb raiders have always retreated in the face of this structure's might over the centuries. The Maolin Mound continues to guard its secrets, remaining a monument to an era when rulers considered themselves equal to the gods. But while in China, the pyramids are securely hidden beneath a thick layer of earth, in other parts of the world, mysteries are concealed far more cunningly. Sometimes, it is enough to descend into the basement of an ordinary building to find oneself on the threshold of a discovery capable of turning history on its head. This is exactly what happened at one of South America's sacred sites, where something terrifying had been hidden beneath people's feet for centuries. Imagine a group of scientists moving heavy scanners across the stone floor slabs of an ancient Peruvian monastery in complete silence. Suddenly, the computer monitors reveal the clear outlines of enormous voids hidden several meters deep beneath the foundation. The instruments detect precise geometric shapes and long corridors that could not have formed naturally within the rock. The archaeologists are stunned by the realization that they are standing directly above a sealed chamber, the entrance to which was lost hundreds of years ago. This discovery in the very center of Cusco instantly became one of South America's greatest mysteries. Beneath the modern monastery of St. Dominic, the remains of the legendary Golden Temple of Coricancha were discovered, which was once the main sanctuary of the entire Inca Empire. Ancient legends say that the walls of this place were entirely covered with sheets of pure gold, and inside, the mummies of great rulers rested on precious thrones. When the Spanish conquerors entered the city, the indigenous people managed to hide their most valuable relics in deep underground hiding places. It turned out that the modern search for the mythical golden city of Paititi led researchers back to the very origins. Ground-penetrating radar data confirmed that beneath the main altar of the Catholic Church lies at least one vast chamber, perfectly preserved from the time of the ancient civilization. However, as soon as the scientists prepared to break open the floor and descend, they encountered an insurmountable wall of legal and religious prohibitions. The monastery is an active church property, and its leadership flatly refused to grant permission for large-scale excavations. For religious leaders, this is not merely an archaeological site, but sacred ground, whose peace must not be disturbed for the sake of scientific discoveries. Negotiations between scientists and church representatives have been at an impasse for decades, leaving researchers just a few steps away from a potential sensation of the century. In addition to bureaucratic complications, there is also a very real physical risk that halts any work. The monastery was built by the Spanish directly on ancient stone foundations, which are renowned for their earthquake resistance. Engineers warn that any attempt to break through to the hidden chambers could disrupt the fragile balance of the entire structure. The walls of the historic building could simply collapse like a house of cards, burying both people and priceless artifacts beneath them. No one wants to take responsibility for destroying a World Heritage Site, so the great mystery of the Incas remains locked away beneath layers of stone and human convictions. While Peru argues over the right to its history, in other parts of the world, the mysteries of the past are hidden even more securely. Sometimes, the exact location of a great tomb remains unknown, and the search turns into a real detective story that has been going on for over 2,000 years. The names of some great commanders still compel researchers to comb through entire cities in the hope of finding at least a trace of their final resting place. Imagine an archaeologist descending into a narrow crawl space beneath a bustling street in modern-day Alexandria, in complete darkness. Cars roar right overhead as he tries to feel his way along a fragment of ancient masonry, not marked on any map. The search for Alexander the Great's final resting place has turned into the longest historical mystery, one that has lasted for over 2,000 years. It is known that after his death, the general's body was embalmed and transported to Egypt, where a grand mausoleum was built for him. Great Roman emperors visited this structure, leaving descriptions of its luxurious halls. But at some point in history, the site simply vanished. Most likely, devastating earthquakes and military conflicts of the ancient period permanently erased the tomb's exact coordinates from people's memory. Over the past centuries, scientists have tested dozens of theories, which often turned out to be false leads. Sensational newspaper headlines have repeatedly announced discoveries in the distant oasis of Siwa, lost amid the desert sands. Archaeologists found majestic ruins there, but each time the interior turned out to be empty. There is also a stranger theory linking the ancient king to Italy. Some experts suggest that the remains in St. Mark's Basilica in Venice actually belong to Alexander the Great. There is a theory that in the turmoil of past centuries, the saint's relics could have been accidentally mixed up with the general's body. However, the church officially prohibits genetic testing of such relics. In addition to historical mysteries, modern archaeologists face significant political and practical barriers. The presumed location of the tomb today lies deep beneath the foundations of densely populated residential neighborhoods. To reach the required depth, authorities would have to demolish residential buildings and completely block traffic on the city's main thoroughfares. The Egyptian government is extremely reluctant to issue permits for such work, fearing social protests and the collapse of old buildings. Diplomatic disputes between different countries claiming Alexander's legacy only drag the process out for decades. While the great commander remains hidden beneath tons of modern asphalt, in other corners of the globe, tombs are discovered much more quickly. But the joy of discovery is often replaced by fear when people realize that behind the doors lies not only gold, but also an invisible threat. Sometimes nature itself creates barriers that are more effective than any human traps. In such places, even modern protective suits do not guarantee safety, and the air inside the chamber can be deadly to a careless visitor. This is precisely the danger faced by those who dared to approach one of the most mysterious tombs in modern-day Turkey. Imagine a group of people secretly making their way to an abandoned burial mound in western Turkey on a dark night. Armed with shovels, they hope to find the gold of ancient kings inside, unaware of the hidden danger. When the grave robbers manage to break through a narrow opening in the stonework, a strange cloud of thick vapor with a pungent odor bursts out. Just a few hours later, all members of the expedition begin to feel unwell, a condition that cannot be explained by simple fatigue. This incident near the town of Adas immediately caught the attention of the authorities, who cordoned off the area and imposed strict secrecy. Instead of their usual brushes, archaeologists donned heavy protective suits and gas masks. The reason for such caution was the real microorganisms that had been locked behind airtight doors for centuries. Inside the enclosed space, researchers discovered specific types of fungi and bacteria that had learned to survive without sunlight or fresh air. It turned out that over thousands of years, these organisms had mutated, transforming into a hostile environment for any modern human. Scientists determined that the spores of such organisms can remain active for an incredibly long time, waiting for the moment when someone disturbs their peace. Once they enter the lungs, they cause severe damage to the body, which in ancient times people mistakenly called a curse or the wrath of the gods. In reality, behind the mysticism lies harsh biology, capable of turning an archaeological discovery into a real catastrophe. In addition to natural processes, ancient preservation methods played a role, techniques that architects of the past used to protect the peace of the dead. In those days, people were well versed in the properties of various minerals and plants, mixing them to create deadly barriers. Traces of arsenic and sulfur were discovered inside the Ada's tomb. When these substances interacted with high humidity, they turned the air into a toxic gas. This was a deliberate choice by the builders, who sought to make it impossible for any outsider to enter the chamber. These ancient chemical defenses proved far more durable than mechanical traps, turning the tomb into a natural reactor that has been producing poison for 2,000 years. Today, the entrance to this structure is securely sealed with concrete slabs, and scientists are conducting remote observations using probes. No amount of gold is worth the risk of triggering a new, unknown pandemic for which medicine has no cure yet. This discovery clearly demonstrated that some doors are better left closed forever. However, no matter how dangerous bacteria and poisons may be, there are places in the world where researchers are deterred by more than just fear for their health. The greatest mystery on our list is located in India, where behind doors without handles or locks lies something capable of terrifying even the most hardened skeptics. There, science confronts forces whose nature remains a mystery even after the intervention of high-ranking government officials. Imagine a dark basement of an ancient Indian temple where a group of officials under guard is counting untold riches. In 2011, following a court order, 5 secret rooms were opened here, revealing mountains of gold coins, diamond-encrusted crowns, and statues made of pure gold. The value of the finds exceeded $20 billion, making this temple the richest in the world. But when the commission approached the last steel door, known as Vault B, everyone froze. Before them stood a massive barrier with no keyholes, hinges, or even the slightest crack. The only decoration on this door are two giant iron cobras, which seem to warn anyone who dares to come too close. Local residents believe in the legend of Naga Bandam, according to which the door is sealed with special sound waves and ancient spells. It is believed that only a person with a pure soul, who knows the secret mantra to break the invisible barrier, can open it. Any attempt to force entry, according to believers, will lead to a global catastrophe. These stories have created such an atmosphere of fear around the final chamber that even skeptics prefer not to take the risk. There are records indicating that at the beginning of the last century, British explorers attempted to enter, but fled in terror upon hearing the hissing of hundreds of snakes and the roar of raging water coming from the darkness behind the door. The real facts in this story are no less impressive than the legends. The Supreme Court of India officially banned the opening of the last chamber, siding with the temple's custodians. The authorities decided that public peace is more important than scientific interest or new treasures. Scientists conducting an ultrasound scan confirmed that behind the thick walls lies a space even more vast than all the previous chambers. Some experts speculate that behind the door is a tunnel leading directly to the ocean, and that destroying the threshold would cause the entire complex to flood instantly. This makes the Vault B the only place on the planet recognized as off-limits at the highest government level. What is actually hidden in this darkness remains a mystery. Perhaps there lie artifacts capable of changing world history, or something that ancient architects deemed too dangerous for humans. Today, the site is under round-the-clock police surveillance, but fear of the unknown guards the door better than any weapon. We have reached the very edge of human knowledge, where science gives way to ancient mysteries. It is worth considering whether we are ever ready to cross this threshold, or whether some secrets must remain forever under the guard of stone cobras. All these forbidden places force us to rethink our right to rudely interfere with the course of history. Today we stand on the threshold of the greatest discoveries, but at this very moment, humanity has decided to press pause. The ethics of modern archaeology increasingly compel us to ask whether we have the moral right to disturb the peace of those who passed away thousands of years ago. Is our curiosity sufficient justification to open sealed chambers and expose the personal secrets of ancient rulers for all to see? Many scientists conclude that certain sites should remain inviolable monuments, not merely sources of gold. This is a fine line between the pursuit of knowledge and respect for the past, one that must not be crossed for the sake of a momentary sensation. The future of research lies in technologies that allow us to see through the Earth without destroying its structure. We have high hopes for new scanning methods and laser probing, which can reveal the contents of tombs with perfect accuracy without physical contact. Perhaps soon we will be able to take a virtual stroll through the halls of Emperor Qin Shi Huang without opening a single door. This will allow us to preserve fragile artifacts while satisfying our thirst for knowledge. For now, these 6 tombs remain closed, reminding us of the secrets that know how to bide their time in complete darkness. If you want to be the first to learn about new historical mysteries and unique discoveries that change our view of the world, be sure to subscribe to the channel. We regularly publish content about the most fascinating places on the planet, which are off-limits to the average person. Click the bell icon so you don't miss our next journey into the unknown. Do you think scientists should open Vault B in India, or is it better to leave its secret alone? Share your thoughts in the comments. We're setting off on a new journey very soon.
There is a record I want you to know exists before I tell you what is in it. It is held at the United States National Records Administration. Not sealed, not classified. It was reclassified as non-sensitive in 1977 and has sat in an archival box ever since, catalogued under a reference number that tells you nothing about its contents. It is a handwritten logbook, 44 pages, bound in oilskin, water damaged on the lower left corner of every page. It belonged to a surveying officer aboard the USS Peacock, one of 6 vessels in the United States exploring expedition of 1838 to 1842. His name was William H. Garrett, rank acting master, specialty coastal surveying and hydrographic documentation. He was 26 when the expedition departed Norfolk, Virginia. He was 30 when it returned. He never sailed again. The logbook covers 14 weeks in early 1839, when the Peacock was working the Antarctic coastline. For the first 29 pages, it reads exactly as a working naval surveyor's log should read. Navigational entries, depth soundings, weather notations. Precise and impersonal, on page 30 the handwriting changes. It does not become erratic. It slows down. The letters grow larger and more deliberate, as though the writer is choosing each word with a care the navigational data never required. And the subject shifts entirely from the measurement of coastline to the description of what was behind it. What follows in the remaining 15 pages is the document I want to talk about today. I was not looking for it. I was following a discrepancy between the Wilkes expedition's published charts and the raw hydrographic data filed with the Naval Observatory in the 1840s. In the course of that search, I found a footnote in a 1962 naval history paper that was never widely read. 4 lines. It noted that Garrett's logbook contained material Wilkes had determined was outside the scope of official documentation, that Wilkes had requested the log for review, that it was returned to Garrett with 17 pages removed. The 17 pages were not destroyed. They were filed separately under a different reference number in the same facility, reclassified alongside the logbook in 1977. No index entry connecting them to the original. I connected them. The United States exploring expedition of 1838 to 1842 is not a secret. 6 ships, 400 men, 4 years across the Pacific, the Antarctic coast, and the western shores of North America. Its commander, Charles Wilkes, returned with specimens that formed the founding basis of the Smithsonian Institution. His charts guided American naval vessels for decades. The Antarctic portion is the part mainstream history handles most carefully. Wilkes claimed to have identified continental landmass beneath the ice along what is now called Wilkes Land. He was disputed immediately by James Clark Ross, who argued Wilkes had misidentified ice formations as coastline. The dispute ran for decades and was largely resolved in Wilkes's favour by 20th century aerial surveys. That is the official narrative. Discovery, dispute, vindication. What it does not address is why between his return in 1842 and his published account in 1844, Wilkes reviewed and redacted the personal records of at least 3 crew members, including Garrett. Requesting logs for review was within his authority. Removing pages and filing them under a separate classification was not standard procedure. It was something else. Before Garrett's words, the charts. The published 1844 charts of the expedition's Antarctic survey show a smoothed, continuous coastline, broadly accurate in that modern satellite imagery, confirms land beneath the ice in those positions. But when you obtain the raw hydrographic data filed with the Naval Observatory before the official charts were produced, and compare the 2 features present in the raw data do not appear in the published version. Not corrected the way cartographic errors are corrected, where the original and the revision are both noted, simply removed. No notation, no explanation. Cartographic smoothing is real. Navigation charts simplified by design. But what was removed from Wilkes's charts was not navigational noise. It was geological description, specific, measured, located description of what the exposed coastline looked like in the marginal zones where the ice had been scoured back and the rock was actually visible. That removal connects directly to what Garrett wrote on page 30. The Peacock was operating east of Wilkes's flagship, the Vincennes, in a sector the expedition's operational records describe as a zone of unusual coastal exposure. Local wind and current patterns had stripped ice from the coastal margins more than surrounding areas, leaving underlying rock accessible for direct observation. Garrett was the officer assigned to document what that exposed rock looked like. For 29 pages, he does this in standard form. Then, mid-survey, 3 lines into a routine navigational entry, he stops. He writes, "I have put down the measurements. I am going to write now what the measurements do not capture." He describes approaching a section of exposed coastline in the ship's boat with 3 crew members. Ice had receded over a stretch he estimates at 400 yards, leaving rock exposed from the waterline to approximately 60 feet at its highest point. He writes, "In the lower portions, from the waterline to perhaps 20 feet of elevation, the rock is rough, fractured, the kind of surface you would expect from repeated freeze and thaw. Above that elevation, the surface character changes entirely. I measured this transition in 3 separate locations along the exposed face. In all 3, it occurs at approximately the same height. Above the transition, the stone is smooth, not polished in the way glacial action produces, where you see directional striations. Smooth in the way that worked stone is smooth when it has been finished deliberately." Then the sentence that stopped me when I first read it. He writes, "I measured the transition line with my rod. It is level, not approximately level in the way a geological stratum runs. Precisely level. A deviation of less than 2 inches across the full 400 yards of exposed face. I am a surveying officer. I understand what I am saying when I describe something as precisely level. I am saying this is not a natural feature." He continues for 3 pages. He describes the smooth stone above the transition line, extending back into the cliff face at consistent depth across all 3 measurement points. He notes that in at least 2 locations the surface texture shows regular intervals, repeating patterns he characterizes, with visible reluctance in his phrasing, as resembling the spacing of structural stonework. He writes, "I am aware of how this reads. I have written it 3 times and changed the language each time, trying to find a description that does not lead where this one leads. The intervals are regular. The surface is worked. The transition line is precise. I cannot find a geological explanation for all 3 occurring together. I am recording it here because I believe it should be recorded somewhere." Pages 30 through 46 are what Wilkes removed. Everything I have just described, plus 12 additional pages, in which Garrett does what surveyors do. He tests his observation against available explanations. He works through differential erosion, columnar basalt formation, and glacial polishing. He rejects each on specific technical grounds, using the measurement data he collected. The rejections are professional, not excitable. He is not building a theory, he is eliminating alternatives and recording what remains after elimination. On the final removed page, he writes this: "I want to give it to you in full." He writes, "I have been asked by Commander Wilkes to submit this log for his review. I am complying. Before I do, I want to write this clearly so that I have at least said it once in a document that bears my name. The coastline I surveyed in the sector assigned to the Peacock in the 2nd week of February 1839 contains features not explicable by any natural geological process I am aware of. The features are of sufficient scale and precision to constitute, in my assessment, evidence of prior human presence on this coast. I cannot say how old that presence was, or what form it took. I can only say that the stone does not lie, and that the stone in the location I have described says something happened here before the ice came. I do not expect this record to remain intact after Commander Wilkes reviews it. I am filing it because a sailor has an obligation to say what he saw. Wilkes removed the pages within 48 hours, filed them under a separate reference number, no index entry connecting them to the logbook. They sat in that box for 138 years. Garrett returned with the expedition in June 1842. His service record shows honourable discharge in September, 3 months later, described as voluntary at his own request. He was 30 years old, 8 years of service. Officers of his rank and speciality at this stage of a naval career were being considered for promotion, not requesting discharge. The hydrographic skills the expedition had relied on were exactly what the expanding American Navy needed in the 1840s. There is no record of why he left, no record of any subsequent work in surveying, cartography, or navigation. A man whose professional identity for 8 years was the precise measurement of coastline applied those skills nowhere in the public record. After September 1842, the 1850 census finds him in a rural county in Ohio, farmhand. The 1860 census, same county, same occupation. He died in 1871 at 58. His death record lists no occupation. His logbook was donated to the Federal Archive in 1889 by his son, with a letter stating only that his father had asked that the document be preserved somewhere it might eventually be read by someone who would understand it. His son did not know about the 17 removed pages. There was nothing in the logbook to indicate they had been taken. Garrett preserved what he could. Wilkes had made sure it was not enough, but not quite nothing. The Wilkes expedition deployed 3 vessels in Antarctic coastal waters during the February 1839 window: the Peacock, the Porpoise, and the Flying Fish. Each carried a surveying officer. Henry Eld was the surveying officer aboard the Porpoise. His expedition journals were published in partial form in the 1840s, but the original Eld manuscript at Yale's Beinecke Library contains 3 passages absent from the published version. 2 are minor. The third is not. In the unpublished passage, Eld describes observing a section of coastal exposure displaying, and I am paraphrasing, regular geometric relief inconsistent with frost action or glacial formation. He notes it briefly and moves on. He does not pursue it the way Garrett did, but the note is in the original. Someone removed it between manuscript and publication. The surveying officer aboard the Flying Fish was named James Blair. His personal records from the expedition have not been located. His name appears in crew manifests and payroll records, and nowhere else. He did not publish, did not correspond publicly, and did not appear in any professional context after the expedition's return. 3 surveying officers, same coastal sector, same operational window, one whose account was classified, one whose published record was edited to remove a specific geological observation, one whose records cannot be found at all. That is a pattern with a direction. The Wilkes expedition was one of 3 national expeditions to reach Antarctic coastal waters within 14 months. The French, under D'Urville, reached the coast in January 1840. The British under Ross reached it in January 1841. The Americans under Wilkes were there throughout 1839 and 1840. France and Britain had been at war within living memory of the men commanding those ships. These were not cooperative governments. All 3 returned with their Antarctic geological observations either unpublished, redacted, or filed in archival categories designed to prevent easy discovery. D'Urville's expedition documents were largely destroyed in the 1842 Versailles train accident that killed D'Urville, his wife, and his son. He was travelling with expedition materials on the day of the crash. Ross's raw crew logs were not publicly catalogued until well into the 20th century. The official explanation is that all 3 were operating at navigational limits in an extreme environment, and that apparent discrepancies between raw records and published accounts reflect ordinary scientific editing. That explanation has held for 180 years. It cannot explain Garrett, because Garrett was not overwhelmed by an alien landscape. He was a trained surveying officer who measured what he found, tested those measurements against every geological explanation he knew, found them insufficient, and wrote precisely what the evidence required him to write. Stone does not produce level transition lines across 400 yards of coastal face. Stone does not maintain work surfaces to consistent depth across independent measurement points. Stone does not generate regular intervals in its own texture that resemble structural spacing. Geology does not do those things. A sailor has an obligation to say what he saw. he reported accurately. The institution that received his report removed the accurate parts and filed them where they would not be found. He spent the next 30 years as a farmhand in Ohio, said nothing publicly, and asked his son to preserve the document he had, the incomplete version the pages Wilkes had not taken, because he understood that even the fragment was better than silence. It survived him. It survived Wilkes. It survived 138 years of archival obscurity, and the 17 pages filed separately under a different reference number. Those survived too. Sitting in a box in a federal facility, connected to nothing, until a footnote in a paper nobody reads pointed me to the right box number. So here are the questions I cannot close. What is under the ice in the sector the Peacock surveyed in February 1839? The navigational entries Wilkes did not remove. The pages before page 30 contain the geographic coordinates. The location is specific and identifiable. Modern satellite imaging has mapped that coastline. The ice coverage has varied over the past century. There have been periods when the coastal margins were more exposed than at other times. Has anyone looked? The answer, as far as I can determine, is no. Not because the location is inaccessible, because the document that would direct someone to look has been sitting disconnected from its missing pages for nearly 50 years since declassification. No one connected the footnote to the box. What was in the expedition materials D'Urville was carrying on the day of the 1842 train crash? He was not travelling for leisure. He was travelling for a purpose that required physical documents rather than their safe storage in an institutional archive. What did Ross instruct his crew not to include? The pattern in his raw logs clusters around the same category Garrett documented: geological features in coastal exposure zones that the official record does not mention. And the largest question underneath all the others: if something on the Antarctic coastline required 3 competing nations in 14 months to independently suppress the same category of geological observation, what was it? The ice is not permanent. Antarctica has experienced significantly reduced ice coverage within the span of human history. The coastlines Garrett's generation were the first Europeans to observe, were not necessarily the first that had ever been exposed. Something was built on that coast. Or both. I do not know which. But I know what Garrett wrote, I know what Wilkes removed, and I know that a surveying officer who spent 8 years learning to read physical evidence looked at Antarctic rock and concluded, after eliminating every natural explanation available to him, that what he was looking at was not natural. The stone does not lie. It is still there. In a sector of coastline that a young man measured from a ship's boat in February 1839, and then spent the rest of his life in Ohio, because he had the professional integrity to write down what the measurements showed. His logbook is in that archive, both parts of it. The part his son preserved, and the 17 pages Wilkes thought he had buried, waiting for someone to go and look at what he pointed to. If this is raising questions you have not seen raised elsewhere, consider sharing it. The archive reference exists. The logbook is real. If you have encountered parallel records from the Wilkes, D'Urville or Ross expeditions, leave them in the comments. Specific evidence only. This investigation advances through documentation, not speculation. The logbook is one piece. The next part goes into what James Clark Ross filed with the British Admiralty that has not been publicly catalogued, and why the Admiralty's own archivist noted in an internal 1948 memo, not intended for public release, that certain Ross expedition materials had been placed beyond routine access at the direction of parties he was not at liberty to name.
Alright, ladies and gents, as I said, that was our last video of the day today. We will be back here next month with another episode of Freedom's Fringe, but in the meantime and in between time, I am going to turn you over to our sister, Miss K-Star. We should be just about in time for movie night to start. And, of course, Dark Side Radio will be back tomorrow evening to do that thing all over again. Puff, puff, pass, folks. Y'all have a blessed evening and a great tomorrow. As usual, you will notice that green join button appear at the top right of the chat. Just click on there. It will take you to our next destination. Other than that, my friends, have a great one. We outie.